offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news, talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me down. Can't none bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high to bring me.
Sorry, we like being silly. No. I'd like to say something. I'm just waiting. It's never silly to have fun. Do you agree with me? Anyone who disagrees? Because I've often been told as a professor that I should have a certain kind of demeanor which somehow I haven't been able to cultivate in 66 years. So I love dancing, playing, singing, reading, studying, teaching, research, everything. And that makes me, I think, a whole. W-H-O-L-E, not H-O-L-E, not the Medu Vada with the whole. Because we just can't be one thing in life, isn't it? And why is dancing associated with frivolity? There's nothing frivolous about it. Yesterday we heard what Deshik said. We are born to dance. I'm sorry, yesterday we know what Piyush said. We are born to dance, and we dance as children. And then we are told, oh, no. And as a professor, head of the Department of English. I never had that demeanor. I never had it with anyone, not my office staff, not my students. So I think this second day has begun on the right note, hasn't it? Yes? Don't you feel lighter here within? Yeah? Why didn't you come up? Because you still had that stereotype in your head. I, from Patak Institute, suppose my sir sees me dancing. You were thinking, okay, part 2, post-lunch, we'll start with this then. And then everyone will join because we'll get one stupid stereotype off our head. That Katputlis and puppets are for children, this is for this. How much of art goes into it? How much of design thinking has gone into puppeteering? What we saw yesterday, isn't it? So these are ridiculous labels. And particularly young people, you resist labels when elders apply them to you. Why do you take on our labels then? Why do you do that? Okay, so work with your heart and head. There is never a dichotomy. It's never head versus heart. It's always head and heart and hands and legs. Okay, so with that, I hand over the proceedings to Ms. Shalanta Mascarenas, and I'd like to introduce her to you briefly. Shalanta, your bio. Shalanta Mascarenas is a committed educator with a strong academic background, extensive teaching experience, and continuous professional development. Her educational experience embraces spheres of ICSE, IB, CAIE over a decade. She has a proven track record in teacher training and curriculum management as a subject expert in English. She has also been the head of the department for the CAIE English programs, as well as a language arts team leader for the IB PYP program. Currently, Ms. Shalanta is a secondary English teacher for IGCSE and A levels here in JBCN Borivali, and perseveres to contribute to build emotionally strong hearts and determined, resilient minds. So, over to you. Over to you, Shalanta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumi, for this kind introduction. I now take this opportunity to welcome all of you students and teachers here. Thank you so much for being present here today to, of course, and to have day 2 of the GTPS Summit beginning here. Let's begin with introducing a remarkable personality whose journey in the realm of arts and theatre has been nothing short of ordinary. Deshik Vansadya is an alumni of the Stellar Adler Acting Studio and the Shakespeare & Company of Massachusetts. He's currently an artist in residence with the Southwest Shakespeare Company of Arizona. As a performer, director, and advocate for the arts, he has championed the importance of storytelling as a means to explore the depths of human emotion and the complexities of our shared human experience. In Mumbai, Mr. Deshik is the artistic director of Shakespeare Company of India, a Shakespeare faculty at the Drama School Mumbai, a guest faculty at Whistling Woods and Mukti Manch. With an impressive repertoire that spans classical to contemporary works, he's also a leading industry acting coach who has worked with projects with Netflix, Amazon Studios, amongst other production houses. Let's begin the segment of teaching sustainability with theatre while witnessing a remarkable performance by the company members of the Shakespeare Company. My young girls and boys and ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a resounding welcome to Mr. Deshik Vansadya and his team.
Thank you guys. Good morning. Good morning. So thank you so much for having me here. Ms. Kumi is the person who I have to really thank. So great to see you guys. So I thought it would be really ironic if I talk about importance of theater and how we should use theater without having any theater at all. So we'll start with a small piece that my team member Savi Kundra has directed and put together, who herself is a JBC and Oshiwara teacher actually. Yes, we're just we're in-house all the way. Okay, let's go, guys. We'll have them set up.
Did all of you see the artwork on the walls? It's all been put up, yesterday's work.
Zarksha, 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 zarsh, 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 zarsh.
Nasa ganito.
Ang mabigat.
Nasa ganito.
Ang mabigat.
Nasa ganito.
Ang mabigat.
Nasa ganito. Nasa ganito.
Google siya natin.
Jim Maketo.
Mabigat.
Nasa ganito. Kokain sa raja. Jim Maketo. Ang mapikito. Nasa ganito. Kokain sa raja. Jim Maketo. Ang mapikito. Nasa ganito. Kokain sa raja. Jim Maketo.
We have Aarti Sharma, Tushar Tavde, Savi Kundra, and Shravan Borana. So, before I do my boring talk, do you have any questions for them? What did you think you see? Let me ask the kids. What happened, do you think? Hmm? Is there a mic?
Yeah, I think they started off as four friends who were rejoicing with because they had mangoes and they were trying to catch mangoes and
So far, so good, guys.
and then once they were done eating the mangoes, um, they sowed the seed,
Sure, yeah.
and then suddenly there was this, I'm guessing, woodcutter or a machine or this big industry guy who was coming to destroy everything, and one by one each friend was trying, but they got bribed because
Yeah.
they kept giving him money or
Not bad.
something, and slowly but surely they were all blinded by this, and the entire forest got destroyed.
And what happened at the very end, do you think?
Eventually, they all regret getting bribed, and somehow the corporations win. But it isn't really a win for anyone because they all struggle. Like the two of the people who weren't really aiming for deforestation regret having to do that, and they look for a way to solve a solution which is no longer. There is no solution for it anymore, and they've lost the ability and the time for it to be solved.
That is pretty good, guys. Nice. Applause for them. I thought you guys were probably checking Instagram while this was going on, but I'm glad you weren't.
I have a question. Like when they were rejoicing the moment of eating the fruits, you were reciting a poem like "Ama piketo rasagato." What does that mean? Like, is there a meaning behind it? Like behind the poem?
So we were going back to the memory of ours, like, we have planted a seed over there. And song means, like, the mangoes, like when the mangoes, seasonal song. Kokancha Raja, like Amba Piketo, like picking mango. Yeah. Jimma is the kind of dance that we play, like, in the Konkan region, whenever the mango gets ripened. At that time, we play that song in Konkan region. Yes, yes.
Hello. Yeah, I also just wanted to say, like, can we have another round of applause because y'all did this without any dialogues, but we still understood like every single aspect.
Without dialogues, but also no props other than the scarves. There were absolutely no props, and everyone got the message. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for being such a lovely audience for them. All right, so what I'm here to talk about is obviously theater. What is theater? What is the purpose of theater? Why do we need to do theater? And honestly, theater seems to be struggling big time as I speak. But still, somehow it survives. People seem to still be interested and come to theater. But if you go way back in time, before the camera was invented, before the radio was invented, the theater was everything. So what today we have, the movies, the television, the OTT platform, that was theater. What do you think is the purpose of movies, if I may ask you? Because back in the day, we can roll it all into theater. So what do you think television and movies, what do they give us today? What's the first word that comes to your mind? Yeah. And yes, of course, life, awareness about? Okay, nice. But yeah, I'm glad the first thing you said was entertainment because that really is the first word that comes to our mind, right? Richness and complexity of life. Can you tell me something that you recently saw which gave you the awareness? Huh? Which one? No, a movie that you saw or television show that you saw. Elephant Whisperers on Netflix, right? Lovely. Uh, but it's not easy to come up with those names, right? If I may ask you, what's the thing you saw for entertainment? Yeah, it's not hard to find names, right? What did you see? Jawan you saw? Okay, raise. How many people saw Jawan here? Raise your hands. How many people saw Elephant Whisperers? Okay, that's pretty good. That's not bad. That's not half as bad as I thought. So yes, the entertainment is the first thing that comes to our mind, right? When we turn at night, when my dad turns on the television, he's gone. He always says, my son never calls me. And then he says, hi, how are you? Everything fine? And then he's gone. He gives phone to my mom because he's watching Indian Idol or Kaun Banega Crorepati. Right? The television is our entertainment. Movies are entertainment. Everything is about mostly entertainment. Then other things follow. But if you go way back in time, like lakhs and lakhs of years ago, when there was campfire and people were nomads and they didn't know what the solar system was or where the rain came from. Imagine the days of hunting a woolly mammoth, right? So a bunch of hunters go out, they manage to hunt a woolly mammoth, and then they bring the hunt back. And then at night, around the fire, what do you think happens? I'll tell you what. The reenactment of that hunt. Now, was that for entertainment? Maybe they got entertained. Sure, the kids had a great time. They probably participated. The adults were reenacting, and at the end, it's like, oh, you want to do the last stab? You go ahead and you do that. So they probably had a good time. But what was the main purpose behind reenactment? Maybe they didn't even know they hadn't discovered language yet, right? The first painting that we have in the French cave is still after the hunting days of woolly mammoth. The reason they were reenacting that scene is because one day these kids are gonna have to go and do it. I mean, you don't let them directly go into the battlefield. They have to teach the lesson what could go wrong. How did they manage to do it? Why didn't some of them not come back? They're reenacting, but that is the purpose, is basically life skills. Before the schools were invented, before anything was invented, theater, that was the earliest form of theater, where they taught the younger generation what it's like in the real world. When you go a little far away from our settlement into the forest, what can happen? What's to be expected? There were YouTube videos, right? Back in the days, nothing can prepare them. But by giving them the exact experience of what life is like, they get little prepared. So next time when they take them, they know what to expect. Theater has always been about education. It's never been about entertainment. That came later. Hamlet says, this is one of my plays by Shakespeare, that the purpose of theater from the beginning till now always was and always is to provide a mirror up to nature so that we see life and we get prepared for life. First time I saw a classmate of mine on stage and he was doing really well, I got jealous of how many applauses he was getting. And then there was a moment of aha for me, and I felt, you know what, I could do this. I could do this. People would really like me. It would go really well. I could actually do it better than my friend. And that was a moment when I was able to discover maybe this is who I am. That guy on stage in front of the live audience, that's who I am. Theater helped me discover that. I do feel bad for people who are still going through midlife and still don't know who they are. But I'm lucky that that moment was able to give me that definition. And I've been sorted ever since. Not in other areas of life. I've been a mess in other areas of life. But as far as this calling was concerned, I was sorted. It gave me something that otherwise life couldn't have given. Then back in the day, you know, star movies. This is way before you guys' time. I mean, I've colored my hair, by the way, so you don't know how old I am. But I'm really old. Back in the day, there was star movies. There was TV channel where they screened these American English movies with Hindi subtitles, right? You had to wait for your turn. So my two sisters would watch and they'd go to sleep, and then I would get a turn for the television. And I would watch anything. And there was this movie called Step Mom. So when I look back, I mean, it's fine. I'll still give it like 7 out of 10. But growing up in a small town in Gujarat, the whole word like step mom didn't make any sense to me. Like, what is a step mom? How are they getting along? How is it even happening? How are they even, what is a divorce? What? I didn't see a single couple in my vicinity with a divorce. And here they're getting divorced. But there was a sweet film. And I realized that by the time the film ended, I had matured watching that film. I still wouldn't express myself freely in my small town, what that film is, because I know where I was and might not be appreciated, but I definitely evolved watching that film. And there are countless examples that I can go one after the other. I chose acting as a profession after doing engineering. That to masters, I don't know why. I guess engineering in my days was prerequisite to do whatever you want to do. Like, oh, you are an engineer. Oh, now you can be a photographer. Finally, now you can be a painter. So you can imagine, you know, my parents, my dad would leave 7 a.m. and return home 8 p.m. I hardly saw him. You know, he had 3 kids. He worked so hard, so that his son will go to US to a fancy university, will buy a house with a swimming pool, marry someone, have 2 kids and 1 golden retriever, and life will be sorted. And he battled the heat. In his late 60s, it was discovered that like his upper vertebrae were all corroded because of this constant bending over the desk and working hard, right? Yeah, I don't want to be my dad when my son comes to me and says, oh yeah, I finished my master's in electronics engineering. How about theater, Dad? So obviously, I don't want to hear that. I mean, you can imagine devastation he must have felt, right? I mean, there was a difficult time in our relationship where we didn't speak very often. I suffered through engineering, nothing against engineering, but it's hard when you already had found your calling. I was already doing theater, so I knew exactly what I wanted to do. So then it was a bit of an uphill battle because knowing where you belong, then is a bit of a tougher challenge. But it was difficult. It was difficult for my dad because he knows nothing about acting. I'm the first in my family to venture out into this field. So 2 years were actually challenging, and it will go on that way. You know, he still allowed me to do what I wanted to do. My sisters were also not sure, like, what are you doing with your life? And then they would see the movie Tamasha with Ranbir Kapoor. Some of you might have seen it. I had not seen it. You know how I found out that the movie came out and all that, because all of a sudden my classmates were texting me. It's like, hey, I saw the movie and I thought of you. My sister called me and it's like, you know what? I get it. It must have been hard for you. My dad saw the film and he had tears in his eyes and he didn't say anything, and I heard everything that I wanted to hear. That's huge, right? That's a big deal. There is a reason why these things can get banned by the government, because they are powerful. We're kind of drifting away from the original purpose of storytelling for life, for educational purpose, to teach skills. Because we are venturing, according to me, in a slightly more difficult area. Because we are, this is my theory, it could be wrong, but you know how I always saw that India was a community-based country, right? You're born into a tribe. Like your role is defined before you come to the world. If you're the eldest son, this is how you're going to operate. If you're the girl in the house, there are these, you know. And now we are slowly going into an individualistic society. So the problems are unknown. The challenges are unknown. I can tell you, my generation is coming up against it. We see our parents' generation and they dedicated themselves completely for family. I don't think my dad ever asked whether he was happy. You know, he had 3 kids. But my generation is important for us to ask, like, am I happy? You know, it's no longer getting a job for you guys. Now you want to know what your passion is, right? We are venturing into this new world where we don't have a manual. A couple going through difficulty in their relationship, it's not like years ago where the man brought food to table and woman took care of the house, and that's how it went. And if you had a difficult marriage, you stay in it. Now that's not the case. But then there is no manual to help us with this. Like, how do you deal with these problems? How do you navigate? And that's where storytelling has to come in. I'm not an expert on sustainability or climate change, but as a tool of storytelling, that's the purpose of theater. And I think now is the strongest need of the hour for theater. Thank you so much. I'm going to go through my cheat sheet and make sure my days of memorizing are gone. Yeah, I think I'm good.
Students take a cue from that. Okay, we ask you to take notes. So yes, that's important here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Deshik. I know we do not just simply say actions speak louder than words. That was a powerful display of actions and emotions here. And thank you so much for pointing that out, that yes, they did display that, the consequences of our consumption and greed, but yeah, in the end, nobody wins. So thank you for that. Any questions here from the audience? Yes, sure, ma'am. And then he said Tamasha and Classmates, so I was wondering, when you said Classmates, was the movie Tamasha? That's...
Yeah, because all my classmates...
yeah, so that was school classmates, college classmates. I was just trying to figure out the age.
Both.
Okay, any questions here? Yes. Could we have the mic pass, please?
Hi, hello.
Thanks,
Good morning.
Thanks for that talk. What would be interesting to discuss with the students, because you said how you started in a small town. Where from?
So there's a small town in Gujarat.
Gujarat.
No, Navsari.
Huh?
Navsari?
Acha, Navsari. Okay. Navsari is small. Okay. The thing that you spoke about, that the the pressure or the parents and peer pressure, things like that. How, you know, you're in an, I think, an international school, whatever, IBM, everything is more towards education, competition, you have to get your SATs out, everything. And when we're talking about art, it's so difficult to balance this for young people today, because from home the peer pressure is you'll become a lawyer, a doctor, blah blah blah, whatever. How do they deal with it? Because either there will be parents who will accept and say go ahead, do what you want to, and you're lucky, or you'll have this thing up to 7th, 8th standard, okay, do all this, but after that, you know, how will they handle that? This is something important for each person as their own, but still.
But to be very honest, I really don't know, because you guys are in a whole different ballpark compared to I was. See, in my time, you know, parents didn't care apart from education. Now parents are putting you guys in 7 different activity classes. It's a different approach, so I really don't know how to answer that.
Maybe you could
Only
take
thing
something
I
from the
can do is,
students. Maybe you could take something from the students themselves.
how did I? I mean, see, at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to you knowing what you love to do. Nobody can take that away from you, no matter how hard the challenges are. You have to have faith in the, I'm going to use a very cliched word, but the calling is real. The calling is real. It's not going to be a huge event. It will be a small epiphany, maybe very missable moment. But when you feel it, that, oh, this is it, then that relationship, you and your calling, that strength will always guide you, no matter what happens. If I can do what I do right now, you guys can easily do it. We run a company based on Shakespeare. Went to SSC Board Gujarati medium. I started speaking English when I was 24. So if I can do this, anybody can do this. Yeah. But yeah, don't fight with your parents. Yeah, don't fight with them. They're on your side, so don't fight with your parents.
Yeah, we have 2 more questions. You can have the mic.
Thank you so much for that powerful display. I really enjoyed it. My question to you is from the other side of the table as an educator. Being a theatre director yourself, how do you fathom, can we weave this into curriculum? Because while it's an important medium and it's an important tool of storytelling, there needs to be a way to weave it into the curriculum.
Right. So, it begins with acknowledging that we actually need it more than ever. You know, I had to share my bedroom with my 2 sisters. You know, I had a street where we would all play together. You know, my mom never knew where I had lunch. It would be at some neighbor's house. So I grew up in a community where I learned life skills. You know, you go as a kid to play cricket, they're not going to hand you the bat and say, oh yeah, we're all here for you. No. You have to earn your way to that position. You get beat up, you don't tell mom. You get beat up at school, you know, you are learning life lessons through community. Now, you know, every kid has their own bedroom and their own MacBook Pro. So the community lessons are not there, right? If you're dealing with something, you could be dealing with it on your own without anybody ever asking you what's wrong. In my days, you couldn't escape. You'd step out of the house, somebody will ask you what's going on. you seem off. You know, there is no escaping that. So the first thing is that the need of the theater, you know, getting people in one room and making them collaborate with each other, that is a skill, I think, I'm going to quote a great teacher of mine who said that your best education is going to land you your first job. Let's say at the age of 25. Where you go from the age of 25 to 75 in life, it's all people skills, right? So the need, acknowledging that, and making theater happen in whichever capacity schools can do. Some can afford to make it a subject. Some schools do that. Some schools cannot make it to afford to make a subject, but they do annual days. They invite us. We go to schools. We do workshops with kids. We make them do a play, perform together. And the reason we do that is because it is essential. Because not every child is bright academically. Some are bright in other ways, you know.
If I could just add a couple of things here. Yeah, if I could just add a couple of things here. I think theatre is extremely important, as you very, very rightly said. AI is here to stay.
Yeah.
The digital devices are only going to multiply, and we are going to see exponential changes. Unfortunately, we are becoming more and more individualistic and more confused. At the same time, we're being told what to be, how to look, how to dress, what kind of hair you need to sport, what kind of lipstick, how do you impress, what is success. Everything gets defined for us.
Absolutely.
Where is our individuality?
I'll tell you a small story. There is a great writer called Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. You might have heard of him. All right. He went blind when he was at his peak. Like, he's a well-known writer. He went blind, right? He could no longer write. But then, luckily, typewriter was invented. So now he hired somebody to teach him typing. So though he was blind, he could still type now, right? And then he wrote a collection of poems, and then he had this practice of gathering all his colleagues and parallels into one room. They'll give each other feedback. Every single person gave a certain feedback that, the poems are great, but there is some staccato energy coming in. There's something choppy about it. He couldn't figure out what had happened. Why is it not flowing? Why is it not graceful? Why is it coming choppy? You can tell the reason, right? What's the reason? Anybody? Exactly. He was no longer writing with a pen, but he was typing. That inherently changed the outcome of his creativity. Back then we did not know, but now we do, that the brain structure is neoplastic. It's not a hardwired hard disk. It's a programmable drive. If you interact with a machine certain way, that machine will slowly change you. And that is what is happening to us. Because of the machines and the tools and the gadgets and AI, we are becoming more like machine. I mean, we remember the older generation, if you find that old letter that a sister wrote to a brother for Raksha Bandhan, compare the writing of that letter to any email today. Right. You'll see how much devoid of humanity that email is. That is the reason why ChatGPT is successful. It's not because it's so smart, it's because, we are meeting that machine halfway. Our writing is so devoid of richness and poetry and humanity that AI can easily generate sentences which sound like us, but in reality, we're meeting it halfway. So we are becoming very mechanical due to the overpowering nature of, and it's just the beginning. I'm sure they had a strike in Hollywood with SAG and EFTRA writers and actors to stop AI because they're already losing jobs. But there, they could go on strike and force them to bend the rules. Not here. Here, it's going to grow. Whatever they cannot sell in the West because the rules and regulations come in the way, they take it out here because they can bend rules and regulations here.
I think I'd also like to add one more thing before I hand over the mic to Daddy. That what is happening is, as I said, the community is really not important anymore because you can be entertained, you can get all your information, you can get ChatGPT to write a poem for you.
Yeah.
But that poem, as you rightly said, is devoid of feeling. It only creates more confusion and more loneliness. I don't have that many likes. I'm not good enough. For God's sake, all of drama, all of art, all of literature tells you there are thousands of people who feel your way, and it teaches you all these life skills which nothing else in your curriculum can teach you. And therefore, anything in your curriculum can be taught through the arts, through theater, music.
Anything to
painting.
bring him
Just one
together.
one little instance I'd like to give. There was a very challenging poem that I was supposed to do with my students. And I invited some dancers initially, and I asked them, what are the feelings this poem evokes in you? And I didn't give an interpretation, ever. I don't ever give an interpretation. That's just plain idiocy. And we had somebody do a Bharatnatyam on that, somebody write another poem on it, somebody do a painting on it, and we came to the poem through the arts. And it was no longer difficult to teach that. And so many life skills could come in. So I think the arts are a very, very powerful
And
medium.
I would say the schools have a huge responsibilities because we have no funding for art.
Absolutely.
So if once you're out of school, you're not going to explore that unless you're paying for it.
Absolutely.
May I add observation to what you said? Years ago in Delhi, again we come back to NCERT, positive, negative, and they started this whole thing about the principals in schools, TIE, NSG, to make or to plan a curriculum for schools, creative drama, puppetry, blah, 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 all this. Miles and miles, pothas of written things, and eventually when NCERT made it, it was like, condensed to maybe some 1 hour or 2 hours in the whole year, practice in the schools. What was interesting was Vibha Parthasarthi was at Sardar Patel Vidyalaya, was very progressive, and she said that until the higher education people accept that if a person takes up a certain art field and gets points or marks for it and they will accept it, the school is never going to do and the parents are never going to. And they have managed to, I think, do classical dance or music in some places, but the rest just faded away. And then the question also came about because it was a bit simplistic in that curriculum, points, violence, empathy, this. And we said, when this book goes out into small towns, who is going to, I wouldn't say teach, but mentor, and that person is going to do it according to their perception of violence or their perception of cube. So there was this huge discussion that went on, and I don't think much came out of it, though they have made a book, and then there's a workbook for it for teachers and things, I believe. But eventually when we went back and we said miles of these meetings, and then when we saw that when we condensed those hours, it was like a few hours in the whole year that the school would maybe take it up. But she was right, Vibhaji, that until the universities or colleges accept that, because it's all 90% this, that, this will be a thing about a school, or as yesterday I said, the principals or the CEOs or whatever, and if they're enlightened, it'll happen. Otherwise, it's...
Yeah, because we don't have, unlike, I hate to use the word, like first world countries, but they have so much artistic funding. Yeah. There's so much community theater. you get to participate there that way. They have so many grants. You know, we don't have that. So many people, the last time they will be on stage would be an annual day. And then never after that. If they're going to stand in front of 200 people and say something, will be in your last annual day. So yeah.
Yes, yes, of course we do.
Two questions actually. We know you started off as an engineer and now you are here, a successful theatre person who is pursuing his passion and his dream. Can you share with us a little bit about your confusion? I'm sure there must have been a lot of that, about your when you changed from an engineer to a theatre person, there must have been struggles. There must have been a lot of what ifs. How did you deal with those? If you could share.
So the only conflict I had is with regards to my parents, because I felt, am I being selfish and not doing what my dad's dream was?
You're saying it's only, but it's a big one.
Yeah. No, but it's the only one. The other one, you know, will I do well or not? That never came up to me. Is this it? That never happened to me. But this was the big one that was weighing me down. But again, what rescued me from that is art. It's definitely art. My first day, thank you for asking me the questions. It's giving me the opportunity to say this. First day in my acting class, they gave us The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. And I was already dealing with this dilemma in my head. And I read one little section about parenting. And Khalil Gibran said that, parents are the bows and the children are the arrows. They would like to launch you, but once you are off that bow, you're free to go wherever you want to go. And I'm like, you know what? Then I'm right. I think my parents did what they could do, and it's okay if I want to go where I want to go. And there was a quote by Bob Dylan, who is a songwriter. You guys should definitely look him up. He said a quote that sometimes it's the journey of no direction home. Sometimes home is not where you're born, but where you would like to be. So I was like, okay, if I'm not following the rules of what only son from Navsari should do in that household, if I want to do something else, that's okay, because home is where you're doing your thing. So art, these ideas reinforced and helped me get through to that phase.
And they allow you to retain your individuality. Because they say you're fine the way you are, your aspirations are fine.
Yeah.
All of art does that.
Yes.
To come back to this whole idea of teaching teaching sustainability through theatre. Theatre is such a powerful medium. We just saw a very, very simple skit, and how brilliantly it created the impression. So it doesn't need money, it doesn't need props. We only need to remember that art is sort of an add-on, an embellishment. We can teach, as I've said yesterday, basic concepts of the curriculum through the arts.
And this was the original school before the school was invented.
Yes, absolutely.
This is how the kids learned farming, handling the cattle, hunting, about everything. That is why back in the day, artists and scientists weren't really two different communities.
Absolutely.
They were exactly the same people. But just want to say one thing to kids, guys. You still have to be good at your thing. It's not like, my parents are against my wish and I have to pursue my dreams. They are right to care about you. You have to work hard As soon as they see the checks coming in, they'll be fine. That's the secret. You ask me, right, how to do it? Yeah, I intentionally had people send my payment to my Navsari address. Because I wanted my dad to open it, and he was like, who's paying for all this? They're flying you? What do you mean? For doing a play? Shakespeare? What? So that.
Are you a better artist because you're an engineer or in spite of it?
I don't think so. No. I wish I could, it would be a much better answer if I said yes. But, no, I hated it. Just hated it. But I'm sure that it didn't go in vain. I'm positive that it did something to my system intellectually. I don't know emotionally because there were no emotions in that. But I'm sure it did something intellectually that I am grateful for, even though I cannot articulate it. No, I felt right personally for me. That was my dad's wish that would you like to finish it or would you like to drop out? And I said, I'll finish it. So it made me feel right about it. It's like, okay, there was a closure, my family was happy with it. But then again, to back it up, when I was going to acting school, I had full scholarship. Right, so that I did on my own. So you do have to prove yourself for yourself. Just turning into a motivational speaking session. Go ahead.
So, as you said, we are heading towards an individualistic society, and I definitely agree. And that my generation, my friends and colleagues everywhere, we are exploring who we are, right? And to understand the world and to get out there, we have social media only as an option.
Which is the worst place.
Exactly. And the thing is that when you talk about storytelling and how we can encourage life skills to be understood and developed between children, the thing is that nowadays, like this year or like past for few years, we have been really drawn towards drama rather than realism. So how is it that we can, like, let's say, because I'm interested in theatre, how do we bring that realism to them? How do we make them more interested in that rather than drama?
I mean, for this generation, you do have to start trying to live real life, not through the tech world. Because we receive everything through 5 senses, right? The internet doesn't appeal to any of the senses. Go to the weddings that you don't want to go to. You think your parents are taking you there? No, those are your people. Go to those weddings. Go to the funerals. Be part of life as much as you can. That's where the real meaning will come from. No, nobody, not even the biggest motivational speaker on Instagram is going to do that for you.
May I add something here? I think we are doing drama of the worst kind because everything on the social media is performative. Somebody's life could be falling apart, and 2 days before their divorce, they say, yo, I'm cool, my marriage is super, on Facebook, wherever.
Well, listen, social media is about numbers. So nobody cares about you.
And the kind of false identity that it makes you create, that these are things which are important when they are not. So as Deshik is saying, we need to really dig deep into ourselves and ask ourselves, what makes my heart sing? What is it that I really want to do? Never mind social media, never mind what my friends say. But what do I really want to do? So when people ask me, how do I find my life's purpose? I say, what did you want to be when you were a 6-year-old? Probably.
But I'll take a slightly different route and take the pressure off of you guys. It's going to sound dark. You really cannot. I'll tell you why. India is more capitalist compared to how I grew up. Like everything is branding, franchise, and geared towards numbers. You are a number to everybody. Okay? So it's difficult to be an individual in a high, and it's going to only get worse. India is going to become more capitalist. There will be like 5, 6 companies controlling what you wear, what you eat, what is trending, what is cool, what is not cool, everything. So I think the responsibility comes on the educational institutes to give them that experience of community that they never forget. Because Starbucks doesn't care about yo. They don't even care about coffee. They just need you to swipe your card, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Deshik.
Thank you,
That
guys.
was
Thank you.
mightily inspirational. I think everyone's reaching out, struggling to accomplish the big things. You have a question? Yes, one last question. You take that. We don't want to let you go, Mr. Deshik.
All right.
Better be good, by the way.
It's
no pressure.
Very simple question, nothing deep.
It's just a simple question.
Yeah. Like Agastya, I'm also interested in theatre, right? I just want to know how you get into the industry. As a person, as a kid right now, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years, if I do want to get into the industry, what do you think I should do?
There are educational institutes now where you can train.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going abroad as well. So BFA programs are there. There are drama schools in India. But it is still a craft. So you still have to treat it that you have to train in it. Something about acting, I don't know what it is, man. It's like nobody walks in and say, here, I'll just play the piano, give it to me. But something about acting, everybody thinks I can just walk in and just do it. But get trained. Okay? And there are plenty of resources. Okay.
So this event is being live streamed. Continue.
What is my age, guys? Whatever I'm getting in the token is yours if you guess it right. I'm 39. No, I just like to joke about it, that's all. Okay, thank you, guys. Should put the mic down?
Okay, so just a little wrap with sustainability. Okay, I think I was discussing. We have a little token. I think we'll give them. Token of gratitude from. Okay, we'll break for tea. Just a few announcements before we break. I hope all of you have collected a badge for yourself during the registration process. Please wear it until the end of the day, until you're on campus, because there are a lot of visitors and this will be better, for easy identification, it'll be better for us. We have an exhibition organized by the Learning Space Foundation, an NGO. Did anybody visit them yesterday? Great, thank you so much. For those of you who didn't, this is a project by the NGO, and it's a project for the early years program where they're displaying activity and learning tools made of sustainable materials, of bamboo and wood. And I think it's not the adults who are displaying this exhibit. They are learners from the remote rural areas of the earlier program. Please do pay a visit. It's today, it's on the 3rd floor, room number 305. So we also please patronize the sale of the book by Dr. Kumi Vivaina, Redesigning Education. It's available at a discounted price for $390. If you buy it today, you can have her sign it. If it's not for you, you can also consider gifting it to somebody. Of course, we resume the next session in, say, by 11 o'clock, and that's teaching sustainability with a stand-up comedy. So please be here on time. Thank you. There's a special seat.
Once you've been a parent to a young child, you always empathize. Till, I mean, I used to hate flights with kids when I was younger because the moment you saw the child, you go, oh God, 2 hours sleep, home, daily 6 hours bed. But then once you have a child and then you go through that, it's totally different.
Okay, so
I'm like, anytime she wants, could we please walk out, walk in, child will be home.
So I guess we've already begun the session. It's just that we'll move to the topic of sustainability now. Thank you so much for being here on time. We're moving to the segment on teaching sustainability with stand-up comedy. And to chair this session, I first welcome Ms. Charlene Vivina. Charlene Vivina has been and continues to be a storyteller and dramatic performer. I can vouch for that. She has been an English language and literature teacher in international schools since 2015. Charlene holds a master's degree in English literature and is a certified speech and drama teacher and a trainer in digital storytelling. She strongly believes that powerful emotions are what motivates us to create and that anyone can write creatively if they only try. Over to you, Charlene.
Thank you. Thank you, Shilanta, for that introduction. Our next performer is Cyrus Brocha, an influential figure in Indian entertainment, renowned for his wit and humor. He has excelled in various roles as a comedian, a television host, an actor, and a social commentator. His journey into the world of comedy began in 1990 when he became one of MTV India's first VJs, and his quirky and irreverent style quickly made him a household name. Do you all remember MTV Bakra? Yes. Well, the hidden camera prank show, which turned him into a sensation, showcasing his comic genius. Cyrus's talents transcended MTV. He co-hosted the satirical news show The Week That Wasn't, where he, alongside Kunal Vijaykar, humorously dissected current events. As a social and political commentator, Cyrus used his humor as a lens to critique the world around him, often addressing vital issues while making people laugh and think simultaneously. His unique ability to find humor in the mundane and provide comic relief during challenging times has solidified his place as a cherished entertainer and commentator in India's comedy landscape. Please give a round of applause to the one and only OG Bakra, Cyrus Brocha.
Thank you, Mrs. Kambata. Very sweet lady. I'm just kidding, bro. Yeah, that's the standard of the comedy. I'm sorry. Just want to apologize for being here in the first place. Obviously, the real talent they wanted couldn't make it on time. Kumi called me last night, said it's an emergency. I have baby duty. Come here. Play the Parsi card. Third child is free, apparently. Kumi, how many? Kitla thaigyo? There you go. Third child is free. Panchayat rules. You don't. This is not a joke, guys. This is true. Parsi Panchayat has said third child will be looked after till the age of 21. But if you know Parsi males, it should be 42. Am I right? Okay, you look like a very happy crowd. Let's make that a little less happy by discussing a topic I have no idea about called sustainability. A word I practiced in the car from Mulba Hill to Borivali just so I can say it without tripping. These huge, huge words. Before we get into that, what I thought I'd do is we'll just chat for a little while. Then I do a little interactive session with this or not bit that I like doing, just to get people involved, because we're what Pearl Padamsi, my mentor, used to call a quality audience. See, English theatre always ran to 20 people only. So to motivate us, she would say, don't worry, it's a quality audience. Not quantity, but quality. Because the people who have come are great. It's what makes India great as well. The quality people in India. Because the quantity we have, that is not a problem. I mean, look left, right, and center. Actually, I had a very funny story with the driver in the morning. I was feeling a little irritated coming to Borivali from Malabar Hill and looking at the GPS and this, that, and the other. And in the car, he began with that famous Ek Baat Batao. I said, Bolo. He said, Borivali se Malabar Hill, main to pak gaya. He was upset coming to fetch me. So then I said, I won't complain anymore. Because, he has to go back up and down twice. Yeah, sensitive man, I must say. Lovely guy. Okay, don't take it up with him, please. He seemed very nice. We had a good conversation. Better than my wife and me, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody who talks 20 minutes without a problem, I'm happy. All good. Okay, first rules for our show. When I was young, I saw Nasiruddin Shah, one of the greats of all time, who Anupam Kher calls not my friend. I'm just checking how left-leaning you are or not. As we have to always check this before we, I made a couple of pro-Shashi Tharoor remarks and you shut me down. All I said is I like his hair. Is that really taking a political stance? Yeah, his bouffant is to the left, fair enough, but yeah. Anyway, so Nasir got really angry. He was doing Chekhov. I don't know if you guys, there's a master ma'am of literature, sorry, woke country. Superstar of literature will tell you Chekhov, not easy to do. These one monologue thingies where one man on stage is talking. He was doing a thing called On the Harmfulness of Tobacco, which is one of Chekhov's works. And in experimental theatre, Nasir is a very alpha sort of male in any case. And in the middle, somebody coughed. I mean, yeah, Chekhov cough, yeah, you can get that as well. But he stopped and said, sir, will you finish your cough? And then I'll continue. And after that, we couldn't laugh at anything, or we couldn't, we were all feeling scared, like, the teacher was upset. Because he just stopped everything for a minute. So I told myself, if I ever do any shows, I want the audience to relax, okay? Even if it's Hamlet, whatever it is, please relax. It's okay if you cough. It's okay if you keep your mobile phone on. I don't care, honestly. I can't believe it's not like Gavaskar batting or let me use references from now. Rohit Sharma batting where, he's getting distracted by the side screen. So, you do whatever you do. And if it's an emergency, some kid got knocked over, not here, but let's say in BIS in South Bombay or whatever, you want to know about that. So keep your phones on throughout. I have nothing important to say. It's really not worth your while to shut the phone. Second thing is kidneys are a huge problem in India. This is true. We beat China now. We have more kidney problems than any other country in the world. So if you need to pee, off you go. You don't have to talk to me. Just get up and go at any point. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. We'll continue with our presentation. And for the men in this room, this is slightly perhaps vulgar, but I have to say this. All men across the world like to scratch. If you're going to spend 1 hour, you're going to want to scratch at some point, so including you. It's a very prestigious job, but if you want to have a good scratch, go ahead. One of my favorite cricketers, Sachin Tendulkar, spent 45 minutes batting and about 3.5 hours scratching, if you don't mind the visual. So, I mean, it's good for him, it's good for all of us. So, yeah, so just relax, chill out, everybody do your thing, put your feet up, come and go, chat amongst yourselves, not an issue. Okay, we need to do that in this kind of show. I really think the audience should relax and then we have a good time. Otherwise, the audience is all, it's like an exam and they're worried that the master will get angry. There's no master here as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so that's that. I'll give you a little introduction to myself because that was horrible, what my mother sent. All these lies. It's so embarrassing. We do these things for lion. She's left. How can we beat this comedy? This is called Two Parsis on Stage. That's amazing. What an entry, Kumi. We should end here. This is the highlight. Yeah, all right. Don't worry. You walk wherever you want to. No, it's not a problem. Is it funny in India, the business class seats are always left empty. People buy them, but they don't sit there. I think they just don't like to sit very close. It's like the caste system or something. Nobody wants to come close. So it's always empty in the first 2 rows for some reason. So if anybody wants to come and sit here, please do. Although this is... Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I thought maybe this is a prank you play on someone just to make sure they have a good fall. Yeah, 2 of them. All right. Yeah, so that introduction was lovely, but obviously my mother's responsible for these kind of introductions because when we were younger, before the internet, they would ask for intros for events and she would send some 3 pages on how I won the potato race or something. Then took part in the Mikado backstage. I mean, the achievements were a mother's thoughts are just different from other people. Even if you come third in a race which had 3 people, she's like, he was a champion. I mean, I couldn't have got any other position, I mean, so embarrassing, honestly. I mean, and the guy next to you is like Pete Sampras, 15-time Wimbledon champion or something, and then you come up with potato race or something. It's just... So I get scared. Lions Club keeps calling us to do these events. There are no lions, by the way, so if you're an animal lover, don't get fooled. I don't know why they have the word lion. They're vegetarian to begin with, mostly. But whatever, it's called Lions Club. We go there. And then they do this 3 pages. Sir, you're looking very uncomfortable. Just your body language. I'm getting scared. Take your pants off. Just chill out. Just, don't worry. Are they paying you for this? Oh, damn. Then suffer quietly. So these Lions Club guys would just go on and on about, on the 19th of June at 10:30 he discovered a new star. It's all nonsense. So I just want to just tone that down a little bit. I'm actually what most people in the business are. I'm an out-of-work actor. In between gigs, that's what we really are. That's it. In between, and then we find a little work, and that's all. I live off my parents. Well, my dad's no more, but my mom's house. And my wife is an artist. She's actually the talent in the family. And people have gone quiet completely. Very disappointed. Kiसी और को बुलाओ. उसको क्यों बुलाया? So, call somebody from Borivali. There has to be someone here. Yeah, there is actually. So I'll just give a brief background. I was born in this place called South Bombay, where now we have what is called VIP culture. At any point, Mr. Shinde, who is also 3 days a week the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he'll go to the toilet, for which 40 cars will walk up and down Malba Hill, Valkeshwar and cause traffic disturbance. Because I toilet, Madi, And so the whole world has changed from when I grew up. My dad was a lovely Parsi gentleman, very anglicized, very westernized, very pro-British. Apparently he and some members of the Parsi community were Gateway in 47 crying. Come back, come back. But I think the ship had already sailed, Kumi. No metaphor there. Machivali shouted, and she came. And that's how I was born. No, that's not it. So he's a lovely man, but so I have a very warped childhood growing up, and sometimes I try to explain it to people. There are 2-3 things. One is, for example, I didn't know that dogs are actually looked down upon by a lot of Indians. Because when I was growing up, my dad in the Fiat with a cigarette in his mouth thinking he's Humphrey Bogart, check the reference, kids. Pointless reference. He would be driving, and if there was some human being in front or a guy driving slowly in front, am I allowed to use bad language in Gujarati at least? May I? So he would shout, "Konche mata jot, konche!" and start abusing. And I'll tone it down. I'm scared of the kids here. And I would be like, "Dad, what happened?" But if a dog passed, he would stop the car. He's in the middle of the road, and 20 cars would, bang behind and everything else. And he talks sweetly and says, "Su vache dikra, aista, aista, go with God, go with God." And then he abused the guy at the back who's honking. "Go back, John, So I had a warped idea. I didn't know that actually a lot of human beings didn't think that way. So even now, I remember, now he's no more. But if friends came over who didn't like dogs, my dad would say, "Please leave." So I continue the tradition, and now apparently that's not a nice thing to do. So that's just one part. But the other thing is, I'm in this business where you have to learn to speak Hindi at some point. You can't get away from it. And in South Bombay, even the North Indians who live there don't speak good Hindi now. It's like your passport, they stamp Hindi, de do, and then you cross into South Bombay. So everybody would tease me and say, "Cyrus, तेरे को हिंदी नहीं आती है, बराबर लोग हिंदी में बात नहीं करता है," all that. And I'd say, "But I'm Premchand at home. You have to hear what happens at home." So I'll just give you a couple of examples. For example, my mother used to drive an Ambassador. Again, please Google Ambassador. I don't know if y'all have even seen the car. But Kumi and gang, with due respect, so a lot of the women from the Parsi and Catholic community in those days used to wear the short skirts and look like Martina Navratilova with a little healthy. Again, Google that. Damn it. I'll spend the whole day telling you to Google things because I grew up in another era, you bloody youngsters. So unfair. I do a podcast, I do this all the time. I have to do a reference and go back. Please get me an older audience, Kumi. So the Ambassador car, if you all remember correctly, or whoever does, had a very strong clutch and brake. So you had to really hit it hard. If you press the brake in Borivali, it would stop at Kandivali if you're lucky. That's the way it was. And we used to go for swimming practice to YMCA, Baikala, South Mumbai. And my mother would drive the ambassador with a top thing, like a bodybuilder. You do 15 minutes to move the gears, top gears, Google top gears, come on. And so all that would happen. And as usual, one day it broke down in the middle of nowhere. It broke down and she went out, and not to be sexist, but a few women do this, or used to do this. They open the hood of the car and count to 5. Because actually they have no idea what's inside. No? They open it, they manage to do that much. 5. And then, what to do? Now in Baikala, luckily there were 2 lafangas. I'll explain lafanga. I don't know if that is still used anymore. Lafanga is a guy who does nothing, a bit of a loafer, especially from my part of town. And they would normally wear track pant and white ganji. And they would stand on one hip always. And if a girl passes, and you could be Miss India or you could be an 89-year-old, whatever. If it's a female of any kind, they'd go like this without blinking. That's, the kind of welcoming you get from these guys. My mother belonged from another generation. She just goes up to 2 of them and says, boy, idhar aao. Straight away, Lafanga went straight. Because no woman has actually addressed him ever in his life except his mom. She went straight like that. Boy, idhar aao. Thinking as usual that they are there to serve her. Idhar aao. Zara, please mujhe piche se dabao. I'm sorry, there's a young girl here. But I was just 14 and I have to hear this and my Hindi is bad. Walk out. Wow. That's amazing. Yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that we had to listen to. In fact, my father's mother actually, a very sweet lady, she used to do something with the dhobis, which was hilarious, which I only realized later. The dhobi would ring the bell and she would say, "Kaun hai? Dhobi." Acha, 1 minute roko, main kapra nikal ke aati hai. Technically not untrue. But there would be a line of dhobis every week, because it was like, they come from UP. But the language is chaste and beautiful, and they've never heard women talk like this. So it's a turn on for him, even if she's an elderly woman. So this is what we did to the Hindi language. But above all, there was a lovely, she's very much there, very beautiful lady called Shanaz Treasury-wala, who now goes by the surname Treasury, because in the passport you don't have enough pages, Treasury-wala and all that. So Shanaz used to work with us at MTV. Please Google Shanaz. She's a travel influencer with millions of followers, etc. And sorry? But go ahead, don't worry. Yeah, pyar, vyar, kyar, one of those things which keeps rhyming. Sar, har, mar, we'll get it at some point. I think they ask the child in the room to give the title. That's how they normally, when they get these titles, ish, vish, pishk, pyar, vyar, kyar, mohabbat, forward, whatever. Sometimes I wonder why these people became filmmakers. I blame education. Yeah, because it escaped them, so then you make a film. Like in my generation, all the people in advertising were people who dropped out of school and college. It was a scary thing to say. Now you guys do degrees and stuff and come. What did we do? Copywriter, they'd all eyebrows up, copywriter. It's like failed human being. 9th standard dropout. Vaguely speaks English. That's your claim to fame. Yeah. So now where were we? Thanks. Shanaz, Google her, those who don't know, lovely girl, very pretty. Although 1 year junior to me in college, always said she was like 10 years younger at every press conference, but that's... Malaika, is 24, Sophie, 31. I'm a grandfather, with, whatever. Let the women win something, right, in this male-dominated world, yeah. So Shanaz, Google Narasimha Rao also, once Prime Minister. I'll tell you the reference because both of them have this pout. Of course, her pout is far more attractive, but he had a pout also. I just remember that, it just came to me, so I just thought we should mention. And so she had this pout, and she's a lovely lady, but very bad Hindi, like much worse than mine. I would be the scholar. There was a guy called Daler Mehndi, who was a little bit out of the limelight now. All the older people, giving away your age, yeah, boss. Don't do that. They're rejecting us. The moment you say ambassador, yes, Daler Mehndi, yes, it's almost like we're tribalism now. We oldies, we are on this side. Screw you, kids. Yeah, fair enough. I get your pain. Yeah, so Daler Mehndi wrote one of the greatest Hindi songs of all time, Punjabi songs of all time, with only one word, Tunak. What a genius! Imagine you're talking about lyrics and titles for Hindi films. He just wrote Tunak. Abhi karo 55 bar. Tunak, 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 tunak. Super hit. World famous song. For 10 years he made so much money from that one song. And so we were touring with him. And I'll tell you a side story quickly, since we have a little time. He used to make I apologize. He used to make an entry on a crane. Okay, which in those days was the big thing. So from 40 feet high, I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, aap pesh karte hain. I had to do it in Hindi. Aap pesh karte hain, the one and only Daler Mehndi. And then boom, 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 all this fireworks. And this thing would descend like a god. Literally the god feeling. And they would have black paper all over, so it looked like he was on nothing. And he'd be standing there like an angel or something, you know. And then suddenly it'd go, you know, it's very, very painful experience. A lovely guy, actually, all said and done. Anyway, so one day, he started descending 35 feet high and it got stuck. Now you can tunak the people some of the time, but you cannot tunak the people all of the time. So after about 72 tunaks, they said, "Ye gana to khatam ho gaya." He's running out of tunaks. And then we all realized he's stuck. It was hilarious. And then tunak, he was getting angry. He was tunaking with, tunak. Yeah. Lovely guy. Anyway, so Daler, so we had to do the whole Punjab circuit. I think like Coke. Coke was a sponsor of Pepsi. Oh, should remember the difference between those two. After the amount of money they spent on advertising to be different. But one of them, Coke or Pepsi. And so we'd go all over. Anyone from Punjab here? So it would be like Ludhiana, then Patiala, Jalandhar, all southern Punjab, all that. So but every place you have to go by car, right? So we'd finish tunaking away till 12 in the night. Then me and Shanaz get into a car and we drive in the night. Okay? But we prefer to sleep in the morning and then again we have to start the next show. So every night we would do that. The problem with Shanaz and girls, ladies, this is something you should remember. You want figures like Priyanka Chopra and Shanaz and all for life. They have a diet. Apples and water. I've seen it myself. That's all they have. Lots of apples and lots of water. But science will tell you if you have 3 to 4 bottles of water, what goes in has to come out. So there we are in the fields of Punjab at 12 in the night. In Gujarati, she's asking me, where can I pee? And I'm like, you know, my dad doesn't own Punjab. I mean, what am I supposed to do? How do you answer that? Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. So she tried her local Punjabi with Pinky. Pinky was a 6'6" driver. And she says, Pinky ji, Jara, please, I swear this is true, guys. I'm not making this up. I do it in my stand-up always because I can't forget it, the pain. Pinky ji, please, mujhe susu ka jagah dikhao. See, when you're desperate, you're desperate. So you just got to get to the point. You know, it's not about being vulgar or anything. You're just frigging desperate about the whole thing. Fair enough. I was in the front seat and I froze because I said, if I get molested here tonight, you know, I mean, Pinky, like the Lafanga in Baikala, Pinky just stopped. He turned around and very stereotypically, he played with his mustache, looked at her up and down twice and said, "Dekhiye ma'am, aap pehla dikhao, fir main bhi dikhaunga." So don't talk to me about Hindi. My Hindi is bad, but there's so many worse people. Pick on them, please. Leave me alone. That's the point of my story. Hello, welcome. Don't worry, don't feel embarrassed. It's a crappy show. It's got a big bag there. Are you a teacher or a student? Nowadays, you can't tell. Student? All right, fair enough. Okay. And then, of course, I have lots of other stories, which I won't bore you with. What I thought I'd do, before we throw it open for questions and answers, is for me, the greatest journalist India has ever produced is a guy called Arnab Goswami. See, because the premise of journalism changed with him, with one man, where he gives you, see, generally you have a conversation, a debate, banter, discourse, and may come to a conclusion at the end. The dynamics are different with him. He's giving you the conclusion. And then you go on. The conclusion is already, he passes the judgment first. What a wonderful way for law to actually work. You will save so much time. You're guilty, shoot him, and then we have a conversation. A lot of love and respect. And amazingly, I've flown with him on a plane once by mistake, as in, you know, well, accident would be the right word. We were sitting together. He's very polite and what we say in Hindi, tamiz. Very, very well behaved and speaks very softly and all. He's very different. And it's almost like he takes a pill, goes in front of the camera and starts screaming, "I have to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Your fly is open." You know, I mean, it's always innocuous. So he just changed journalism. I think now everybody screams. If you don't scream, you won't get a job. It's really scary that way. So I like his debates. So I thought I'll pretend to be him, which can't be hard. And if we can, I've got a few chairs here, so we can have 2 people on one side of the debate and 2 people on the other side. If we can get maybe 2 from staff and 2 from let's say non-staff, don't worry. It's all staff will not judge this, and it's a free for all, right? Free expressions. Come. So staff will not be a problem. Let's get, yeah, come. Yeah. Okay, so we've already got, fair enough. And can we have the teaching community on this side then? Let me just separate this a little bit. Yeah. Can we get one more mic? Ek aur mic bhai? Okay. Okay, we'll fit 3. Come, there's one more chair. Come. Now that you made the walk, and you're a teacher. Teacher? No. Sit there. Now there's one more chair. Don't worry. It'll be very embarrassing to go back. It's like you come for your wedding, the guy doesn't turn up. No. Just sit there. Come. Kaun chair? Kushrubag chair. Come. Sit down. Of course, yeah. This is not Tata Theatre. This is all we've got. Having said this, is beautiful. I grew up in South Bombay schools, which are so small. Your toilet is better. Speaking of your toilet, Kumi, just one request. It's not clear male, female in that sign. I stared at it for a long time. Then one of the ladies, laughingly said, "You go there." It happened in Delhi airport also, where they had a study the feminine male, and I'm all for woke, but it's not clear. Why can't they just write boys and girls, or simple? And then you open the door and there's no coming back from that. No? I mean, 7 women look at you like a creep. It's like your wedding night once again. Ask me why 7 women on my wedding night. In my community, it's allowed. No, I'm kidding. All right, so let's do a little Ornob and let's have some fun with it, okay? So here's a topic which I think would be interesting, which is why can't kids wear what they want? Like absolutely what they want, okay? So as youngsters, you say, propagate your theory for freedom of expression through clothes, short pants, short skirts, short whatever, less is more, however, and be a little old-fashioned. That's your call, all right? Are you okay with it? No, but I support whatever. How dare you? How dare you turn the chair and go that side? Where's your spine? I ask you that. The audacity of your movement in front of everybody. How dare you do that? The nation wants an answer. Stand up when we're talking to you. Face the people, the 8 people who are watching my program, face them. Do you know that if there's a water leakage in Borivali, I blame Pakistan? And if Pakistan's on holiday, I blame China. I'll find a way to blame them. Don't worry. Let's start with this august gentleman on the right. Can you introduce yourself, sir? Who are you? What's your name? Okay, first time with a mic, is it?
No.
That end is for talking, that end is for scratching.
My name's Agastya. I'm from JBC in the school itself.
All right.
I'm in the 11th grade.
Can you tell us a little about yourself for 30 seconds? What do you do? What interesting?
Well, I'm 6 feet and...
Okay, that's damn boring, yaar. I mean, really, we gave him a chance to speak. It has to be his height, like Aadhaar card. Baba, you save the day.
I'm Aryan. I'm 5'3". I turned 15 in 2 days.
What is this height thing?
Stand up.
What is the country coming to?
Look at him.
Is everything in proportion? That's the question you ask yourself. Go to the toilet right now and come back. Give me the details. Sorry about that. Avoid that. You'll get your parents will get a letter later. Remember.
I hope.
I'm so sorry. Please carry on. Yeah,
I'm
go on.
introducing myself. Okay.
Yeah.
I pretend to know a lot about business when I don't really know anything, and I hope to have a debate here which is fruitful, and let's hopefully get to a conclusion which is not Arnab Goswami levels, but
Don't worry, Ratan Tata, Mukesh Ambani, all same philosophy. It's all in the act. The dog has to walk like the dog. That's the key. Sir, can you just introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sarosh. I teach.
But how tall are you? Now you've seen what they've said. Can you believe the audacity of this man?
So I'm 5'11", Dadi Munshi, big fat nose, bald head, and I always.
Wow.
And the reason why I say this because
this is not Shadi.com. Huh?
No,
you guys have to stop
no.
now. This is just a silly banter we're having.
No, because I give this introduction because sometimes in Standard 6, the students call me Miss. I said, such a big miss. 5'11", Dadi Munshi, big fat nose, bald head. Do I look and sound like a miss to you?
Well, what kid thinks you're a woman? I would like to meet that child. I mean, education is not working. Again, all for wokeism, and you could have changed into a woman on Wednesday, that's fine, but they identify you as a female. They actually did that.
Yeah, no, and some say yes and some say no. I said, I think you need to get your eyes checked.
Only in Rambo Circus, they had the bearded lady, which was very famous when I was growing up. You missed that, guys. Now check Rambo Circus, Google.
So I teach geography and language and literature and astronomy also. Yeah.
Astronomy as well?
Yes, sky watching, yes.
Wow, excellent. Tell us a little bit about the stars.
Well, they don't...
Boring! Just kidding, just kidding. Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Gunjan and I'm an educator at this school and I work with the youngest age group of children.
Which is 16.
Which is 2 to 6.
But what do you teach them at 2?
To interact with each other, to
I
socialize.
Yeah, but what is it, like Macbeth? what is a 2-year-old being taught? Tell us a little bit about yourself, but experiences and all that here. Things you want to change in the school. Kumi is listening. There's always self-improvement. We must always have a critical eye inward.
So...
Maybe salary.
No.
No?
No.
It's like a complete communist school. You give them a chance and this is what they say. No. Kumi. Copy.
I don't think so. I would not say we are the best, but yeah, you know, everything that we want to change, the principal is always in support of that. So, yeah.
I must not leave out the principle. Yeah. Yeah, proper communism. Bengali surname also, no?
Yeah.
It's there, somewhere in the DNA. If we dare add.
Yeah, I love the space and, you know, it's...
My God, it's like a Miss World answer, no? Everybody's...
Okay,
I feel like holding hands and
I'm
singing
glad.
Kumbaya or something. It's a beautiful moment now. All you have to see is Mother Teresa as your idol, and that's it. You've got us. Chalo, last.
Hi, good morning. I'm Shweta. I take students all around the world, so you must have guessed what subject I teach.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I was thinking physical education, maybe a kabaddi tournament in China. What do I know, yaar? But that's amazing. When we were learning geography, they had a map which was torn everywhere. Just to point out, Kashmir was clear, so I don't want the center calling me. That was there.
I may seem very strict, but I'm actually fun to be with.
Yeah, I'm sure. If you get to travel and all that, yours must be the fun class. So where have you gone?
Nowhere. We are here. Yet we've seen all around, yes.
Oh, wow.
That's how fun our class
But
is.
would you like to, Principal Ji?
No, I don't work here.
What does that mean? You work somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't
How
work...
dare you
no,
come
you
here?
said...
What's going on? Communism is fine, but this open door policy, any teacher, any student, what's going on? This is how kidnappings happen. Now, back in Allahabad, I understand, but UP is different, yeah. Oh, all right, so where are you from actually?
I work in a school called Shishuvan. It's in Matunga.
Okay, excellent, all right. The Madras Cafe is still there?
Very much.
Do we still have to wait outside?
No, that will never change.
But that's amazing that after 30, 40 years, you're still waiting. Because in Marine Drive, we had the best chole, which is New Yorker. I don't know if you all have ever come there. Now, no longer that popular. They've got a competition, whatever. But Matunga is holding its own with Madras Cafe. Not bad at all. You should leave teaching and get into Madras Cafe. 10% equity and you're done.
But I'm
Plus
already...
you get to go to Madras.
No, but I'm already from that place, so I would rather not get into that.
Oh, you're
it's
like
a household... I mean,
you're like
every
us. We hate the place we're from.
There's
a word for that.
No, only with regard to food.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's like a staple diet.
Okay, no political conversation. Don't get me started. Don't forget the Parsis made a mistake long ago, right? He'll tell you about it. You remember, right? About the 8th century when they left Iran. Supposed to go to Germany. Landed at Gujarat coast. Vegetarian, no alcohol. And above all, don't touch our ladies. Are you mad or what? Don't touch our ladies. All right. So let's have the debate now for at least 2 minutes. Let's understand you young kids want freedom of expression. So go ahead. Okay, you've thrown the ball to them. They have no interest in this conversation. So go ahead.
I'm okay for anything that they wear. Actually, I'm on the wrong side.
You're really flexible. I see a Rahul Gandhi in you.
Please, what a comparison.
Like, I'm not sure what you're saying. Because you're saying this, then you're saying that. You moved the chair twice already.
No, that's just because of the staff is here and the kids are on that side.
Yeah, but you were happy there, then why did you change?
No, how do you know that I was happy?
But you were there for 5 minutes and then suddenly you decided to come this side. I felt victimized personally. It was after you mentioned 6 foot tall and all that. You basically intimidated a teacher.
No, I left before that.
Oh, just before that?
Yes.
He was 5'11" at that point. All right, let's throw it open. One quick last chance at saving the debate. Do you believe in rules and regulations or not in the school? Because there's also that line between flexibility and rigidity. where, you know, we are too strict, then we become too permissive?
I think we are balance of all.
Wow.
We are balance of both.
Okay, I've got a call to switch sides because you are useless. They will be more conservative. Thank God for you students. The conservative thought is with the young. Go ahead.
I think the difference in having a uniform and being able to wear what you want is not about freedom of expression, but it's more about equality, right? When you're in a school, you have kids coming from different demographics, different economic situations, and being able to wear what you wear is not a form of expression, it's more a form of capitalism in a way, and you're trying to segregate people from different economic situations. A uniform changes that. I think personally a uniform makes it even, right? Regardless of where you're from, you can be a friend. I can be friends with Agastya regardless of where he's from, and I don't have to create a judgment in my mind because we're all built equally and we're all wearing the same things.
Very good. But then why don't all Indians wear uniforms? Because the problem is not so much in schools as it is in society in general. So you're saying we should all wear, like in Parsi general, the ward boys have that white and brown, which my friend Kunal wears, and when he came to visit my dad, they thought he was a ward boy. So, but that was lovely because then, you know, we're all the same. So what do you think? Should we all wear uniforms?
Okay, this is going to sound hypocritical, but no. I think having an individual, like we discussed in the previous session as well, we're turning to be an individualistic society, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, okay? Developing cultures is a form of individualism, and individualism stems from development of cultures. As soon as you start wearing uniforms, it's no longer, it's communist, right? You're all becoming Heil Hitler, we're all going to wear the same things, do the same actions, and eventually we're going to come to a place where we're not meant to be. In schools, you're developing as a person. Having that form of judgment at such a young age, creating a sense of judgment about...
This is like youth Congress movement in the 70s, so I'm very worried about this guy. And just for the record, Hitler killed all the communists. So fascism, little different from communism, but I get your point about uniformity. Oof, ouch. The communists won't like that if you mention him in the same breath. Yeah?
We need to go to that part and he needs to come here probably.
So then basically education is not necessary for you. You've passed the bar already. Because you're already in the teacher's shoes.
Arnab Goswami, twisting my words. I did not say that at all. No.
But give him a big hand. I think he's made some very interesting points. And he's the head boy of the school, is it? Oh, okay. But you're a head boy of some school. That means you're the alpha child of that school. The pressure on you to succeed for the next 20 years is huge. Because they only remember the head boy and the lallu. And if the lallu becomes a startup multi-millionaire unicorn punicorn and calls you up and says, "Tune kya kiya?" Don't tell him about communism and uniforms. Because you'll be sweeping some Arthur Road jail. No, I'm kidding. You'll be doing well. Don't worry. All right, guys, I won't bore you. You want to say something, sir?
No, yeah, just I want to say, I mean, where I come from, I think I just have to be comfortable in your clothes. He being 5'11", whatever fits his body and covers everything, I think that's fine.
He's 5'3".
5'3". I mean,
but
I'm just pointing
he's
out.
grown in status. So
Okay.
after conversation.
But I think because whenever I come to school, I just wear, sometimes I'm in jeans, sometimes I'm in formals, but nothing less than that apparently. Otherwise they'll ask me to cover up, but I think...
No, some people take offense, which I've never understood.
Yeah.
If you don't want to give offense, why they take offense? Like I wear short pants. One of my favorite political parties, RSS, was always short pants.
Yeah, I know.
So what is I don't get the correlation between the offense thingy, unless you want to insult someone and hence you're wearing a bikini maybe, and for males I'm saying, and walking around a funeral, you know. Somebody just, Mr. Sharma, may he rest in peace, and you're in two-piece yourself. So that's a little different experience. But thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts. You were very lucid. And you were wasting my time, but what the hell. Give them all a big hand, please. It's just fun. Don't try to humiliate anyone. And the teacher and the staff as well, thank you for being very sporting. I can see it's a much better generation than what we had. We could not be this informal with our teachers, I can tell you. Would have ended very badly, mostly with a cane. Mr. Mehta used to cane us. What a generation we were. Kumi, do you cane? You must cane. They try it once. They should at least know what caning was like. Come on, yeah, it's not fair. Yeah, we also had to choose the cane. And if you're not experienced, you don't know which cane. No, the thin one was very painful. The one like a rapier, which would just bounce up and down. Oh. No, parents were like, "What did you do wrong, you murderer?" It was like, How the world changed. Now you touch a child and they put you in jail. Oh, let me rephrase that. Okay, all right. Now let's throw it open for any questions and sustainability, which was lost completely in this lecture. Another failed performance.
We'll get to sustainability in about like 5 or 10 minutes. Before that, I have a question actually. You've been doing this for how long now?
I think 20 minutes. I don't know. So I did a play in 85 with Pearl, my first play. I was only 14. And I'll quickly tell you that story because there was an ad in the paper and my mom cut it out and said, you want to try? Because I was a little bit of a hyper kid. And so they wanted me to do something, because you get worried that next step is drugs or right-wing party or whatever, In those days, drugs and then right-wing party. Now it's right-wing party, then drugs. So I'm scared they're not reacting, huh?
They don't want to.
Yeah, Parse Sena bhi chena. So anyway, I went there and I remember ringing the bell and the door opened and I fell on Pearl because she's really short. And after that, all the other people in the room were like 18, 19-year-old macho-looking model type men. And I was this 14, podgy, big cheeks, that kind of kid. So either I was in the wrong place or whatever. But luckily, the character was a 14-year-old. And so they were in the wrong place. So by default, I got the part, etc., etc. And then from there, luckily, always right place, right time helps a lot.
Okay. So my question, actually, I want to pinpoint it down to stand-up. What is your preparation or what is the kind of preparation that you put yourself through before a stand-up? Or at least what you used to, I'm guessing.
So there's what we football call set pieces. Who are Liverpool fans here? Thank God. Come in front and sit. Man U fans? Okay, whatever. Fair enough. So you know what set pieces are, right? So in comedy, you have to have some set pieces. There's some guys who like only set pieces, so they have their whatever you're talking about, whether it's political satire, social satire, yourself, roads, chief ministers, dogs, cats. I mean, I'm a real mess in my head. But then there's also organic stuff that happens with the room and people talking and whatever. I like that format a lot because it seems very real and people enjoy it. Because you can't cheat the room. If you remember going back to college and school functions where you come on and say, hello friends. When you hear hello friends, you know you're in the wrong place immediately. And then they don't listen to the crowd. And then if you don't listen to the crowd, you lose the crowd very fast, right? So you try to avoid that. So we learned the hard way. So quickly, if people are talking, if he's doing his thing, include him. So in that sense, so there's many parts to the whole performance. There's organic stuff, there's set pieces, there's crowd interaction. And there's all kinds. And there's lots of things that come in. I've got a scatterbrain myself, so I get distracted, as you know, when I'm talking. I tell you one story and go to another one in the middle and I forget the first story. But I just like doing it that way because it comes naturally to me and I'm lazy. But there are more professional comedians who are very good with their scripts and they don't, they stay right on point from start to finish. Many of them are in the Lok Sabha.
Have you ever created a set script for yourself is what I was...
I do. I have set pieces and all. I do Parsis in Hindi and all, which I've got I can do 15 minutes on that. That's always my fallback because they're all true stories, so I don't even think. Then I've got lots of interesting stories about... depends. We tailor-made things for people also when we go to a certain market or whatever. But I've also got these stories of celebrities. Can I tell you one? Absolutely. Have you heard of Amitabh Bachchan? May I use one bad word? Because if I don't use the bad word, it makes no sense. That's a reality. So Amitabh Bachchan was relaunching himself with a video called Eer Bir Phatte. You can check it out, which was a famous UP folk song. And so it was a big deal for us. I grew up on Amitabh Bachchan. That's my generation. So for us, we're all feeling tension. They all warned me, Brocha, you behave. He's moody. This will happen, that will happen. You make sure you don't be too offensive or smart alecky and whatever. And we sat down and he was very sweet and all that, but he's Amitabh Bachchan and I was a little intimidated, 6'2", and he sits on 3 chairs. He's got this long, he always puts 3 chairs and sits, plastic chairs. And then we started talking and Vasant Valsan, who was my producer, he's a Malayali boy from Delhi, so spoke better Hindi than Malayalam, so you know how screwed up he was. And Vasant would be like, okay, sab log, mobile phone ban karo, in a very aggressive way, which he would not normally use, because everyone had fear and stress about Amitabh being on set. So they all shut their phones. Start talking. I say, Mr. Bachchan, tell us about Eer Bir. India's most famous baritone goes, well, let me tell you, Eer Bir Phatte is basically just a folk tale about, this. And he's going on and we're all going well. And then suddenly, tring, 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 tring. Oh, man. Vasant loses it on the PA and shouts, Kiska phone chalu hai? Kaun hai wo madharchod? Silence in the room. Because he realizes, in front of Mr. Bachchan, you've used the... Everybody stops. There's a 5 seconds, no movement. I think my world is collapsed. Amitabh Bachchan pulls out his own phone and says, "Oh, mother chod main hu." Then he puts it back in and he continues. Now, just great comic timing, but I can't call his bluff. I just looked at his feet after that. I couldn't look at his eyes because I couldn't tell if he's being funny or I think he couldn't resist it. And all of us were like, the moment he left, the way we piled on to Vasant, man, you have no idea. So these are the kind of stories that I have. They're all true and they're unbearable. Real shame.
Okay, I have a couple of points, I think, for the teachers as well as the students. But before we get to that, are there any questions that you would like to ask? Yes.
Agastya ji? Just shout. Yeah, you don't need a mic. Oh, you need a mic. You need a mic.
I have two questions. When you're doing a stand-up, how is it that you train yourself to timing? And the second question is, how do you connect poetry also to like comedy?
How do I? What's the second one?
Connect poetry to comedy. Like if you have seen Zakir Khan, he has a very prolific way of connecting his poems.
But he's educated. Huge difference. The first part about timing, as in how long does it take?
Each joke? Are you referring to each joke?
Like for the audience to understand and then having that timing, then that's...
Yeah, but it's not a collective. 8 people understand, sometimes you go with that. The audience gets divided, make political jokes. Some people get scared to laugh, some laugh more because they believe you're batting for them or whatever. So you just learn, I guess. The main thing is not to override the audience, but other than that, it's all fine.
I mean,
and heckling is great fun for us.
You also get carried away, so then making sure you come back to your jokes that you had decided to talk
sometimes,
about.
I would say, a Bangalore audience is always very giving. If you do shows there, they just forgive you everything, and you can say what you want, and you can attack anyone. They're probably the most easygoing audience. Delhi is always safe because as loud as you want, you can be, as vulgar as you want, you can be. They're all happy. But there are some places where you have to be a little careful. Because, suddenly you're in a certain group and, you said something sexual and the whole room goes quiet. And then you have to come back from that and, and go totally conservative. So, but otherwise the reactions of people is also their personalities. Some people are extroverted and gregarious and loud and they laugh a lot. Like our head boy there, but Agastya is a little more introverted and restrained. Look at his body language. Hands are folded, which means he's not allowing you to understand him. He's not relaxed. After I told you, take your clothes off and chill. Yeah. But please don't, when they tell you, look at the audience and pretend they are naked so you feel comfortable, not a good idea. And number one, my mother's in the audience. So just not a good idea. Don't start that.
Okay. I think on timing, I think that's very, very important because I think even as teachers, we find it a little difficult. We also get carried away a lot, I guess, when we start talking about something, especially when it's literature or language. Agree? Yeah? Okay, great. Next question?
Yeah. Did you prepare for this today?
Nothing. Can't you tell?
Yes.
Come on. I would be disrespecting you by preparing. What do I prepare for?
No, because most stand-up comedians, their flow is like they've never prepared, like it's on the spot. So I wanted to know whether you actually prepared and looked unprepared.
It's amazing when you do that, then they say, wow, you don't prepare and just do your own thing. And if you don't do, they say, why didn't you prepare? It is both ways, it's a little scary. But also this is about sustainability, and the moment Kumi told me that, I said, I better not prepare. Because, it's way beyond my capacity. Why fool people? Yeah. So I didn't want to get into that because I think you've got serious people talking about sustainability per se and as against the subject they're discussing, and you'll get a lot of that and it'll make sense. So I thought we'll be a little lighter and we'll take it from there. And maybe there's a lesson in that there's sustainability in just, relaxing and not taking yourself seriously, which is, except for the suit, that's what but even the suit it's Falguni Patak's from Navratri. I have to return it. Why are you laughing? That's mean. So such a talented woman. Just like Daler Mehndi, she has survived since 1993-94. And just for the Navratri night, basically, those 9 nights is when she makes her money. And then, of course, she goes to Africa, Canada, whatever, and does well there as well. But not bad. 30 years of the same act. There's also Preeti and Pinky, if you follow your Dandiya. And unfortunately, Preeti, Pinky and me started together, and now we all look the same. And they were really pretty. Preeti was pretty, Pinky was pretty, but...
I think this is a good example of being organic.
Yeah.
It's what somebody says.
I'm all about organic.
But I think what Don also pointed out was right, because when you have, I think, a steady script of what you're going to follow, I think brings that level of, oh, you have to complete whatever you've decided to say. So this becomes a little
So
better.
that's a bigger problem actually when you're doing interviews. You'll find journalists, like I remember Rajdeep also watching him, he always wants to go back to his question. But the conversation is going somewhere else. So you don't need to go back to the question because you kill the conversation. It's taken its own turn and then they don't go with it because they're so rigid about, but I have these 5 questions, I want to go to number 3 now. For comedians, I think they're a little bit more about improvisation and they let it flow a little bit, experienced ones at least. I think they realize that you can't just rely on one script after some time, because if it's just flying off people's head, what are you going to do? And what you find funny is not always funny. Sometimes the room is the funniest thing. One person in the room can give you 15 minutes of humor. Just, you just pick on Agastya because everybody finds him funny. No disrespect, it happens. Like I remember doing a show in Andrews where a guy came with his wife says he's wearing a wig. For some reason we discussed this in the audience. We just kept going back and every time we put the spotlight on him, there was a huge clap and he was like, the man of the match, just on that simple wife put down. Yeah. By the way, any wigs here?
I think that becomes a challenge in the classroom, especially when you're sitting with your friends and all, and we have like 28 to 30 kids in a class, and everybody wants to say a different thing, especially when you bring up a topic. I think, most of the topics that you spoke about are the in things, of course, other than the ones that you asked them to Google. But yes, let's go on to the next
Those
question.
are just references. Because I did a podcast with a young girl from Delhi, an influencer, 22, 23-year-old, lovely girl. And for some reason I mentioned Kapil Dev. Maybe the movie was out, 83 or something at that point. And she said, who's Kapil Dev? That's the day I told my mom to give me my passport and drop me off at the border. I've had enough of this country. Because the day has come and they don't know who Kapil Dev is. What am I supposed to say? How old are we? Imagine Mangal Pandey is like way beyond people's capacity.
Okay, any other questions? Yes. Oh my, so many. Very good.
When we talk about people during stand-up comedy or maybe a community, is there anybody who would take offense and how would a comedian deal with it? This is just very personal that I want to know. How does this really work?
In an audience, generally, if someone is slightly offended, you can sort of make it up to them. Because the audience, once the audience is nice to you, generally, it's always easy to milk it a little bit. But if celebrities get offended and people get offended because of some show you've done and all that, it's a little more difficult. Because then, we had a case filed against us by esteemed Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, who's no more. And unfortunately, one of the educated Chief Ministers, who I actually liked a lot, personally speaking, but unfortunately misunderstood the show that we were doing. It was all about Sri Lankan players not being allowed to play and Vishwarupam, which was being released, etc., in Chennai. I'm giving away everything. But so that, to bring that down is a lot more difficult. And we've had a couple of people here and there who've taken offense and we've had to, I think Govinda got offended once, but that's also because my Hindi and his English, that's a language that, it's really challenging. When we had that conversation. But he insisted on switching to English for some reason. And I was doing my best to stay in Hindi. But by and large, with audiences, when we do shows like this, if Agastya gets upset, I'll go and hug him at the end. There's no malice intended, he knows. And plus, we give them a chance to, very often, you guys will laugh more at me getting a put down. And I'm okay with that because I think as long as people are having fun, it's all good. And so they love that if you're a cocky comedian, then somebody says something back to you, the audience just goes berserk. Those are like the biggest moments in the night, and one or two of those happen in the show, and that's always good. Everybody goes home happy. So you don't want to be like, I'm here to humiliate everyone, and shouldn't be in that space. So also when you find the right male, generally it's not with the females, but with the right male who heckles you and takes you on, then that becomes, again, like a tennis match. That's also fun. So these are all the organic parts. I really enjoy that, actually, because we don't know what's going to happen. It's like romance, right? Romance is all great because you don't know what's going to happen. She can leave you tomorrow. Which is a positive thing in marriage, but a negative thing when you're a teenager. I shouldn't say that. Yeah. I have a lovely wife. We use the same razors now. Yeah.
Yes. Can I switch up the question because it's along the same lines? Has there anybody come back to you and told you that whatever you said, kind of gave them a more reflection, sort of to think about something? Have they gone into a serious note once you said something funny?
That would be scary. If they start believing that, that we basically Tolstoy has been performing on stage and there's some inner labyrinth of thought and all that, oof, that's scary, yeah. But we do, because it's satirical from time to time, so people really, like, I find local satire works very well in Mumbai, for example. I can talk about the roads anywhere. If I come to Borivali and I talk about the local situation just in Borivali, huge support from the crowd there. So you just go into that, because that's also satire.
It's a
because
collective problem.
I remember in Andrews, it took 20 minutes to park a car. So everybody had come in that mood. So we just started and just took off on the parking issues and how road repair work in metro is supposed to end in 2021, blah, blah, blah. Just on that, everybody was riffing for about 20 minutes. Because the angst was collective in the room, everybody felt it. So the localization of the topic is always a good idea.
It's a good idea. Okay. We have some more questions, yes?
Go for it.
Yes, go
You'll
ahead.
have to shout.
My question, these days...
Where's the second mic?
Yeah. These days, the shows are scripted. Back in your days, did you really get bashed up during MTV Bakra?
I've got bashed up, not exactly, but I've got hit, yeah.
And
because
how did you still continue with?
no, but see, we can't afford to fight someone. No, after you can't suddenly. I mean, that's really bullying. You're mistaking us for a Gurgaon gang. We're just shooting a silly TV show, and then you got to back off if someone's angry because they're angry. There was this. I remember because his name was Rajput, the Modern Community. He was a struggling artist in Jangir Art Gallery. So in South Bombay Jangir Art Gallery, if you go there, there are these guys who are very talented on the road. I mean, they're 1 inch off MF Hussain or Sousa or whatever, but they don't have the network or the whatever. But really good. My wife's an artist, so I know they all admire these guys a lot. But unfortunately, they don't get the branding and the marketing, if you like, and the push. So we had done this show where, so this young girl and me, she pretends to be an art, it's a channel for art, and she's the VJ or whatever you call it, anchor. And I'm just standing in the background, and she's talking to this guy. And he's finally getting what he thinks is his 5 minutes of fame, which will help his career. We're shooting the canvases and all that, which are there. And he's saying कि मैंने जयपुर से आ गया, मैंने ये किया, मैंने वो किया, मैंने इतना बड़ी struggle है, खाना नहीं था, पानी नहीं, रहने की जगह भी नहीं था, कोई mentor कोई नहीं था. He was giving all his struggle stories and explaining his art also. इसका क्या मतलब है, इसका second मतलब क्या है, blah blah blah. And very interesting, very original sort of speaker, and speaking from the heart. All I did was I kept coming in the middle and saying hello, mummy. A badly behaved boy would do. I just come in front of this camera and go, Mummy, just obnoxious like that. 2-3 times it happened. He very sweetly told me, please, bhai sahab, whatever. And then he went from 0 to 100 in like 1 second, which is always a fear when we're shooting Bakra, because actually people who get angry slowly, there's enough body language for you to back off at the right time. But the worst are these people who are, what they say, still waters run deep. They just kind of, go berserk. It's like that mad uncle at your, Sangeet. So he just took off and he caught my neck and he had this long nail and it was like a knife. And it went in, all blood started coming out and the boys came running and all that. And of course, nobody hit him or anything, but they had to literally pull him off. He cooled down once we explained it to him, but he had so much angst because he's a struggling artist and he thought this was his moment. So he was a really insensitive Bakra later on when he thought about it. And so he was really upset that this idiot is coming in the way of my one chance of getting some promotion, which may one day make me the next Sousa or Hussain or whatever. So in every case, we had to blame is what I'm saying, and we had to back off basically. There was a barber shop that we did Orient in town, and the local gunda came. They all knew, and they told me do it on him because he's a really funny guy and all that. All I did was take out these big garden shears and go try to crop his head in the air. Like just didn't even touch him. And he just turned around and caught my shirt and threw me against the mirror, and 2 of the cameras broke also. And then, of course, when we explain everything to him, he says, which all Indians say, being PhDs in the subject, Pehla kyun nahi bataya? The concept of candid camera is, I don't tell you. Pehla kyun nahi bataya? We don't want an actor, you moron. Everyone says the same thing to us. I'll say one more thing about shooting Bakra is that the class conversation here, we had no problem with poorer sections. They always were sporting. At the end of it, they were angry maybe sometimes, but they were sporting. We could not air 90% of the upper middle class gags. We got a lot of things saying you're picking on poorer people. But all the gags we did in corporate India, on rich people, on friends, on people like yourself, afterwards, they said, please don't air it. Because suddenly, that's the type of person who loses face. So, So I blame you, rich people.
Okay, next question. Yes, go ahead.
Nobody wants. Okay.
You.
I have a question, but you have to promise not to hate me after this. How old are you?
52.
Really?
Yeah, but I bench 375. Huh?
Right.
It's all, I can't even see my hair now because once I started coloring it in my 40s, I don't have the guts now to see how white it is because I know my friends. I have a pal called Rajiv Khanna, lives near me. And the other day, I met him in the morning and I said, Rajiv. And I said, I shouldn't say that because if he saw me with my real hair, it would be a different reaction. Yeah, so now we are, but that's the way it is.
Is your suit padded?
No. Oh, you mean
yeah,
this?
Yeah. Are those shoulder pads?
No.
The shoulder pads.
No, they call me upper body in the Bombay gym. But no, it's not padded. It's
I have a
Falconies.
question for you.
But it's curtain material. You'll see it in like Rang Sharda. This is part of the curtain.
So I have a question for you. You like when you do interviews and when you obviously do stand up, there's clearly a dichotomy there, right? Because when you're doing interviews, you have to probably stick to the script and you have a certain format to run. Is there a time when you probably find something humorous or you find something silly or offensive by perhaps, and then that dichotomy breaks, and how does the other person who's being interviewed take
See,
it?
I don't want to sound arrogant, but I try to have a conversation when I'm like we are having right now, and because there's the word side is means to kill, like suicide, fratricide, patricide, all that. So in art also, if you decide too much, there's no art left. It's just craft, right? Give me 20 questions, I have to keep going back. I prefer the process where it's a little bit more of the subconscious coming through. The other person also enjoys it in an interview. Having said that, if an author comes, Kumi's written a great book, How to Discipline Ugly Children, fair enough. You need to read the book and there'll be some points you'll need to take from it. You can't just ignore it. But even in that, we may, instead of going from chapter 2 to chapter 3, from chapter 2 we may go to chapter 16 and then she might find a reference to Othello. And then we have a nice conversation and there's no pressure. I always think of my favorite conversations, these long flights, rather waiting for long flights, back in the 90s, early 2000s, before the phone. So we actually had a lot of social interaction in those days. What do you do? The 5-hour delay, then all the people on the flight become friends. We start talking to each other because we are collective victims now. And we bitch and moan and all that. And then we have, and I used to really enjoy this. What do you do? Whatever. And people really talk to strangers really nicely, actually. You find the best conversations with people you never see again. That's why I'm saying date once. Sorry.
My question is, what inspired you to become a stand-up comedian?
I didn't complete my law degree, basically. Honestly, I was just doing English theatre, which nobody watched. And because of that, I got to do a lot of voiceovers and dubbings and things like that for Russian films. So I thought that was great because they pay you $3,000 in one thing and for saying a few words. And then from there, FM happened in '93. So we got to do radio first. And then from there, they called us. I was just lucky. If there was a VJ Hunt, I wouldn't have passed anything. Only few people working on radio, so we were all called, got jobs. Then I got work with MTV, and then from there I got different work after that. So it's all the way it happened. My dad's a lawyer, was a lawyer. My grandfather, great-grandfather, all lawyers. So I should have been a lawyer. I'm a one-year GLC grad, Government Law College. So if you can't afford Hari Salve or Abad Ponda or all the big names, you can come to me, and like my cousin Vinny or Jolly LLB, I'll carry my book. By the way, they don't have books anymore. My poor father used to open these big books in the office and search for. Now they just go online. It takes 1 second. These laws are complete.
Books are just for show now.
Yeah. Books are just for show everywhere now, is it? No. Have you heard of this thing called library? It still exists.
Okay. Next question.
Yes, sir. Would being a stand-up comedian earn you a living at the rudimentary level?
What a big word. You give me 5 minutes to find out what that means. So what happens is that it's not a homogeneous country. So if you go to Cal, you'll find Bengali English comics. You'll find in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, very big. But the Tamil circuit is different and the English circuit is slightly different. Same thing with Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai. So what's happening is that people are speaking in their tongue and to their people. Because we can all speak to different lobbies, in a sense. I don't know whether we're going to ever have collective, maybe Zakir is the last of the big collective stars or something which reaches out to a lot of people. I think slowly, it seems to be getting into that phase. I don't care, as long as the building society calls me for the meeting. 7 people who are not paying attention, that's my audience. What do we do about the lift repair? Oh, it's building meetings. I know you guys are too young to get into that. Never get into a building panchayat meeting thingy. It's a waste of time. Everybody wants to be heard. And there's no solution ever offered actually, and nothing ever happens. Oh, it's like the last stages of marriage, similar to cancer. In the meantime, Da Vinci, would you like a drink or something? Is alcohol allowed here? No. Not yet. Maybe next year, right, ma'am?
Next question, please.
So,
Oh.
yes, here. Here. So, what do you do in the case where if you are in a crowd and you've tried every tactic but no one is laughing? There's this one people pleaser who's fake laughing for you, but there's really no one else who's laughing. So, what do you do?
No, but you can always talk about yourself, no? Because that really eases everything up. Because
Nothing's working.
self-deprecating-
You've tried all that you can think of.
Well, don't judge by today's bad performance. Generally, honestly, if that ever happens, you just stop. Because there's no point. It's like you're dying and there's just no end to it. And it has happened to various people. I can't remember it happening for a long period of time. But there are moments in a performance where you sort of go down. You have to change the topic. Sometimes you just hit the wrong note. Like the subject is awkward. And that's also, because that's very good fun for the comedian. Because if it's awkward, they're feeling embarrassed, etc. That's also fun to be, not just the comic part. But if no one's laughing and they're not interested in you or whatever, my wife and I have these conversations every day. She's a lovely lady, but after some time, familiarity breeds contempt, and that's why I say you should all go on Big Boss. That's the best show in India. But look at her thinking. She's convinced that I must be doing many shows where absolutely no one's laughing. I've got to tell my parents about this joker who's not. Can you see that? That's cerebral. Yeah?
Yes.
I think principal ma'am is trying to... Okay, go.
I have to ask this question.
Yeah, please.
Please don't judge me, neither
No.
think I'm
I'm-
orthodox. I'm a teacher.
My self-esteem is very low. I don't even reply to people who say hello because I don't think they're talking to me. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe laughter is the best medicine, but when, as a teacher, I want to implement it in my school level, middle school or till grade 10. The language which we are using in stand-up comedy nowadays too often is not what we can use in the school environment. So I want a solution for this.
I think that's temporary, this sexual freedom that people feel. It's also on the OTTs and all. They need to have bad language all the time. Sometimes it seems forced also. I was watching one of those Anurag Kashyap films, and it's the first time I understood every word in Hindi. Because it was just galis. It was like, this is my language now. So easy, yaar.
So it's like we grew up looking at you and Lola Kutti and all. Like, it was amazing without using those
That's
words.
the character's name.
Yeah.
She knows my name. Yeah.
So I was just 4 or 5.
My God. Ouch. Did I babysit you?
You can say that.
Did I drop you?
Okay.
I had Parkinson's. Don't give me kids.
So how are we going to deal with this? Nowadays it's
See,
only
honestly,
yeah.
I think we make too much out of abuse and profanity and sexual banter and all. I think we should just ignore it sometimes because, people just grow out of it. Like when you're 18, 19, you hear the word, some body part word for the first time and everybody laughs and looks at it. You can't be doing that at 73 now. It's got to stop at some point. So I do think that's just like a phase, and it's also then art. So it looks like, especially in the OTTs, I feel the sexual imagery and it doesn't fit sometimes, it's just forced there because, hey, we are free now. Government allows us to do this, so we'll put it in. Even though it's a story about 2 9-year-olds trying to get into school, we'll have a romance happening on Juhu Beach for 20 minutes. So that...
My kids over there understand that's the comedy.
No, but that's fine. Why is it a big deal? There are bigger crimes out there than all this, Frankly, if you ask me, the way humanity is going, and we don't have to look at Ukraine, Russia, we can start right here. So for me, it's a really smaller issue. And I think if we don't, highlight it so much, it'll just pass. And end of the day, what's just words? How important are your bloody words, ma'am? Sorry.
In the school environment. Ma'am, can you please answer?
Ma'am, they want a contrary adult erudite discussion, and the profanity that the kids are turning to is upsetting her, that they are, being lured by this
they find that funny.
literally bad language or, all that. Yeah. If you use bad language, it'll come on.
Yeah.
Even the technology is primed towards
So I'm
it.
from the generation where if I had to say sa mein aaki matra, la mein aaki matra, I had to know the spelling. And I'm definitely older than you or anyone else in the room perhaps. However, yes, like Cyrus said, we don't really have to take it so seriously. They'll grow out of it eventually. There are other bigger, funnier things to
Also,
focus
I
on.
remember in class, if we would, the teacher gets upset, then we can't let it go. So you can feel the teacher's embarrassed or whatever. So the naughty boys like young Agastya and our head boy there, they might just milk the cow, so to speak, holy as it is. So I think maybe if you just let it go, it'll just, you just highlight it and then it just stays for longer. Like a pimple, which I had now 41 years. We're celebrating the jubilee. I'm like a teenager. At 52, I still have pimples. There's a reason for that, but they're kids here, so.
I have a serious question.
Sorry?
I have a serious question, please.
They've all been serious. They're horrible. The way they've attacked me. One girl says, 20 minutes when no one laughs, what do you do? I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You're a parent and we are teachers. How is your interaction with your
Should ask them now.
child's...
Because my perspective, like Rashomon, is very different. I think I'm a great father and all that. But you talk to my kids, I'm sure it's totally different. They think they have only one parent as far as I know. But I don't know how it works with most parents, but I'm the softer one. Very often I've noticed that. There's one disciplinarian, one hands-on parent, and there's one, he's like the friend really. Who's, if you get angry, he's the parent who comes and says, don't worry and all that, and upsets. We do the same thing, see, we're a dog family, so the same dog techniques are with the kids. So somebody shouts at one dog, and then the other one goes and gives them a biscuit. So the child grows up completely screwed up, in that environment. So I can't say. I've tried to be as open as possible. Bad language, though, in my case, for example, my kids picked up everything by the age of 3 or 4, because when my wife or my good friend Kunal Vijay drive, all the F and B throughout, so there was no hope, okay, and so I couldn't do anything about it. And so much so that now we get restrained by my daughter Maya, who says, no abusing. She's 16 and highly embarrassed at our behavior. So it's almost gone the other way. But if you can avoid being a parent, avoid it. It's a horrible job. There's no respect. It's worse than teaching. Teachers can leave you guys and say, now I don't want to see these ugly people for 12 hours. We can't do anything. My son's in Canada, he's got issues. He calls me up at 1:30 in the morning and talks like it's normal. Like now, because that's the time that he wants to chat, for example. So there's no end to it. So please avoid being parents if you can. Keep a plant. I find plants give you a lot of, just put little pani there and you go look. You can even talk to the plant. Talking to the plant is very, yeah.
Dogs in it.
But they don't look after dogs. This class of people are very bad with dogs. They get dog walkers and other. I'm very racist about dog people who don't look after their own dogs. Yeah? Sorry? There you go. Fantastic. And may I tell you, ladies, like there's a money plant, there's also a funny plant. So we have a connect. We've reached. Yeah. QED. There you go.
Yeah, so I don't have a question, but Cyrus, I think you are much more dressed here than you were on the weekend cover on Big Boss, because we were so used to seeing you in the shorts over there. So I'm answering.
No, but I was making a stand. These idiots want to get ready for the Saturday thing when nobody ever said you have to wear clothes. Yeah. But they all went, as in wear fancy clothes. There's nothing in the contract said that. They never said that, so I'd argue with them. So me and Pooja would be ready in 5 minutes, and from 7 o'clock we're waiting for these monkeys. Each lady would take 2 hours to get ready. There's only 2 bathrooms. It was ridiculous, and some of them look exactly the same after it's all over. You know what I mean? Why go through all that? And the guys the boys, Avinash, I love the guy, but his hair is a separate human being. Because I said, you're ready? Bilkul. So I said, now, so we're coming down? Ab to nahi. Ab baal ka tiyari karna hai. So I said, what does that even mean?
So I'm going back to that context where you talked about, the choice of clothes. I think you did a statement of your own over there, because I saw you in that green shorts throughout the Big Boss.
Green top and blue shorts.
Green top and blue shorts.
Yeah,
the green was common.
Yeah.
So we are again talking eco-friendly.
So there's a couple of the girls finally said that if I don't change the t-shirt, I had a red shirt on for 7 days, they won't give me my eggs. And as a good Indian male who's useless and could do nothing on his own, I was it was like being back with my mom only, because I couldn't do anything, and I was at their mercy. So Falak actually said, and it was very sweet, it was very sweet to me, but she put her foot down and said, you change the shirt or no eggs. So I had to change the shirt. A sad story. For me, highly overrated, but clothes, frankly speaking. Yeah. Although art is important in fashion and all that, it all goes hand in hand. I do feel sometimes we spend too much time. What does Hamlet say? Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man, not always. South Bombay. A horrible school. We had only one driver. We have middle class. Cathedral. Yeah. Terrible, terrible. Please don't go there. Yeah.
I think
I would have had a South Bombay experience. Sorry, yeah.
One of the things that you might have noticed is stand-up comedy is not easy. You have to be fiercely intelligent, extremely witty, and superb with language. So we are not at all disbelieving. We realize how intelligent this person standing in front of us is really.
It's actually much easier than engineering or MBA, I'll tell you honestly. So you want to think about it. You want to spend 5 years in a hostel where you won't see girls forever? Maybe one of those repressed North Indian boys who come out and go, hey, ladki. Just think about it.
And his bio also says that Cyrus can bring humor into anything and everything. So Cyrus has put us into this kind of mood, and now we are going to debate on how to get it into sustainability. So we'll do the latter part of your work.
Fair enough. Or come back next year now. This is India. What's the hurry? Land of Aryabhatta? Land of the zero? Nothing finishes on time here. Sustainability is different in Indian context as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I have two questions. One is...
don't mind, but you look like a student, but you're obviously a teacher.
No.
He's a filmmaker.
Oh, you're a filmmaker. So neither student nor teacher.
I just snuck in.
Yeah,
The door was
okay.
open.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first one being, did you ever doubt your humor? Was there ever a point where you're like, this is not going to work?
I trying to finish my law degree still. I've always kept that pending. Because I had a major in my class in GLC, a major as in army major, 45 years old with kids. I know we used to laugh and what the hell is he doing here and all. And he kept saying, you'll only understand the value of education when you're older. You know, and I never thought of it, but now I really feel like I want to go back and study. I love history, literature. I would love to study them again, you know, and study them properly, do a proper MA, maybe go beyond that, you know. So, I don't know what the question was, but...
No, I asked if ever you thought like, oh, my humor is like...
No, for me, it just all happened. So I couldn't, like the next generation has some idea and then you have your Insta and there's comedy clubs and workshops and whatever. So we're just winging it. It's just been like that. Everything was new. Radio was new. The privatization of television happened, all that. So everything, I had no idea, honestly. I kept telling my dad I'll go back next year to JLC because we know the peon. And you know guys in India, if you know the peon, you get in anywhere. If you know the principal, oh, Saab meeting mein, Saab abhi nahi, wo bahar gaon gaya. But if you know Jairam the peon, you can do anything in life. And that's how you all got into this school, right or no? Very important, the watchman and the peon. Don't ever mess with those guys.
Yeah, the second question is, do you think humor can be inherited?
Oh, you mean like the gay gene?
No,
that they come up with, yeah.
If you want to call
Okay,
it that.
good question.
He's asking if your kids are funny, basically.
Are they funny? How to the parent they're not funny? There's just a drain. Yeah, but I guess they're funny. Everybody's funny to some extent, but I don't put pressure on them. Go and get this job. I think they've looked down on me a lot. So because they won't get into the profession for sure. Because they have no respect, and I think we are so permissive that by the age of 10, my children were talking down to us. So really bad parenting, I have to tell you. Yeah. I don't know. I can't say honestly if they're funny or not. I avoid them. They avoid me. That's the best way to keep a relationship going.
Okay. Any more questions?
One sec. Is it Tinder?
Any other questions other than
No, I'm good.
Okay, yes. We have one more, please. Yes, ma'am.
So how sustainable you are?
How do
Since
you
it
live
is
in
related to sustainability, so.
It's like a bad date, no? We've just met and she asks you a question where do we start? Look, standards are very low. Sorry? Yeah, I know. What if she's serious? I'm saying that. What if she'll go home saying, what a joker, wasted my time. Ask them one question. I'm sustainable in the sense that, in a literal sense, I'm very sustainable. I wear the same clothes. We just mentioned that. I do the same things. I don't like new things. So I like everything old. Sorry? I wouldn't even call them jokes, but there are things that come and go. I have no idea. I don't edit it first, I don't analyze. I honestly believe it's rubbish. So I don't want to get into a thing. If I start taking myself seriously, then the next time they give me an award, I'll be walking around with it. There are people who do that. You see them at the airport with some award saying, Bhayandar's Beta Panchayat has given Ramesh ji a special. There's no point to it, right? And I have got some terrible awards. I have to tell you, really bad ones.
Which has been the worst?
Oh, I don't want to name names, but they're ridiculous because the worse the association, the bigger the award. It's true. Don't give me anything here.
Well, there is a little certificate.
Small, no?
Small
Is okay. You hide it in your pocket, give it to the driver, and it's over.
Okay. Okay, can we take the last question, please?
See, I had a girlfriend, and there was this guy who used to call her up on the phone, landline, and use really bad sexual imagery on the phone. Okay, and she used to cry a lot because this guy was calling her up and abusing her and calling her names, the nicest of which was prostitute. The nicest. So I told her, let me talk to him the next time. So he called up, and not to sound like a hero, and I just turned everything onto his mother. It was a terrible example. But the same bully got really angry. He just lost his shape immediately. So my point is that everybody's fragile, okay? And everybody's thick-skinned. So why are we worried about that too much? You just remember someone's trying to bully you and getting to you. That same person, if the context changes, is completely broken. So, just sort of remember that. And I think we have to take life a little less seriously, including education. What's going to come off it? He's head boy, but his dad owns a huge business in chemicals. He doesn't have to work anyway. Just ate up a space for nothing. So, really don't over-educate yourself to the sense that you come here, you have a good time or whatever, but it's your life also. You're going to die soon. No, in the sense, not tomorrow, but one day you will, so you want to have a life. So I think people put too much, especially in this class of society, education. I see all the kids are so wound up and worried about going abroad and getting good jobs and all that. It's there, but it should be in perspective, and there should be a proportion to that. And the rest of your life, you should, without turning to drugs and alcohol a little bit, you should be able to, enjoy yourself. Very much. I'm a huge fan of the teachers. Listen, I cannot think of a more underpaid group who are overeducated and underpaid. It makes society look ridiculous. It's really it's like black comedy, honestly. And put in very hard hours. We give the people we so-called love the most, we put them in your hands. So I think a lot of people have written papers about this thing that you should be paid more than CEOs. Technically, you should be. What the hell? Yes. So, a huge fan of teachers across the country and whatever level they're teaching, and they're always punching above their weight and doing their best and still smiling and having a good time when they know that they're jokers who are far less educated, far less sincere, and not doing anything close to the work you're doing, who are getting better stuff in life. And that's the reason why we need a revolution, I feel.
Absolutely.
So tomorrow, let's burn the buses. Who's with me? Inkilab! But I don't have a proper profession. No, you could try, but my market is so small. There are like 9 people who survive. And I also give tuitions after 6 to make ends meet. By the way, that's where the money is, now. Kumi, I've been told yearly contract now for tuitions. It's like a lawyer. You've got a retainer.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? Okay, last one, please.
I don't know, but you're making it so, you're putting pressure by even thinking like that. Why do you have to do that? If you just come back in with a more happy attitude, it'll all be good. I also think the kids are different and we should encourage them. Sometimes the child says something and you just, you put an imprint on the child as bad. But that's not quite true. So maybe like Agastya turns out to be, the home minister in 20 years. We don't know. So I'm just saying, let's not put so much pressure on ourselves as teachers also. Ourselves meaning you guys as well. But I think you're doing aren't you happy with the way everybody seems very relaxed and easygoing here? I think that's a pretty good compliment. I would hate to be in a place where all the kids are scared and worried. Like I was discussing with someone about Kadakwasla when we shot in the 90s. Of course, then that's army. And the kids are really worried and apprehensive because they're, away from the family for the first time, etc. It's a much better feeling. Don't judge by the people walking out. Yeah. And I'm the last one to give advice and all that. But I think if you don't take it seriously, because that's like a paradox then, it'll all be good. Yeah. And allow the kids to put their feet up and all. It's small things, yeah. Because I feel you can think better with your legs on a chair. Yeah, a little bit. A cross between discipline and welcome back. It's okay, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay, so some of the points that I put down was, humor is so engagement, you've got memory retention,
What's my grade?
communication skills. You got an A+, if I'm
A+?
Yeah, totally. So
Pressure.
communication skills,
Give me
critical
P,
thinking.
Sustainability, I have to sustain this. A+ kaisa karega?
Okay, so critical thinking, confidence building, creativity, and cultural awareness can all be kind of achieved through stand-up. Is there anything else that anybody would like to add? What are the other things that you could kind of bring to the classroom, leaving aside sustainability for a second?
There's also communal harmony that happens in a community if the room has a good time. I think that's the most rewarding part for everyone. We go out, everybody's happy with each other. It's like India won the match. And you go out for 20 minutes, Indians are living in harmony and happy with each other. And after 20 minutes, you can say, see the Sharmas? You see that ugly sari she wore? Whatever. That's just an example.
The Sharmas.
Sharma is always a safe one. Yeah.
Okay, would anybody like to try something on stand-up comedy?
Someone like to do a piece for 2 minutes?
We have about literally 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Yeah, come. Are? The typical thing that happens when we do shows, now everybody points at somebody else and we keep getting it wrong. They all just keep pointing at whoever. But no pressure, you can do it from there also. Come. It's a very encouraging audience. Look at the standards you're following, nothing. No, like, would you like to do a couple of jokes of your own or make some comments or observations?
So, I live in Kandarpada. And I have this building friend called Raj Chaturvedi. No, his full name is Rajesh Chandran Chaturvedi. So we have a group of friends, and then we always meet once or twice a week to go to the turf to play football or something, or cricket. He's a big cricket fan. He first told me that he'll join the army, and then the very next day he said, I'll be the captain of Indian cricket team and I'll make them win. And he's a very fluent Hindi speaker. Like people from UP, right? So English is a bit like it goes on top of his head. So there's this friend of mine who we call Dheerya. And he came and he said I just came back from a cruise. Like me and my family went for my birthday. And we went to a cruise to America or something. And then he comes and he's like, America mein Americans rehte hai kya? So then we were like, nahi, tu kya socha? Kaun rehta udhar? Then he's like, bhai, mujhe to laga gore log. He was very confused like that. So there's this one. So like nowadays, if you see us boys, we are very much into gymming and like showing our body on Instagram, like flexing and everything, right? So we are going to play, and there's this friend of mine who takes off his shirt and he's wearing his pants and he's playing football. This guy sees that, and then he also removes his shirt and then he runs around and then he's fielding and everything. I mean, he's a very joyful person. Yeah, of course, I love him, and that. I mean, I'm struggling here to make a joke, but but yeah, I got you guys laughing here, so that's very fun. And yeah, and that about the session, like sir, I mean to talk about yourself, to make fun jokes about yourself, and to about the audience, but mainly like the way you conducted the session where you were making jokes like how you're like this and like that. I think that's when a person reaches the utmost point of self-respect. That is when only you can joke about yourself to others. So I really respect that. Absolutely. And thank you for it.
Thank you so much.
Don't tell them we prepared that better. Okay, and can we stop the sirs, yaar? I mean, I understand in the school you want to have a hierarchy and whatever in the army and the police, but generally speaking, I think we have to end the sirs and ma'ams, yeah. It's just unnecessary now. People earning less or earning more shouldn't be, you shouldn't be decided on your sir status because, you know, don't you think? Yeah. You want ma'am? Yeah. Ah, okay. You don't want sir, no?
Absolutely not.
Never know. This world is changing.
Okay. Thank you so much for this. I think we can all give him another round of applause.
For safety, I'm also clapping.
If you would like to have a look at what Tarish has drawn on the spur of the moment, our illustrator, I think based on most of the anecdotes.
I can see my dad who doesn't have a mustache, or rather didn't. But that's fine, don't worry. Yeah. Is that me?
Yes. No?
Okay. Little bit of Ordnop, the red tie? Yeah. That's fine. Oh. That's Dallaire. So, Dallaire has a turban? You don't know who Dallaire is? Okay. This is a Kapil Dev moment again. My favorite artist has no idea who Dallaire is. How old are you? We should know, right? That's scary. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're going to get to sell it, but yeah. Remember, the Belwala will take it, whatever happens.
Requesting Devika ma'am and Kumi to felicitate
Yeah.
Cyrus.
Is it cash?
The one and only Cyrus Brocha.
Oh.
The certificate, Cyrus, that you have to keep.
Hold on.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Take a picture. It's your name. It's your name.
I just didn't want to hold it upside down as usual, because that will stay forever then.
Bag for you.
Thank you. Wow. Body parts of the last guest. They weren't very good, apparently. So judgmental, ma'am. Thank you. My pleasure. Now I'll call up when I reach, which will be Tuesday afternoon, I think. No. Jokes apart, thank you so much, everybody. Really wonderful room. Had a good time. Sorry if I wasted yours. But I would again like to just shine a light on all the people here who run the school and the educators, and not trying to be patronizing at all, but really a lot of respect, a lot of love. And I'm sure you'll appreciate them when you're 50. It takes about 30 years to understand what they do and what they've done. But when you do, they go right up there with mom and dad. Okay, cheers. Everybody have a drink. No.
Thank you, Mrs. Cyrus Brocha, for this hilarious journey. And thank you, Ms. Shalin Vivayana, for your time. Yes, we can break for lunch and we'll resume at 1:30 for the teaching sustainability with visual arts. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
yesterday we had that area. Just sit anywhere. Just sit on the reserved part anywhere. Or even behind, not past. think another 2 minutes left. Yeah, Kusama still coming in. Yeah.
But she had gone for a holiday. She had gone for a holiday, a picnic actually, with her class, and it was a hit and run case. She got badly hit, and the child was in coma for 6 months in Breach Candy Hospital. We've known her. Her grandmother happens to be my doctor, and everyone, including Dr. Farooq Udwadia, who was looking after her, felt that she wouldn't make it. Not only has she made it, she's still in a wheelchair 10 years later. She's still in a wheelchair. She's a brilliant poet and a brilliant painter. And she has sent her books to me and said, give it to each of the schools that participate in GTPS. So I would like one person from each of the schools to please come and take a copy. And she is amazing. She's now teaching art to little children in Bombay International School. So I think this girl is absolutely admirable, Raina Arya, very, very dear to me. And she's a great painter and a great poet. So she wants to share this with you because the book, according to her, makes you realize what she has gone through, but it's all full of hope. That is the interesting part of it, that she's still so ebullient, so full of hope. So if you could please come and take one for each school. Jamnabai is not here today. Jamnabai is coming tomorrow. Just to remind me to give it to Jamnabai. And she wrote a beautiful poem with that, and she was going to illustrate that. But then she just forgot about it, and I didn't want to stress her out. So if it comes, I'm going to pass it on to you. It'll be on the GTPS website. Okay? So with that, Sharon, madam. बुलाओ, उनका है अभी. Thank you and welcome once again to the afternoon session on the second day. Is the summit meaningful to people? But we'll have to sit and debate during the valedictory session of how we can really apply it to school subjects and bring these arts into the classroom. So we'll do that during the valedictory. But I think it's going very well, and the afternoon session features two amazing young people, one from Goa and one from Bangalore, a visual artist and a filmmaker. Welcome Nishant, welcome Pankaj, welcome. And welcome Chairperson Ranjini ma'am, and Sharon, who is going to chair this session. Sharon Rosario is a dedicated and self-driven educator with a passion for shaping young minds. With a remarkable journey spanning since 2000, she has been instrumental in offering a distinctive blend of education, creativity, and a profound commitment to instilling a lifelong passion for learning in students. And I think if we can do that, then we have succeeded. Specializing in IESL, French, and FLE, her teaching philosophy focuses on creating an engaging and inclusive learning environment. Beyond the classroom, she is committed to nurturing lifelong learners and empowering students to thrive academically and linguistically. The term lifelong learners may sound almost cliched, but I think all of us teachers are that, and we should acknowledge that. In my book, I don't call them lesson plans, which is the traditional term used. I call them learning plans, because a teacher is learning from the students. It's just an exchange. So welcome, Sharon, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumi. Well, I'm going to speak here about Mr. Nishant Saldana, a versatile artist whose creative journey encompasses drawing, writing, and photography as central components of his work. His artistic education took him from Central St. Martin's in London to the California Institute of the Arts in Los Angeles, where he pursued a major in filmmaking. Following his studies, Nishant ventured into the animation industry and worked within the independent comics community in the United States. However, he eventually returned to his roots in Goa, India, to embark on an independent art practice. In Goa, Nishant also plays a vital role in coordinating the Amchi Mole Citizens Campaign. And this multifaceted initiative leverages art, science, and legal strategies to advocate for citizen concerns against 3 environmentally destructive infrastructure projects within Goa's largest protected area. Further, underscoring his artistic prowess, Nishant was a selected artist and book end papers designer for the Best American Comics 2019, published by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. He was also part of Netflix USA's Invited Artists program in April 2018. Nishant was also an official guest artist and artist spotlight at Comics Arts Los Angeles, where he also designed the official poster. So, as we savor the aftertaste of a delightful lunch, let's indulge our senses in another exquisite treat, a visual feast by a talented and renowned painter, Mr. Nishant Saldana. Each stroke, each color, each composition serves as a testament to commitment to making the world a better place. Please put it up for Mr. Nishant Saldana.
Yeah, if maybe to see the screen better. So, hi everyone, I'm Nishant, and I just wanted to say two things. Is one, it seems quite difficult to go after Cyrus Brocha's very engaging and hilarious session before. And also two, I'm slightly under the weather, so if you see me sipping hot water in the middle and sounding like this, please excuse that. And I also may sit down at some point. But my presentation, as you see, doesn't have a title page, and that's because it's not going to be a lot of my work. When Kumi invited me to talk about sustainability, if I had to look at my own work, I would say that a lot of it is more connected to myself and to like an introspective process that maybe a young artist has to go through. And through that, the idea of community might seep in, and it should seep in naturally. But the fact is that while I also make a lot of work that is my own, I belong to a group effort in Goa that has really brought together artists and scientists and lawyers together to use art to bring science and law and these kind of ideas that science and law have that are very complex to the forefront. And so I thought it would be much nicer to talk about that because it seemed very directly connected to our whole time over here. But I just thought I would, for some context, take you through some of my work. Sharon talked about comics, and this was the very first comic I did. I studied filmmaking in college and animation, and there was a time where I was, animation is such a complex, laborious process that you're kind of just hiding away in a dark room for a year, and then you make something that's about 2 minutes long. And it can be quite difficult sometimes, especially when you want to make a lot of work and put it out into the world. And there was a time where I was interning at Cartoon Network, and at the end of the internship, they required you to make like a fake pitch for a TV show, or like, and all the people who usually greenlight these shows, they come and it's kind of like a little thing that you get to do to see what the process is. And I had developed this world for an animated TV show at some point, and it was maybe quite conventional, but it had this one very interesting character who was not so much a villain, but a kind of anti-hero called Mr. Good Guy. And then as I developed it, who's not very good to start with, and as I developed this idea, and it kind of is a show that looks at the idea of morality more complexly, and therefore I got turned down by the Netflix pitch because they said, can you not do something so morally complex for children? And I didn't necessarily agree with that idea. So I just started to make comics because the rest of the time I had to work on these very small films that would take very long. And so here's one. And while I still had my final year of college, I really loved screenwriting and writing. And so I took that idea further and developed it into episodes that I wrote. And these were more conventional stories. They are like 3-act structure that they will tell you about, like if you study storytelling, and the kind that will work in a TV show episode. But the comics came out of a lot of the things that couldn't fit in because they were absurd and bizarre and they wouldn't follow a logical thread necessarily to tell a story. And they came out of these single panel ideas. So this is what a lot of my comics look like. And I'm talking about comics because it will also segue into what we do in Goa as well, using the language of comics to bring up environmentally important issues. So these things that I would draw on paper and then color digitally eventually would get printed into these very small DIY zines. Sure. If you can't hear me, you can just let me know and I'll... Oh, sure. No worries. So, as a student abroad, it was, of course, difficult financially, and I was staying in this, like how students live, and with low budgets, and the only way in which I could make copies of my work was to just, actually I would do this in Goa when I would come back for Christmas. I would make these very cheap printable zines, and then I would take it back to the US and sell them. And they had a zine, like you all would know, has a very DIY quality to it. And here's one, this was a kind of an interesting moment where I don't know how it happened, but I got a message from the Best American Comics saying that they had seen some of my work and wanted to feature it in the book. And it was one of the rarer examples of multiple panel comics where it's not just a single image. And I think the reason why I'm also showing this is that when you make art as an independent artist, it's a kind of a strange journey that often doesn't seem to connect to other people a lot. And in my comics, there's a lot of my own ideas and my own fears and my own desires and vulnerabilities and such. But it is very much about yourself or the self. And I kind of realized that that also has to do a lot with being in America, where the main philosophy is you are an individual in the world. And it has its pros and cons. But the moment I came back to Goa, it felt like everything, all the context had shifted. And I was in the place that my family comes from. There was family everywhere. And it kind of seemed like my artwork had to readjust in order to deal with the shift of context that was around me. And so I went back to photography, which was much more a documentarian process. It's a way of actually learning. Like we're talking about learning, we learn by doing everything. But I think in that moment, it required me to take photographs because I did not grow up in Goa, and I was trying to understand what Goa was about. And so I kind of left comics aside for a bit, and I started taking pictures. And slowly the idea of institutions that we belong to, or that we are told we must belong to, or whether we agree with them or not, started to kind of break that bubble of just the individual self. And there were these ideas like the city, or the village, or the family, or the school. It's not like all of society, but it's the next step once you step out of being an individual. And it felt like I needed to understand all of that if I was to be an artist in this place. So one thing that interested me were the interiors of shops in Panjim city, which is the capital of Goa. And it kind of tells you in some way, and I started to take photographs, it tells you in some way what, like just the aesthetics tells you about the history of the place that might even go back 400 or 500 years. And also interestingly about the negotiations between religious and secular ideas, between different political viewpoints, between colonial and native. I think if you just step out in Bombay, you will see that everywhere as well, right? So it was a way of trying to understand my own history, but not by just thinking about what it is that I like, but what is the things that shape the environment around me. This is also the caretaker of my family's ancestral home, where I would go back a lot to, and I would talk to her. I have been photographing her. Her name is Mari. I've been photographing her since I was a kid. And being back in Goa meant that I would definitely have to do that again. And I've also learned a lot from her. And so these are pictures of what a village in Goa looks like. And I would say they're quite different, I guess, from the comics world that was quite bizarre and absurd. And the idea, I think, that I was understanding from all this is that even the idea of a person's self is just not one fixed thing. And it's an ever-moving target. And I think once you realize that, it's kind of comforting because you don't have to worry about what is this that you have to do as an artist, or what is your work really about. And the medium can change so long as you're just sticking to what you are responding to around you. This was a very long-term project that I've started just about my own family and trying to understand the various things the various complexities, trying to be critical about it, as well as trying to see what is there that I would like to hold on to. And I think this early portion of being back in Goa, where they're quite different from the one-off comics. These are longer projects. None of them are necessarily finished. It became a segue for me to start to understand just society in general. And so I think it brings me to the Citizens Campaign, where I would say I've spent most of my time working within. And I'm not even necessarily an artist in the campaign. Like, I don't make drawings for the campaign, but I work within the campaign to think like an artist, and we hopefully like inspire other people who are not artists to do the same. And we learn from others who think differently, like from lawyers and scientists. So I'll have to like take you back to 2020 and the lockdown, where like you will see that these are all scenes from Goa. And what happened in June, actually, when the lockdown was really at its height and everyone was locked in their homes, is that Goans woke up to this idea to this news that many parts of the country, including a really important forest in the state, had been given permission for clearance of thousands and thousands and thousands of trees to be cut down for these large infrastructure projects. And I think what people felt very cheated about was that these were just done over a Zoom call by the central government, and that there was no public hearing involved, which is a very important part of the process. And if you come to Goa, I think, and if you step beyond the idea of beaches and parties and what usually Goa means to the rest of the country, a holiday destination, a place to relax, then you will see that it's a place which has incredible biodiversity. It has the Western Ghats passing through the hinterland. It's a biodiversity hotspot. For example, it's one of the best known spots for birds in the whole country. And these are all almost just a drive away from the beaches and the parts that you would visit. So you can like leave your home and in 40 minutes be right on top of the Western Ghats in deep forests. And it's really, really incredible. And what people also don't realize is that Goans feel very connected to their landscape because they engage with it on a daily basis. We don't live in big urban cities. We have a village structure. And we're engaging with fields all the time, with rivers. And I think there was a sense of maybe being cheated that this happened and people were not involved in the process. So while what you see is a lot of on-ground activity by people, this didn't happen at the very start. But when the lockdown started to ease, it felt like all of that pent-up frustration just seemed to burst onto the streets. And Goa just felt like there were protests everywhere, just about this little patch of forest that you see over there that was cut down without any permission, which indicated that there was a much bigger plan ahead. And you would find people walking from city to city with posters. You would find people gathering outside the Panjam church over here. And you'd find people occupying the railroad. And so what happened was that people who felt very stuck and couldn't do anything about it decided that they should at least try something. If they can't get out and be on the streets and protest, we realized that there was the internet at our disposal. And so I think the whole movement started with just 4 people getting together. 2 of them were artists and 2 of them were scientists, wildlife biologists, all under the age of 35, and mostly just in their late 20s and early 30s. And they just said, what is it that we can do together? And it just so happened to be that they were friends and nothing really. And what came out of that was a very interesting DNA of art and science going together. So I'll just take you through. At the height of the on-ground protests, there were people occupying the railroads because there were 3 projects that were being passed through Maulai National Park, which is the forest I'm talking about. It's Goa's largest protected area. And one of it was an expansion of the railway. I think if any of you have taken the train from Bombay to Goa, you go through the forests of the Western Ghats. You would be passing through the same forest that I'm talking about. And they were planning to expand that railway. So this is the correlation over here. This was the first thing that told us that something was happening in the state, because overnight about 2,000 trees were cut in an area that was private forest for a transmission line substation to be built in order to bring, they said, a lot of electricity into the state of Goa. So what the two artists and the two scientists did is that they found out information about what was going to happen, and they just put out this little bit of graphic design, you could say, and they called it 3 projects, one irreplaceable go in forest, and it just explained the 3 projects: a highway expansion, a railway line, and a transmission line. And it didn't say anything about what the problem was. I think the whole idea was just to raise curiosity. So you will see, it just said my mole and magical mole. It didn't say save mole, or it didn't say protect our forests. It kind of just was a little image that was meant to make you feel like this is yours and this is what's happening to it. And these were the graphics that went out. You can see that they're formatted for Instagram stories, because that is how the message went out, because everyone was locked up in their homes. And that's the railway. If you take the train, you will always go over that bridge with that beautiful waterfall. And along with those 3 images went this little call out with now a very controversial word, toolkit. But it just listed what the projects were, and it said these are the major species threatened in the forest. And it said you can tag these politicians, and it didn't actually say what you should do. It just said what's happening. And at this point, there were a few artists on board. I came on board because one of the people who started the campaign said, would you like to do a drawing? And so I did that. And I think after that, there was a waiting period. And after that, I'll just take you back. After that, suddenly, I think about thousands and thousands of artworks poured on Instagram, and the campaign was tagged. It wasn't actually a campaign then. I think this was a moment when we realized that people actually responded to this little poster, and there were citizens, people in their homes drawing birds and animals and tagging their politicians. And I think nobody really expected much to come off this until that happened. And that's when we decided that there's clearly momentum over here, and that there is an opportunity to really organize and use art to show that the people of Goa reject the idea of the 3 projects. And I think the pandemic in this case worked in the favor, because maybe what it did was that it gave people time at home to actually sit. You're not really running around, you're not going. So you have time to sit and think about the thing that's bothering you, that you've read about. And I think another amazing thing about art is that when somebody makes a drawing, as opposed to signing a petition online, it actually says, without the person realizing it, that somebody spent a lot of time to make this image. And therefore that translates into the idea that someone must have really cared. And I think that is really like one way to really think about art and why it is so powerful. We'll go into more of that as well. I think after that, the campaign felt like it had something to organize around. And so every year since then, we have created these guiding principles for ourselves. And we get together, and again, it's all through art. It's all, of course, all text, and it is things that we write. But we put it out, again, like you can see the Instagram format, because that's all we had. We couldn't get out, and we couldn't gather on the streets. We couldn't do anything else. And it was a kind of very interesting way of the digital realm working for us. And I would also like to highlight that it was at the time when the Black Lives Matter movement was at its highest, and which was also a movement that used a lot of graphics and social media in order to send its message out all over the world. And I think there was definitely that influence as well. So as you can see, the very first guideline for our own selves was hope. Kumi just talked about that as well. And I think like it's very hard to do anything if you don't believe that an alternative is possible. And so that was something that became very helpful to us, to actually believe that something could be changed. Also why we decided that we had to speak about this is because there were these ideas and information passing around that this was not necessarily to develop the state of Goa. We found out that these 3 projects were part of a bigger plan, most likely by one of the very biggest multinational corporations in India, in order to turn Goa into a coal hub. which meant that they wanted to go through the Western Ghats to ease the complexity of having to go all around and bring coal into South Goa, which would then, of course, change the whole landscape of South Goa, and then so that the coal could move basically out of the country or into the country. And so it was an understanding that this wasn't necessarily for the development or the positive development of the state itself, but the politicians kept denying that and saying that Goa has frequent power cuts and then you don't want electricity in your state. Is that the logic that you're going to use? And there was a lot of all of this blackmail and false information. So the one thing that the scientists believe very strongly is that if you want to use art, which is all about tapping into imagination and being very flexible with the idea of what is real or what isn't real, then the science part of it has to be absolutely data proof, and that it can't be just made up science. So if you have your facts very, very well verified, then your art can really do what art is best at and carry those facts with it. I think this was something that helps us even today. It's just 6 little panels. It's called Our Goals and Values of an Ideal Campaigner. And again, you can see that someone has made a comic out of it, which helps us because there's a joke over there, like the second one, which is an important point because we felt a lot of backlash in the beginning. And it just says, an ideal campaigner fights trolls with humor and 8 hours of sleep. In that we decided that this is not any one person's responsibility. And if we really are to be here and sustain ourselves, and now we're a campaign that has been going for 3 years, then we need to realize that we don't just burn out in the beginning. We all get our sleep. We all share with each other if things are being difficult. And the best part I think about it is that we're allowed to step off at any point and return to the campaign without feeling bad that you're not there on the campaign or not. So long as there is a momentum going. But the added thing is that what a drawing can do is bring a lot of jokes into it. And so the drawing that is with that image that says fights troll just says forests suck. And then somebody has completed that by saying the CO2 out of the air so that we can all survive. And so I think that's just a way to engage with some hard science in a way that's funny. And so here's where the language of comics come in, where illustrators could come together and work with us. And we decided that there was so much to actually share, because this was a movement that was not just about stopping some forests from being cut. It meant that it was connected to the government, it was connected to systems of governance, it was connected to legislation, it was connected to science. And it was connected to just citizens who live there and who benefit from being in Goa. So all of these ideas were brought to our page or to our Instagram account and disseminated by WhatsApp and by email and Facebook by making what we call visual explainers. And it's where an artist works with somebody who has written a text from the campaign. It could be a lawyer, it could be a scientist. This one, there was a lot of education that we had to do, and we had to do it for ourselves first. So I think we all grew up knowing the word environmental impact assessment, but there's not much that we can really know about it unless you really engage with it. So I, for one, understood a lot more about environmental impact assessments just by reading this one explainer that was done by an artist and a scientist who worked together. And that's an important word because for it to legally come to fruition, these are important parts of the process that we have to tackle. And we had to make sure that citizens understood the basics of it so that they could get behind the narrative. And so these are cover pages, and they led to a larger post like this, as you see here. I think the most useful one for me, as someone who had not lived in India for a while, and in school you kind of also live in a bubble, was all of the legal and government-related explainers. Like, I only really know now, I think it's what an MLA really does, because I've had to engage on the ground and see how the MLA belongs to society, how the MLA belongs to the government, and actually what the boundaries are between citizens and politicians. And in Goa, it's quite amazing because you can actually go to your MLA's house and bring up an issue and take him a letter, but we would also take him art and then tell him that this is a concern. A school student would go with a drawing and a letter and talk to their politician and have tea with them and say, I want you to bring up this question in the next legislative assembly session. So could you do that, please? And this is my letter that I have written. And the amazing thing again about social media is that the student would then take a photograph of handing the art over to the MLA and then put it up on Twitter and tag the MLA saying, thank you, it was so lovely to meet you, and I hope you bring this up in Legislative Assembly. And I think this is a form of protest which is actually quite effective and very, very subversive, where you just actually plug into the system that's already existed, which is that we talk about democracy all the time, and we talk about the democratic systems that are in jeopardy. But at some point there was a protest that we had, but it wasn't even a protest, it was just a gathering. And a young kid came to speak, and he actually ended his whole speech with, they must change, but first you and me. And then we kind of added that to our goals and values, and we decided that if we are citizens, and if we want the politicians to do something, we just have to tap into the system that actually exists and engage with them and ask them to do it. And you don't have to, like Cyrus said, burn a bus. You can actually go and do the very simple thing of, but collectively, on a large scale, just doing what we completely forget that we should be doing as citizens. That citizens doesn't mean that you're not a politician. Citizens means that you're a citizen, and that therefore you are political. And it's important to remember that you're not just a doctor or a lawyer or a professional of some kind, but you also have an obligation that may not be a monetary transaction to society, which means that you're a citizen of somewhere. And so the campaign became largely about disseminating information like this, and at the same time, lawyers were working very hard parallelly to make all of this valid in court, because it's one thing to have a lot of public agreement and then not have a legal aspect, because ultimately within a democracy all the real battles are won in the courts. And what was very helpful is we formed a bridge using art between what lawyers do and what citizens do as showing concern, and that is using art to explain things about law. So we had often high court update, if you see, or legislative assembly is a few days away, and then you'd have to explain what legislative assembly is, you'd have to explain what an MLA is. The Supreme Court over there covered in trees, as you can see, or making sense of the High Court notice. I think these were really powerful things that just happened because of the three types of professions working together. And while there was that, we would have a species of the month where every day we would talk about an important species. This is the gaur, which is the largest bovine species in the world. It's a wild bison. And somebody would do like a graphic that would explain about the animal itself, but then somebody would do a really sweet illustration. And that was paired with a poem that somebody wrote about remembering how she and her family would go to the forest as a kid and look for bison. So the poem is called Looking for Gaur. And it somehow all seemed to like help each other, all of these processes. I think this was a very powerful image that someone who, did for us, which is, which side are you on? And it showed the railway track and the idea of tigers that live in Goa, which the government also used to use as a thing to say that Goa doesn't have tigers. And recently, some months ago, one of the forest minister of Goa said that tigers are actually just like tourists in Goa. They just pass through. And so then we responded by making a zine called Tigers, Not Tourists, and explaining about the resident tigers that are known to live in Goa, as well as what they were actually referring to was the fact that Goa forms a very, very vital tri-junction forest between Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Goa, which is a vital corridor for tigers to pass. And amazingly, right now there is a process of actually declaring the whole area a tiger reserve as well, which has been another added narrative to all of this. So we had comics come in. You would all, I'm sure, recognize Green Humor's work. And this is a drawing I made of bulbuls, which was a state bird. And it was this idea to point out the irony. The text that went with it said that, you know, we have all of these state-sanctioned emblems of of who we are, but their only home is the Western Ghats because they're an endemic species. So what is the point of having a state bird if you're destroying the only home that it has? Cartoons, illustrations. This one says, trees need hugs too, at the bottom. Stickers. That heart-shaped thing ended up becoming a sticker. It's really worth noting at this point that all of this work was voluntary, that it just came in. It would keep coming in day after day, just from people using social media. We were also able to talk about issues like the coastline and the problems that Goa has, knowing that we can't solve every problem, but just hinting the idea that these environmental areas are actually interconnected and that they are not separate. The coastline is not different from the forest. I wanted to talk about, this was a very interesting moment. We had a lot of very serious moments and intense moments, but we also had apparently 2 Goan chefs who were on the Great British Bake Off, a TV show. And one day we woke up to finding out that they had made a cake about the forest being cut in Goa and used their whole platform, which has like a huge international spotlight on it, to highlight the same problem. And it kind of showed us that that's really all that matters, that whatever platform you have, if it's big or small, you just have to do what you're good at or what you enjoy doing, and you can somehow contribute to an idea that is outside of what you do or that is bigger. And so in our goals and values, we also talk about an ideal campaigner is not someone who is an activist who then gets allocated as, oh, those people are fighting for the forests. It's just a citizen who uses his or her skills to say something about something that they care about. And this obviously got so much attention, and which they chose to send our way, and it was a really lovely gift. And then we thought it would be wonderful to respond back. And so we created a Bake for Mole poster, and we just said, you know, if you also are inspired by this, then why don't you also do that and share your things that you make online. And so there were many, many more, but we had all these amazing cakes and desserts that people made. That one was made just from very particular ingredients that you would find in a forest. There were people who, one drew the whole patch of forest where the waterfall is. There was fungus. It was really fun. And I think this is I'd like to get to this one case study about art, which I think really shows us the power or the potential of art, or rather a visual, over something like text. And that when you look at an artwork, you perceive it all at once. And it's not like a book where it is linear, or music where you listen to music and it progresses in time. The time in a visual functions very differently because it can be as slow or as quick as you choose to engage with it. And an amazing thing about an art piece is that it can be packed with information like this, and you can keep coming back to it and finding more information within it and learning something more. So this is a very, very important piece to our campaign because it shows all 3 of the problems, and it shows what happens. The main problem that the forest faces is this concept of fragmentation, which is that when trees are removed, it starts to fragment the existing environment, which then has cumulative effects over time, and it compounds, and it basically kills an ecosystem. And this talked about if the railway line gets doubled or the highway gets expanded, then these are the following things that will happen. And it looks so deceptive, this drawing. It looks like a children's book illustration from a book that you might see when you're a kid. But it actually was the artist, her name is Jai Borkar, and she took a 7-page document written by, I think, 2 scientists and an architect, and she basically returned the whole 7 pages in this single image. And I think that is really like the power of visuals. And yeah, and what is really amazing is that this drawing has given us so much. I think even months into the campaign, I would discover things that I had no idea existed. Like I learned about buttress trees because I noticed that the tree here has these very fortified roots at the base, and how that these are trees that grow in the forest that grow really tall, so they almost need support, and they grow these extra roots that they have. I noticed that there was a snake that seemed to be flying in the air, and that's when I learned, and a lizard, and I learned about the both gliding lizard and snake that exists in the forest, where these animals actually move from tree to tree by gliding across the air. And there's of course so much more in this. And what was great about this drawing is that you can slowly just keep learning more from it, but you don't have to be, you don't have to worry about the intensity of it when you first engage with it. And it's really amazing. I just met Pankaj just before this conversation, and he said, "Oh, are you from the Amche Mola campaign? I worked on this." And as a filmmaker, Pankaj actually, I didn't realize the campaign had reached out to him, and he actually helped to turn that drawing into little films that we used as episodes. And it gave us material for about a month. And I hope you will talk about it at some point, unless you'd like to now. Okay. And so we could actually just zoom in and just tell one part of the story through these films that also went on Instagram. And so it was a lesson that, you know, as long as you change the form of the art, you can get your story out in different ways. We also put a zine out. We knew that the Chief Justice of India was coming to Goa to inaugurate the new High Court. And so we found a way to sneak a zine to him. We asked somebody who was going to meet him if she could just give this to him as well. And it's just finding any way that you can to get your story out to different people and those who might have. So this was a logical and an emotional appeal to somebody who is at the top of the legal structure, right? And every year we kind of found a way to expand the idea of the campaign, because in the beginning it was very, very clear, and the campaign is still very focused on just these 3, saying no to the 3 projects within the national park, because actually they cut through the whole state of Goa. But we decided that you have to also pick your story, and you have to focus very closely on what you really care about and what you have chosen or believe to be the most difficult aspect. And that there are so few undisturbed forests in the country, just that to fragment one more would just be very, very detrimental. And so we decided to keep our focus as a campaign, because of course it's an all voluntary effort, just to the national park. But of course Goans all over were protesting it from their own villages, because the railway, for example, is going to bring down heritage structures and homes, and so the people of those villages then respond to that. I think the best part about the pandemic, the lockdown lifting, is that we could get out and go on ground. So in order to get to the legal aspect, we had to first start with explaining, and even many of us learning for ourselves, what an MLA is. And so this happened a year ago, in the beginning of the year. And we had all these little campaigns that asked you to make an image and take a photograph of it, and tag your local MLAs, telling them to bring up the questions in Legislative Assembly. We also found ways to track each Legislative Assembly and see if they did bring up the problem of Molay or not. And in the first one, it wasn't brought up at all. But by the end of it, I think 3 sessions down, it was the first topic that was brought up in Legislative Assembly, and it went on, it was like a 40-minute discussion right at the very start. And because of this chart that we could make, which is a simple graphic, it helped to show that we had actually created, we could measure the impact of the campaign on local politicians. At the same time, Goa was facing really bad floods because often once a year the river will expand and the hinterland gets disturbed a lot. And we created a little campaign called Flood Your MLA. And we meant like flood them with emails and messages. And it helped us talk about, for the first time, because our focus was just the national park, it helped us talk about the climate crisis and bring our campaign within the umbrella of the climate crisis. And we went online, we tagged our MLAs, we took pictures of flooded villages, or we asked citizens really to just do that. And again, we use Instagram as our way to get all of this information and action out. This was a really fun moment where somebody said, this is a checklist and you can turn it into a bingo sheet. And this is all that you need to do in order to successfully get your message across to the MLA before the monsoon session of Legislative Assembly. And so people were tagging their friends and finding funny ways to check off all of these. And it was very fun. At one point, a lot of emails got bounced. And so we said that won't stop us. We'll just create templates for Instagram and ask people to tag their MLAs. So we had 3 templates with fixed requests and 1 open one for anyone to type what they wanted and put it up. And it was an opportunity to connect the idea of deforestation with the climate crisis. We also watched Legislative Assembly very closely and quoted every politician's response so people knew where they all stood and could access this information very closely. This was Instagram using a form of citizen journalism to explain the correlation between forests and floods, where we asked people to send us pictures of the forest online, just an open call, and we used them to just explain why forests are important to stop flooding. And if you look at Instagram stories, it kind of uses, again, the language of comics and just creates a little bit of a breakdown of heavy text in order to respond very quickly. This isn't a drawing, but this meant, using photographs meant that we could respond exactly when the floods happened, so that the idea of being on time and being currently with what's happening also is very powerful. And yeah, we got photos from around the state and we labeled all the villages and showed people what was happening. I'll very briefly go over this. I think this was an odd and interesting moment for the campaign where artists actually wrote a letter, which is usually artists don't do the writing, we do the drawing and the dancing and the singing and all of that. But because Goa is home to so many artists and a very, very increasingly large artist community, we decided to put into words why it was so important to protect the natural environment and why our cultural environment is very closely interlinked with the natural environment. And it was an appeal from artists to the body of the Central Empowered Committee, which is a body sanctioned by the Supreme Court, who was asked to send, do a report on ground and report back to the Supreme Court. So while all of this was happening from the citizens' angle, of course the case had reached or was about to reach Supreme Court via due process. And it was a very important moment, all building up to the Central Empowered Committee's visit to Goa. And I think I'm getting to the end of my presentation, but these are just few examples, I think, that I've chosen to speak about because our campaign has been now on for 3 years and we've had so much to do, but I just wanted to give a range of some of the things that we do. This was a very recent project on a larger scale. Usually we do things that are very contained, but somehow are able to be disseminated via social media. But we won a public arts grant during the Serendipity Festival that happens. And so there was a little bit of a budget for making something in person. And so we decided to talk about the environmental impact assessments and why they were so problematic. I'd like to just actually pause here to backtrack just a little bit. As I mentioned, the Supreme Court. because the Central Empowered Committee visited Goa and they met people from all of the stakeholders. They met the politicians, they met the people from the transmission line and the railways, as well as citizens and scientists. And they voted very largely in the favor of the citizens of Goa. And they quoted that they are responding in this way because they have seen just through thousands and thousands of letters and submissions how much this matters to the state of Goa, besides the scientific reasoning and everything else. And then the case reached the Supreme Court, and incredibly, we're still waiting for one, because each project was a different case. But two of them, with the transmission line, the Supreme Court said that they were not allowed to cut a single tree, and there was already an existing transmission line, and only if they could rewire their route to the old line, that they would be allowed to pass through the forest, which is a huge victory. It's never going to be a clear victory, but this is the best you can do, that they could go through the forest but use the existing line. More incredibly, they completely cancelled the railway double tracking, which was the most damaging and dangerous of the three projects. And they quoted again that it was really the citizen appeal and effort that they received so much of that made the final difference to all of the rationale and the scientific aspect of it. So that brings me to this. We're still waiting for the verdict on the road to happen. That brings me to this because while the Supreme Court verdict said that the railway line was economically and environmentally unviable, which is basically a way of just saying, no, it doesn't make sense, and it was scrapped, the railways have now embarked on a long, being very stubborn, have not really heeded the Supreme Court's logic, and embarked on a very long process of reapplying to redo the environmental impact assessments. And it may buy basically 10 years of time, but they're still pretending to just go on with it. And it's almost like it never reached their ears that this was the verdict. And so we decided that, of course, our journey doesn't end there, and that we will now have to respond to this. And so because of that, we used this moment, this public arts grant, to come up with a project called The Case of the Missing Species. And it's actually in order to highlight how flawed the original environmental impact assessments were for the three projects, and really showing that often in a country like ours, environmental impact assessments are not done rigorously, and they're often used possibly to destroy forests than to actually protect them, when they're supposed to be a very objective scientific document about the pros and cons of whether you can develop in a particular environment. And so, for example, the tiger, which is the national animal, the gaur, which is the state animal of Goa, both of which are found in Goa, have no mention in the environmental impact assessments. Because to mention the presence of the tiger would mean that you cannot just do what you want in that forest. And so it's hard to know like how an environmental report can be made that way. But we decided to study those reports and explain that these were the flaws. And so we talked about all the species that were left out of these environmental impact assessments and a little bit about them. This one over here is called the Goan shadow dancer. It's a species of dragonfly that literally exists between like a few rock pools. Its only known habitat in the world is around the waterfall, and it's a hyper endemic species of dragonfly that was just discovered recently. And one of the arguments for not disturbing such forests, especially when there are so many species being discovered newly every day, is that we actually truly do not understand how all of these connect to each other. So by pretending they don't exist, or by pretending that, oh, maybe this is the same as all dragonflies, and creating a value system around it that doesn't correspond to the reality on ground, is a way to actually put ourselves in danger. And a very good example of that would be the COVID pandemic itself, which is known as a zoonotic spillover, which actually happens because a forest is pushed beyond a certain capability of being resilient and coming back. That various viruses and microbes that live in very contained, sort of harmonious balance within their own network, then escape and spread out into the world. And so the forests are, of course, a place where this exists. And so that was one very important scientific reason. So we made these big boards, and then we made postcards using just ordinary postcards that we would get from the post office, but printing 36 species that were not included in the EIAs. There were many, many species. We just chose 36, and which included, again, the state bird and the state animal. And we translated into Konkani as well as English, and we had people come over and sit at an activity table, read all of our material, which had then been printed into zines, which I have brought with me. So if you all would like, after Pankaj's talk or whenever there's a moment, maybe I think we will set up in the exhibition area. You can come and look at our zines. So it got people to come and learn something about the forest, but then use their right to expression as citizens to write something at the back. And we created an open source address book of all of your MLAs. So if you didn't know who your MLA was, you could just look up your village and find who it is, and write a letter to either the organization who is conducting the new EIAs, or to the Railway Minister of India, the Prime Minister of India, the Chief Minister of Goa, and the various environmental ministers and power ministers at the state and national level. And it was a way of filling back these empty spaces of the missing species by putting, and so it was this thing that happened over a week where you would not only get to write a postcard, but you'd get to stamp it and then hang it up on the display so people could come and read your messages and be inspired and add to that. And it was really amazing to see this level of concern for things as, for wildlife. And this is what it looked like on an average. And by the end, we had filled up all of this, and it was really lovely to see. And of course, then we posted them out, and they would have reached whoever. I just want to end the discussion on this because we realize basically there's a very complex relationship we have to the digital space. But in our case, it was so helpful that we would not have been able to survive as a campaign, or we're talking about being sustainable. It meant that using social media meant that we never had to print anything out. It also meant that we didn't have to spend fuel going to places and meeting up. We could do Zoom calls. We could meet. I was not even in Goa. I was stuck in my parents' home in Belgaum for the first 6 months of the campaign. But I was connected to everyone via Zoom. And it talks about this tension that exists between the physical world and the digital world, but how it can be leveraged, really. I think and I think what was really amazing, though, is that after the pandemic lifted, we got to actually be on ground, which was another experience altogether, and that was truly wonderful. And the point was to occupy space as a citizen is very, very important. Often we looked, whether it's digital or physical. Often, if you look at public infrastructure, and you look really closely at it, even at public parks, you will find that they are designed so as not for people to sit together and have conversations and think. And you'll find benches that are facing nothing in particular, not tables where you can actually sit and have a conversation face to face. And so it's up to us as citizens to rework that idea of public space and occupy it. And because that means visibility. So there was just a documentation I had done of the Panjim church and the steps. And it's very interesting to think about this, the idea of a staircase being so vital. It has been a historical site of protest and of gathering and of also commercialization. And it was just something that we thought about a lot, because the first on-ground engagement and the second on-ground engagement we had was because the church gave us permission to use their space. But if any of you have been to Goa, you will probably recognize this facade. This is a very iconic photo from the opinion poll, which was in the late 60s, which decided whether Goa would, it was during the language debate, and decided whether Goa would become part of Maharashtra or not. And people voted not to join Maharashtra by showing up in numbers. And this was known as the opinion poll. And we've later seen these steps. I think you'll find them today filled with tourists, and you will also find like a car company using it to showcase their car. And I think what's very fascinating is that just to think about public spaces. This is also when we had our first engagement, it was on-ground engagement, it was on Children's Day, and people came from all over just to be there to sing songs. You know, at that time it was when the Jerusalem trend was happening, so there was a lot of that happening here. And this is a banner that we had painted. While that was a very peaceful event, we had another one on Liberation Day, which was not at all peaceful. And there were young citizens coming from South Goa on their buses that were apprehended and taken to the police station. And about 70 of us or 90 of us were detained. And it was mostly young people who were just sat there with art in order to show that, you know, and it was planned on Liberation Day, which was when Goa stopped being Portuguese-controlled territory on December 19th, 1961. And at the same time, the reason apparently for the detainment was that the president was visiting Goa, and they had used that as an excuse to basically apprehend all of the citizens who had gathered. And it became a strange, very violent moment, which is something we were not used to. And I think it again speaks to the power of art, because really it was all just people sitting there with posters in their hand and really nothing else. But it led to this moment of a kind of just a breach and a kind of violence. And you can see that this is all that was happening. And I think this is a very powerful image because of the masks and the infrastructure of the city behind the young children. And the interesting thing about this, and why it was why they couldn't actually arrest anyone, is that talking about public space, it's how we perceive public space that matters more than its actual use. Because people assume that those steps are public space, and the police can detain you without a warrant on public space. But they had actually forgotten, because the church steps are so iconic and everyone occupies them, that it was owned by the church. And so to detain so many people from public property without a warrant is not allowed. And so it became a thing that worked in our favor. And also these visuals, particularly this, helped the campaign get national recognition and also international recognition, because it's something that's quite shocking to see. And again, the power of photographs and the power of just images. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Do we do questions now?
I'd like to make a comment. Way back in the 1950s, there was this American writer called Tony Cade Bambara. And Tony Cade Bambara came out and said that art is a perfectly legitimate way of participating in struggle. And that is exactly what we've seen in this brilliant presentation of Nishant's today. I think what is so powerful for me is that in the earlier times, we used to talk about art for art's sake, art for morality's sake, but now it's art for survival's sake. And that is why this whole conference is so important. And I do wish you teachers and students, even after the conference, really think of ways in which art can be used to make a better world, the way Nishant has indicated. So much of learning, we have to learn first, working with the scientists, working with the legal people to get everything right. It really shows commitment and love for the planet. It's not enough to just say, I am not going to throw waste here. Of course, that's important, but it's much more than that. So thank you. That was a brilliant presentation, Nisha. Really.
I just wanted to just complete also your thought about art for art's sake. That's why I talked about my own work before, which I think is also important on some level, because you need to understand yourself. But then you start to realize that yourself is connected to a lot more than just your own perception of yourself. But within the campaign, I think it's very gratifying to do work like this, which may not be my own personal work, because one, it belongs to something much larger, and it belongs to a community that I care about, which is my fellow people from my home state. But also that I think one thing that the campaign has taught me, and we talk about now also, is this idea that knowledge, and this is what the scientists bring to the campaign, is that the idea that knowledge is actionable, and also that art is actionable. And I think that's very helpful, because if you know something, the act of doing is as powerful or sometimes more powerful than just knowing the thing. And it kind of, for me, settled this debate about research and academia. And you don't have to be all of that, because sometimes information then stays in a certain place. But I think what art can do is move information out of the silos that it generally exists in into maybe larger realms, like, for example, the public.
Any questions?
Yeah, can we have some questions, please?
Okay. I think it was really beautiful to see the entire presentation, and you talked about how community and how the art community really, and even the Goan community, they were all really participative in this. Can we have an estimate number of how many people participated in the entire campaign, like to this day?
You know, that's a very good question, and that's probably something that's difficult for me to answer, because one is that the campaign, because of the way it was designed, it kind of feels like it's anyone's campaign. And the other thing with the structure of our campaign, it is incredibly decentralized, in that we don't, like for example, me not knowing that Pankaj was part of a very vital part of our campaign with this particular image, is because somebody else was in charge of it, and I didn't have to worry about that. And it actually helps the campaign keep going, because we work in these very small groups, we call them working groups, where I help run the art side of the campaign with 3 other members, and it just matters. We report back to the larger group every now and then, but it's really just our initiative with the 3 of us or the 4 of us who are helping to sort of fine-tune certain decisions. And it means that the lawyers can bring what they are best at to the table, and we can do what we do, we know. But in terms of estimates, for example, I can maybe speak a bit on the art. For example, one person, and therefore this model of the campaign makes people think that, oh, I have something that I want to say. Then you don't reach out to the campaign and ask us to do it. You kind of do it yourself wherever you are, and then we will help you to disseminate what you're doing, or you will automatically, by doing it, become part of the Amche Mola campaign. So for example, one person, a very amazing campaigner of ours, Giulio, he decided to have a school competition. And just within the competition, and there were maybe 2,000 entries of artworks, and it's something that we'd never be able to even show on Instagram or online, but the fact that 2,000 artworks exist there. Another group of, that's Giulio, who unfortunately passed away in COVID, but he was a very, very vital part, and we often tribute him at the end, because it created a huge gap in our campaign that we had to work to overcome without him. But that was his idea, and the fact that a school competition could lead to 2,000 artworks was just amazing. It actually didn't show, it just showed more that people cared about this topic than that they were doing it because they thought there was a competition involved. And for example, we know what we have done in our main, like at one point I had a slide that said image making at the periphery and the center. So I understand what we are doing with art, like the zines and the visual explainers, but I think it's been very hard to keep track of who has been part of the campaign and who has not.
Nishant, you'd be very happy to know that one of the things that will come out of this conference is that students themselves are creating reports they are going to create a white paper and we are going to give it to the government to say that art can be used in these ways, and we hope you're going to promote the arts. So that is our bit of action at the end of this program.
I also think as artists who grow up in India, who want to be artists, there's always a hierarchy that you're placed within, within society. And this campaign has showed me that an artist and a scientist can work exactly on the same level, along with lawyers, to influence each other's thinking. At one point, I actually thought that I was very observant of the world because because that's what I do as an artist. And when I have to look at something to draw it, I have to really look at it. But when I spent time with wildlife biologists, I noticed that they were looking far closer than I ever imagined one could look. I would look at the color of maybe a purple tree crab and think about how good that purple looks when it's, walking over a yellow leaf, or why does it live in a tree, and kind of just thinking of the visuals. But the scientist is looking sort of closer even at why that color purple exists and what is its function and its role. And it's quite fascinating to then have each profession influence the other when there isn't an idea of centralization or a hierarchy that this profession is important and this profession is not important.
First of all, thank you for enlightening us with all this thing, because I am sure about it that many of us are not aware about a lot of things, especially Save Moleh. So my question to you is, where can we find this all details so that we can, go back and discuss with our students and,
actually, that's
share these information, the platform?
That's a nice question, and we have just started on-ground engagement with schools and institutions where we take our zine library, we talk about the campaign. I'm not sure about how we would do some school outside of Goa, but we could definitely reach out to you, and if you could connect with us. Then we have been now for the first time going to schools with our material to talk to students, and every campaigner, again, which helps, there's no set prescribed way in which we do this. So every campaigner volunteers to do one on-ground engagement, and it can be of anything that they choose. And so, for example, my on-ground engagement within this campaign for this year is being here today. And so somebody else's could be something else entirely. So it would be wonderful to hear from you, and then we could plan something that would be effective.
Nishant?
Questions? Yeah.
Yes.
We have another question there.
Hi, I actually have two questions for you. So when you talk about using arts as community engagement or using arts as a cultural connector, from an educator's point of view, when, say, for example, an art teacher is teaching the arts in the school level, and when you also talk about using art as a cultural connector, what do you think would be a good starting point to probably inculcate within schools?
I think that's a very good and a difficult question.
Because I was wondering about that. I was trying.
Yeah. I think that has been a lesson for me too, because I went to 2 art schools, and what we focused on was craft, and we focused on the history of art and a skill set at a very high level that is required by industry, for example. But the campaign has showed me that just the act of making art at whatever level is likely to be more powerful, because a work of art comes with all sorts of subtext that we don't realize. Like, for example, it just shows that somebody puts time and put basically care and love into it, because you can't really make a work of art if you don't love the thing that you're doing. You won't be able to draw well. So it doesn't matter your skill set, your drawing will be powerful if you really care about that. So I think that would be maybe a good starting point. And it goes back to the start of our campaign, which didn't talk about, for the first, I think, even 3 months, we never talked about the problems in Moleh or the 3 projects. We sort of just called it, like the phase 1 for us was just called Wonder of the Forest. And it was just about highlighting the beautiful things that live in the forest. So all the early artworks that came in was not loaded politically and sort of with a kind of a through line. It was just, I love these birds and these butterflies and they might be in danger. And it was just a drawing of a bird and a butterfly. But collectively, that really, yeah, it just showed that people cared about that.
My second question to you is, in fact, about this slide. So when you talk about these, this work that you've done, as an artist, you also said that a lot of these works are a constant work in progress. As an artist, where do you decide that a project ends? Because it's so difficult sometimes that you start off with a project because of the passion, but you just don't know where to stop. So where do you draw the line?
So again, a very difficult question. And it's something that I've had to, I think, learn to be intuitive about, which only comes from practice. I think it also comes from showing your work to people a lot, because it's, and kind of assessing the process, because it's easier to learn eventually, or maybe it's not easy, but say I do one painting, like my comic, for example, I know where it ends because as soon as I've colored it, it's over. The good thing about that also, though, is that that's where it only ends for me. Once I put it out into the world, it's a completely different work of art that I really didn't make, because it really connects to, it's going to change for whoever views it, right? And so a work of art doesn't necessarily end, and later I may decide to compile them and make them into a little booklet. But I only thought about the one part that I was making in that moment. Why these ones, which are the projects that came from moving to Goa, are I don't find them to be conclusive, is because it feels like it's very vast, and it's something that will not only come through. So I think of all my photography projects as 10-year projects, in that I know that I don't make money off my photography, but I put money into it that I maybe earn from my illustration projects. And because photography, one, is very ubiquitous, it's all over, everyone takes photographs. Then for something to form, it's not as simple as maybe doing a drawing, right? In that, I think over years of working with the same material, then I might know how I would like to present it to the world. And I think, again, that just comes from practice. Whereas, for example, the campaign, it's very clear. You make an art statement and you put it out into the world, and it's about the collective impact of that. So I don't know if that helps. I think you have to just get a feel for it. And why it helps to show people is that it's a lot easier to overwork a project than it is to actually stop it where it feels done. And actually where it feels done is it might actually feel slightly incomplete, but that's actually the area of maximum potential, which means that when you share it with somebody, they're able to put themselves and navigate their own experiences through your work. So I think that's maybe a practice that you have to develop. And it's something I'm learning as well every day.
Hi, Nishant, I have a question for you. Firstly, when we talk about climate change and we talk about sustainability, it is so important that we start thinking at systems level instead of the individual level. And that was so powerful, that the whole presentation that you brought up, because what we do at system level is just a microscopic effort that we put, where big corporations are pumping in a lot of money and are destroying the forest. Having said that, around 37% of the population in Goa are senior citizens. So how did you reach out to the senior citizens and get them to mobilize, because they are not on social media, on the digital platform the way the younger generation is?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it was, one is that through this process, we discovered that every social media platform has a different age group. So a certain like say somebody over the age of 45 or 40 was more likely to be reached on Facebook. Whereas somebody younger than me, we reached them on Instagram. Journalists came to us, and everyone on Twitter, for example. And we had to realize that, just like you think about anything, like Twitter is very different from Instagram, in that Instagram posts, we would let material sit with us before we decided to put it up, because it mattered, unfortunately, to the concept of Instagram that that the page also feels thoughtful and pretty. And so we had to think about that as well, because that is the way to survive on Instagram. But Twitter is about passion and rage, and you just do it immediately and then it fizzles out. But you can create a moment much better on Twitter than you can on Instagram, which is more like a slow burn. And so we designed our Instagram for people to keep returning to and not feel overwhelmed and cluttered. And there's a lot of logic, even how we put posts together in terms of what their colors might be. We go through phases where it goes from greens to pinks and we're just very lucky that there's so much art that we can do that. Or we sometimes intervene and also help facilitate that. I think senior citizens, who are very, very important to the social structure of Goa, what you can't really see in a citizens campaign is actually a lot of the best thing about like the family structure and people living with their grandmothers and grandfathers and uncles and aunts in Goa is that you can have something like this happen, where the child or the person at home brings the issue up to the senior citizen and they all participate. And Goa being based on a village structure, the engagement is less nuclear. And there's a lot of like the ideas spread through the community sort of more effectively when it comes to age barriers. But also what is not maybe visible from the outside is that there is a lot of writing that happens behind the scenes. And we were, in the first year, I think we were featured in the newspaper almost every day, because it was everyday news. It was very big at one point. And the newspapers was how we got to senior citizens. And it was also because there were sympathetic newspapers who would say, if you have something to say, we'll print it or we'll publish it. And that had to do with a lot of press releases being written all the time. So if we didn't have that material to provide to the newspapers, it likely wouldn't have been in the newspapers every day. But that is things that happens behind the scenes. Yeah, so.
Three short, small questions for you, Nisha. One, you said you came back to Goa. What made you? Is it this project or was it something else? Let me finish the three that you. Then last year we performed in Serendipity, and for the first time, I came to Goa the first time in 1962, just after it. And then again, and this Serendipity Festival is huge. Do they support you? That's a question. The other one is that the artworks are all, it's again coming from Facebook age, hand done, or are you using other digital media? How, and is there some way that a workbook could be made of how a project like this can be done, the problems or the pitfalls as well, and the danger for students?
Could you elaborate on danger?
Sorry?
Could you elaborate on danger for students? What do you mean?
I mean, as an artist, is most of the, like for the large picture, is painted hand, or is it done on how, or you mix the two?
Yeah. So, that was your first question, right? Is it digital or? Yeah, coming back to Goa, or why I came back to Goa. So I was working in the animation industry in Los Angeles, and because of like even your visa being so strict, I realized that I couldn't do an industry in the US is just industry scale, right? It's how you fit into a pipeline, and I was feeling rather stuck. In college, it was very free that you had to do everything and you had to make your film all by yourself and work with musicians, and it's like this dream world version of making art. And then you go into the industry and you're kind of only allowed to do one thing, and I found that very unsettling. And I also like, for example, I could make comics, but I couldn't really make a profession out of them because I didn't have a visa that allowed me to not to make comics as well as be in animation, though those things are very closely related in real life, somehow not in the visa world. And so it was a strange and difficult decision, but I decided to come back and give myself a few years to expand out. And it was this strange conundrum of, where do I go in India? Do I go to Bombay? Or somebody told me, oh, Hyderabad is where all the animation is happening. And all of this seemed very like strange to me, but I went for a weekend to Goa with my parents. and had grown up in Chennai, so we knew Goa just as people who visited and had a lot of family there. But something about just being there for the weekend and engaging with the space made me feel that I, at the very least, I have to start here and I have to come back. And it was driven by this idea that having not grown up there, but grown up in Chennai, I felt like I needed to do this work, the work of understanding. If I'm not going to be part of industry, then I have to understand my own context so as to understand other contexts as well. And so it was wanting to know about the history of Goa, wanting to know about the history of my own family, and kind of just understanding all of that, which I think an artist will have to do at some point in their career, because all work, whether any work, is a work of identity. It really is that. And even the campaign is very much fueled by this idea of identity, actually, and who are we as Goans, for example. These are all the subtexts. So I just went there to start this kind of a project, and the campaign happened much later. The other question was, there's no prescribed way in which art has been made, and that's been like really wonderful, and I hope that was reflected also just in the slides that I showed for the campaign, because it's not us dictating the terms of making the art. It's people handing in art. Like, it went from cakes to those large boards printed out in the park, to postcards, to digital works. Some works are entirely digital. And we also had this amazing group of 20 artists who they are more like fine artists and sculptors, and they got together and they decided to put together a show called Mandalas for Mole. And they are fine artists in Goa, or they are contemporary artists, and they had sculptural works and things you would show at an art gallery almost. But they used that aspect of their practice to talk about the issue. So yeah, there hasn't been a fixed way. It's just that a lot of our dissemination happens online. So it eventually becomes a digital copy. And we don't claim to own any of the art, we just show it. And sort of curate the narrative through that. About serendipity, that's a very complex question, and I could sense it. But that was the first time that we had, I think there was a sort of a learning post-serendipity that helped us understand that it was a lot of effort and time that went to the project, which could have maybe actually been spent elsewhere, in that it was the first time that we, because it was Serendipity Scale, which is a very, very big festival in India, it required a kind of the opposite of the way in which we usually engage with art, which is quick and very felt and immediate and structured over time, whereas the Serendipity one felt like a very big build-up where we had to show that not only are we artists or concerned citizens, but very skilled at what we do, and all of the things that didn't seem necessarily needed for the campaign. And we also realized that when you work with, say, a festival, the political contexts are very different, in that the chief guest of the festival was the Chief Minister of Goa. And we didn't realize in the process of working with Serendipity that we had been given a venue, but then we kind of got all the other things around us were moved away, and we were quite isolated. And so it didn't reach the festival audience, and then we had to find ways in which to bring people to our project. And so in that sense, it didn't feel supported necessarily. And it also felt like it required a lot of energy, but it was a learning for us. And it was also the first time we worked with a budget. I think the best thing about the campaign is that it's a completely money neutral zone, in that we've not really even had to print things before, because we just decided that if we have a gathering or something, if we really feel like doing some few prints, we do that, and we then reuse those prints for everything, like until it really just falls apart. And so far, even that hasn't happened. With Serendipity, we had a budget because we required to buy all of those materials. And it's really what keeps, in a place like Goa, it really keeps the spirit of the campaign sort of perceived as not, what's the word for it, ulterior, when you keep money out of it. Which also means that the effort is tremendous in that you have to constantly find people willing to put their time down. But it has been very gratifying precisely because of that, I think, because again, it creates that space of equality. And also people not thinking, oh, what is their real motivation? Are they running a campaign to make money, you know? Those kind of things. So we have very, very clear-cut rules about that. And then we realized that the campaign is basically successful because it was self-determining. But then when you engage with a really large institution or a festival, we had forgotten that that would not be the kind of self-determination aspect didn't really exist. Yeah, I think that was the learning. But it was a good one. And the project itself was very exciting to do. Thanks a lot.
Do we have any more questions?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can we just take one last question now? Thank you.
Hello Nishant, Aruna here. What you are doing is commendable. I think I see you as a real hero because we do talk about being activist, or we also preach in the class that, you know, yes, we motivate children also to do it, but it is very difficult to change things at political and at corporate level. And you did it with your team. I think that is commendable. I mean, like, that's not the word. It is really, really a big thing, big achievement. Congratulations for that. I have a question that during this process, did you ever feel that you started your journey as an artist, maybe that, you know, want to show what you feel like and things like that. Did you feel like you are doing something else now? Are you turning from an artist to an activist? Did you feel threatened any moment because what you were trying to change was really big, you know, was at political and corporate level? So did you feel ever threatened? Did you feel that you may not actually achieve this, how art can just change things, you know, I don't have people or something else to it?
That's a really great question, and it's something I think about every day, I think. I think about it less now because I think in the beginning, the whole idea of like me going to Goa was this idea of figuring out what is it that I wanted to do. I was being so individualistic that I didn't even want to work in a company, for example, right? Or be part of an industrial process. And I think the early part of the campaign, I think the one thing that just overrode any concern, which helped me, and I'm sure all of my colleagues, many of whom are artists, beyond it, that it had nothing almost to do with our art. And therefore, I know you say that it's very commendable and all that, but it helps us, if we never think of, we don't really think about, we're not trying to achieve that kind of an idea of being an activist or changing something politically, you know, making a big shift. And I think that's helpful in the long run, because if you think of your task as a huge mountain, it becomes very, very difficult. So the idea that we are all just nuts and bolts in a system is really what keeps us going. And that we kind of tell ourselves that we're not heroes or activists, but we're just a small cog in something. And that little part can be replaced, and it actually takes the pressure off. And we focus on small goals that collectively hopefully come together. But the emphasis is more on doing it anyway. And there have been many things that didn't work out and many things that did work out. But the beginning, there was a lot of conflict with my idea of my own work, and is this the work? Is this my own work? And I don't know if they're resolved yet, but and that's precisely why I showed the earlier work of mine, or the work that is separate from the campaign, and how, and it was me understanding that it's up to each person or each artist to define what artist means for them. And there seems to be a correlation between your own work and a collective work, and that is the idea of the self, which I was talking about. Whereas my comics are very much me at the center of it, though I am processing it all through a fictionalized world. But when you replace the idea of yourself, is you kind of erase the self in order to be part of a community or a larger thing. And so it's that negotiation which you have to keep, I guess, walking. I know you had a question, but I'll let Sharon. There was one question.
Maybe one more? Okay, yeah.
When there are people who are seeking employment in Goa, because sometimes villagers believe that a certain project will bring with it wealth and prosperity and break the shackles of unemployment,
Yeah.
then do locals sometimes oppose you?
Yeah. So that's again a great question, and this is something where I would say retrospectively, because we also try to be self-reflective at every stage of our campaign, and perhaps because we were young people from not from the village itself, and it was led with a concept of science backing rather than society backing it, the argument. Perhaps we didn't do enough of that, of creating a bridge between people who live there. But at the same time, we have many campaigners who are directly from Mole, and they, I'm not sure about the idea of employment and things like that, but they know, many of them were opposed to the transmission line, which was the one thing that was affecting, different projects affected different villages basically. And again, the thing about Goa is that the decentralized nature of it allows each village to respond in its own way. For example, the people in South Goa, that's where it feels like a real revolution, where you see like candles and people blocking the railways and all of that. Whereas we were we were closer to Panjim, and we didn't have any of that heat. In Mole itself, and that's because people stood to lose their own homes in South Goa, where the railway line would be removing their homes. And so they fought their battle on that level. In Mole, a lot of them talked about the ills of the transmission line, where they could hear this buzzing sound, where it affected their cell phone network. And it also became quite clear that these were not projects for people. It was largely for large multinational corporations. And so that was largely the argument that we use.
Well, so today I think we can truly say, like we've always known, that it says action speaks louder than words. We can say art speaks louder than words. Thank you, Nishant, for seamlessly brushing and blending together creativity and purpose. He has proven that art has the potential to be a catalyst for change and power to shape not only our perception, but also our world. Thank you once again, Nishant.
Oh, sure. Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nishant Saldana, once more, for giving us a glimpse into your artistic universe, a universe with color and substance. Thank you.
I just had a request. We usually take this. This is that banner that you saw in the photograph. We usually take this to all our on-ground effects. If anyone would like, if anyone would like to be in this photograph with us, that would be really lovely.
Do you have the students coming? Is it that long?
I'll take one as well, just so I can.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just get. We'll get that clear. Okay, people, close the door. Ari, Rose. Look ahead. Thank you. Yeah, that's I've learned it. I know, yeah, lots of training, weddings, everything. So then when I've seen the picture, it looks very close. There's one more group, I think. Yeah, there's one more group. Sharon, there's one more group. Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Nishant Saldana. Moving on to our next segment of teaching sustainability through films. We have our chairperson, Dr. Ranjini Krishnaswamy.
we will not be able to have a tea break right now. So if there's anyone who want to probably use the restroom, we'll begin in about 2 minutes.
We start? I'll take. Moving on to our next segment of teaching sustainability through films. Allow me to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Ranjini Krishnaswamy, who will be guiding us through this session. Dr. Ranjini Krishnaswamy, I'm so sorry, is a national award-winning educator with over 4 decades of experience in academia, including teacher training. 25 years of which she's been a principal at the secondary and higher secondary levels. Her doctoral thesis was in curricular strategies and environmental perspective. She has presented papers both in India and abroad. She's co-authored several books for school students. Her contribution to the NEP 2020 has been acknowledged and incorporated. Currently, she's the Director Education for the Dosi Realty Group, who have made their foray into education and is mentoring their educational projects. Her USP is setting up schools and turning around schools facing challenges. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, Dr. Ranjini, and we welcome you once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. You, Pankaj and I were talking, and we said we felt like we were in a cricket match, that is, where the stumps are going to be drawn, and the night watchman has to come inside to just hold the fort till the real batsman comes in. But I can promise you, it's not a this night watchman is going to keep you enthralled, not just for those few overs, but you're going to be asking for more. He not just makes films, he writes them, directs them, and produces them. But what is very interesting is that he's written stories, and he uses storytelling as an art form to teach sustainability. And I have his permission to cut short the entire thing, otherwise we'll be waiting here till the cows come home. But this is important. He's written 2 books. One book called Young Doll, which is set in Ladakh, and it chronicles the life of a young girl called Young Doll, who grows up wanting to see a snow leopard. And his second title, Eldo, is about a walk in the storm by the sea at night, an open invitation to the reader to step out into the wilderness and embrace nature. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all my lovely young friends, presenting to you Pankaj Singh, the young storyteller who's going to take you into the world of stories.
Yeah, hi. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll be brief. Of all the gatherings that I'm a part of, I kind of feel out of place at most of the events, I mean the few events that I go to. But that's not the case here. That's because of the theme, the topic of the event, the summit, which is sustainability. And sustainability is, I can say, it's central to my existence. I wouldn't use the word sustainability, I would say more living lightly or living with less. And so I feel like I belong here. This is me about 2 years ago. That's an image of me sitting on a wooden box that once belonged to my grandmother. And in that box is basically everything I owned at that point. So all my personal belongings, all the possessions that I call my own were in that box. And I thought I wouldn't go any lower than that ever, because I knew that at some point in time I would come to own more things that wouldn't go in the box. So just to make a memory out of it, I took this photograph. And so as you can see, sustainability is kind of like I fit right in. Yeah, and I write for a living. I write a little bit, and I make documentary films. I write stories for picture books, and then currently I'm writing a book on trees and the human connection to trees, and aside from making the films. But today, I would want to make a case for storytelling more than talking to you about filmmaking, because I think if I can get some of you kicked about telling a story to begin with, I think that's half the job done. Then you can choose whatever the art form that you want to choose to tell a story. That's fine. But if you can get kicked about telling a story or sharing a story with someone, I think I'll be happy with that. So not only do I feel like I belong here, but I also feel at home. The reason being that my father was a teacher. He was a professor. I mean, he taught all his life. And so when the lights went out at home, all of my friends would go out running to play hide and seek in the dark for extra thrill. But I would stay indoors, and that's because that was when he told us stories, and in the dark. And that was when he had time, so I would stay back. And I would sit across from him in the hall, and his voice would come at me from across the hall, and it would be all dark. And that was how I was introduced to the art of storytelling. And I never forgot the stories he told me. And I grew up thinking, man, I want to tell stories like that, right? And I gather that a lot of you here are teachers and students. So I feel like I'm at home because of that kind of experience that I had with my father. And not just that, it's, I would say teachers are storytellers, right? I mean, that's what you're doing. It's an act of telling a story to someone through concepts, through ideas. And students, you're gathering stories, you're listening to stories, right? So you're already primed, I would say. If you were to go out there and tell a story, you're already, you're tuned to do it. Now, yeah, I'm going to be talking about storytelling. Now, let's think about what is the place of storytelling in human lives, right? How far do we go back when it comes to storytelling? I believe that storytelling is how humanity remembers itself, right? Cultures, traditions, folklore, music, all of that has been passed down through stories, right? And it's how through generations of people telling each other stories, whether written or oral or etched on rocks, it's the telling of stories in different forms that have carried down. And that's how important storytelling is to our existence. And now let's look at our lives today. When you meet friends, right? When you meet friends, when you're catching up, what do? You meet with them and then you exchange stories from your lives, right? You're telling them what happened with what's been happening, and it's gossip or whatever, but you're telling a story, right? And when you're alone, what do? You go to an OTT, and then you search for a story that matches your mood or the kind of story that you're in the mood for. And then when you're sleeping, what do? You're dreaming, right? That story, again, it's your subconscious telling you stories. It's to dream is to tell yourself stories, right? That's what is happening. And I mean, think about that, right? It's happening at a subconscious level. It's like breath. You don't will yourself to breathe. You don't say, okay, I'm going to breathe now. And similarly, there's a part of you that's telling you stories while you sleep. So that's how deeply ingrained storytelling is to our existence. So I'm only reminding you all of all of this. It's not like you don't know it. But I thought it'd be just good to put things in context. Now, what is the place of storytelling, or rather films on sustainability today? I would say we're living in exciting times, right? This is the best time to be telling stories, honestly. Why? It's because this is Juhu, right? This is visiting Bombay like 2 months ago. Me and my friends decided to go play football, and this was our playground. Trash and sludge. We didn't play, but at least we got a good photo out of it. This is happening right now, okay? And in the Pacific Ocean, far away from all of us, in the middle of the ocean, there's something called the Pacific Garbage Patch, right? It's literally an island of trash just floating. And 3 times the size of France, yes. Yes, that's some idea of scale for you. Now, in that pile of trash are articles that probably once belonged to you and me. So they're all out there floating with yours and my name on it, right? So that's happening right now. But then there's this also that's happening right now. I mean, a lot of you, I'm sure, know about the story of Warsaw. All trash, and suddenly you have like olive ridleys hatching after decades. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, things look bad. Yes, everything's going to hell. But also, this is happening, as in the present offers us all the opportunity to make amends. I'm saying that it's not so far gone that you can't fix it, that you can still, with the tools available, you can make a difference, right? So what that means is the hope that all of us feel right now is the most tangible hope can ever be, right? Now you can look at things happening and you can go, okay, let me change it. Like Amche Mola is a brilliant example, right? Like those protests would mean nothing if all the trees were gone, right? Or rather, they would mean little if all the trees were gone. So the hope we feel is actually very real, and we have access to that hope. So I think just by being alive in this point of time, I think we're incredibly lucky. And so films on sustainability, I think they're important because you need those films, you need those stories to further that hope, to strengthen that hope, and to propagate that hope. So you can be pessimistic, but then also you can't avoid the fact that we're in this ever-shrinking window where we can make a difference, right? And again, take the context of time. Let's say you were alive like 60 years ago or 70 years ago. And to have a camera, you would either have to be rich or resourceful or lucky, right? You couldn't just go out on the street or the market and get a camera and tell, and if you wanted to tell a story or make a film, that wouldn't be possible. But look at us now. It's the age of reels, right? I mean, it's my nighttime ritual. I look at reels, I look at funny reels, and I laugh myself to sleep. And my friends laugh at me, and they're like, oh, you're like those teenage kids, you like reels. But I tell them that, I mean, look at the power of storytelling here. Look at the power of the tools available. Look at how many people are telling stories. In 30 seconds, in 15 seconds, somebody can make you feel wonder, somebody can make you feel pain, fear, anger, laughter. ROFL, right, in 15 seconds. So I think that's just fantastic. But, and it's not just that, you also have the medium where people will come and readily watch something you created. And again, 60 years ago, you had a camera, you made a film, where would you put it, right? People would either have to go to a theater or be part of some elite club that had projectors. So I say we are incredibly lucky to be alive right now where we can tell stories, and we need storytelling right now. Can you turn the lights off, please? I'm just going to show you a film quickly. It's a 5-minute film. So you get an idea of the kind of people we profile and the kind of landscapes and the ideas and opinions that we would like to sort of document. And then we can talk about this.
चार्ल्स डार्विनने म्हटले आहे की पृथ्वीवरील जीवाची उत्पत्ती ही एका उबदार डबक्यामध्ये झाली होती काही करोड वर्षांपूर्वी. कसं दिसत असेल हे डबकं, हा विचार माझ्या मनात येईल. जिथे या सगळ्याची सुरुवात झाली, कदाचित कुठल्या तरी साधारण इतर डबक्यासारखंच. याचमुळे मला वाटतं की निसर्गातली कोणतीही छोटी गोष्ट, मग ती कितीही अगदी साधारण दिसो, ती वाचवायला हवी, कारण ती गोष्ट जीवनदायिनी असू शकते. माझं नाव मल्हार इंदुलकर, माझं वय 26 वर्ष. मी लहान असल्यापासूनच माझी ओढ पाण्याकडे होती. मला पाण्याच्या जवळ राहायला कायमच आवडत असे. मला नेहमीच जलचर झाडे व जीवजंतू ह्याबद्दल कुतूहल वाटे. आणि एक दिवशी अचानक मी स्वतःला मिरिस्टिका स्वॅम्पसमोर उभं पाहिलं. एक असं जंगल जे पाण्यामध्ये उभं होतं, एक असं जंगल जे माणसाच्या अस्तित्वापेक्षाही जुनं. एवढंच काय, तर हिमालयाच्याही जन्माच्या अगोदरपासून अस्तित्वात असलेले हे जंगल तेव्हा अस्तित्वात होते जेव्हा खंड विघटित झाले आणि एका नवीन जगाची निर्मिती झाली, एक जिवंत जीवाश्म. पश्चिम घाटामध्ये काही निवडक ठिकाणी मिरिस्टिका स्वॅम्पचे विखुरलेले पट्टे आहेत. काही ठिकाणी ग्रामस्थांना यांचे महत्त्व जाणवले आहे आणि यांना देवराई म्हणून राखले गेले. इतर ठिकाणी यांना संरक्षण नाही. गेले काही काळ आम्ही इथल्या गावागावांमध्ये फिरतोय. लोकांना सांगतो आहे की हे जंगल किती महत्त्वाचे आहे आणि आपल्या भूमीबद्दल, इथल्या वृक्षवल्ली आणि यात राहणाऱ्या जीवसृष्टीबद्दल आपल्याला अभिमान का असायला हवा. पावसाळ्यामध्ये काही लोक त्यांच्या भातशेतीमध्ये येणारे मासे पकडतात. ही ती वेळ आहे ज्यावेळी मासे अंडी सोडतात आणि अशावेळी त्यांना एकटे सोडले पाहिजे. जर त्यांना पुनरुत्पादित होऊन दिले नाही तर येत्या काळामध्ये मासेमारीवरती त्याचा विपरीत परिणाम होईल. आम्ही ग्रामस्थांसोबत बोलून ह्या वेळेमध्ये मासे पकडू नये असे त्यांना सांगतो आहे, जेणेकरून येत्या काळामध्ये पूर्ण गावाला जास्त मासे मिळू शकतील. ह्याचाच अर्थ पाणमांजरांसाठी जास्त खाद्य. एका देवराईमध्ये जर तुम्हाला काही हवं असेल, तुम्ही त्यासाठी एक प्रार्थना करावी. तुमच्या स्वतःच्या शब्दांमध्ये ज्या आदरपूर्वक त्या दिव्य वनाला सांगेल की मी ही छोटी गोष्ट इथून नेतोय ज्याची मला खरंच गरज आहे आणि याबद्दल मी ऋणी आहे. हे जंगल आणि मासे कायम फक्त देत आलेत. कधी मनात येते की सर्वांनीच याचा आदर केला पाहिजे आणि त्यांच्या योगदानाचे महत्त्व जाणले पाहिजे. आपल्याला जेवढ्याची गरज आहे तितकेच घेऊन आणि याचे संरक्षण करून आपण याचा देवत्वाचा आदर केला पाहिजे. कधी मनात विचार येतो हे पूर्ण वन्यजीव जगत एक देवराई असावी.
All right. Gauging by that response, I can safely say that you kind of liked it, right? All right. So how did I get here? I mean, how did we get here? From can we have the lights off, please? Just the From being a complete beginners a few years ago. There's three of us who make films, to being able to produce something like this, which is nice. I would say it's a decent film. I mean, for people who came in listening to the talk, I mean, you probably expect like a 5-year plan or like things that I did or things that I would tell you to do so you could get to a point where you could make decent films. But this is all I have for you today. This is the single most important piece of advice I would give to anybody who wants to go out there and start making films. What is wonder? I mean, in the context of Malhar, it's standing beneath that rainforest cathedral and being in awe, right? Being like wonder, feeling wonder that invokes awe, and which in turn invokes a sense of responsibility. Where he goes, I mean, I watched him, right? I mean, we were there for 2 days with him, and he said, "This is so beautiful. I could be here and feel like I was transported back in time, like a couple of million years ago. Would look the same, right? I like this place so much. I asked myself, what can I do for this place? What can how can I offer my services to this place? And that sense of responsibility is what gets him going back to that forest every day and doing the work that he does. Right? And in my case, I'm fascinated by man's connection with nature and how we fit in our environment, in our natural landscapes, and how they shape us in turn. And so Malhar's story is fascinating, right? It fascinates me, so I want to explore that thought more, so I make this film. Wonder invokes expression in me, and I think I did okay, right? So, thank you. Yeah, so, I mean, wonder is all I'll tell you, because what it is it's like a trap door, right, that suddenly opens up, and then you have access to this inner place where ideas live and flow, where it's like finding your muse. That's the equivalent. And why I keep talking about wonder so much is because once you find something that moves you enough, that it motivates you to do something, then it translates in every action, like every frame, every word, every stroke, everything that you do, it sort of shows, because you need to love something. Like in Malhar's case, you need to love something enough to be able to protect it, right? With expression, with art, it's the same. If you're not moved by something that you want to do, then I don't think creating something will be, the product may not be as great as you would like it, or, so I wouldn't call it a hack, but I would just say it's just been the guiding light for me, and this is what has worked for me. So wonder is what I have for you. And people ask, like, how do I find it, or, I didn't think about it until I was preparing this presentation, so I will say I don't really have an answer. It's just important to find yourself engaged in conversations, find yourself in places, in situations where you're most likely to be, exposed to ideas which change something in you, which get you thinking, which make you automatically reach for a pen, or your camera, or your instrument, or whatever it is that is your calling. So it's important to be in the midst of this landscape where you get inspired, and it's different for different people, right? There's an artist called Yoya Kosama, a Japanese painter, and she's obsessed with painting polka dots. Most of her work is just paintings and paintings and paintings of polka dots. But people from all around the world come to look at her work. I mean, don't ask me what they find in it, but they find something in it that they come looking for her. And there's another artist called Philip Guston, who just likes to paint shoes. There's hundreds of paintings of shoes, a mundane object such as a shoe. Even again, I don't know why, or it's not something that I would be awed about, but there is an audience for that. And my friend, he just likes to photograph doors, and he just shares images of doors. There's an audience for that. So I'm saying these are the things that move these creators. And it's not necessary that the story you tell will move everybody, but you'll find your type of weird, because there are people out there and there's different types of audience. So don't ever be sort of don't wonder about who else will find meaning in your work, because it's just important to honestly put your work out, and then from there on it has its own afterlife. It just lives its own life, and it goes and meets people who meet it with their own stories. So yeah, that's my bit on wonder, which is I wonder how you'll use it to make films. But here's another short film. We can talk about it after it's screened. Can you turn off the lights, please?
காடு இரவில் எப்படி ஒளியெழுப்பும் என்பதை நீங்கள் அறிவீர்கள். அங்கு உயிரினங்கள் நடப்பு மற்றும் ஒன்றோடொன்று விளையாடுவதை கேட்கக்கூடும். நான் எப்பொழுதும் அந்த ஒளியை கேட்டுக்கொண்டேதான் உறங்குவேன். ஆனால் ஒவ்வொரு இரவின் போதும் காடு உங்களை எழுப்ப தேர்வு செய்கிறது. அதிகாலை 2 மணி. எனக்கு ஒரு சில பொருட்கள் வெளியில் நகர்வது போன்ற சத்தம் கேட்டது. எல்லா இரவையும் போல் இது காற்றாகவோ அல்லது எலிகளின் செயலாகவோ இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் அன்று அது அவ்வாறு இல்லை. அந்த சத்தம் வலுவாகவும் சற்று நெருக்கமாகவும் வளர்ந்து கொண்டே இருந்தது. நான் பின்வாசலுக்கு சென்று கதவை மெதுவாக திறந்தேன். என் கதவுக்கு வெளியே அது அவன்தான். அந்த மலைப்பகுதியில் தனியாக சுற்றித் திரிந்த ஆண் கொம்பன் யானைகளில் ஒருவன். நான் கதவை அடைத்துவிட்டு அவனை அழைத்தேன். நான் இங்குதான் இருக்கின்றேன். நாங்கள் இங்குதான் இருக்கின்றோம். நான், என் மனைவி மற்றும் எங்களது குழந்தை. நீ இங்கிருந்து சென்று விடு. நீ இங்கே பல நாள் சுற்றித் திரிந்து எங்கள் இருப்பிடத்தை எல்லாம் கண்டறிந்தாய். பின்பு ஏன் இவ்வளவு அருகில் வருகிறாய்? நீ குருடனாய் வளர்ந்திருக்கிறாயா? அவன் அசையாமல் அப்படியே நின்று கொண்டிருந்தான். நான் என் மனைவி மற்றும் மகளை எழுப்பினேன். நாம் இங்கிருந்து புறப்பட வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னேன். வெளியில் சற்று நேரம் ஒரு அமைதி நிலவியது. ஆனால் அது நீண்ட நேரம் நீடிக்கவில்லை. பிறகு அந்த கதவு பறந்து திறந்தது. அந்த பெரிய தலை என் சமையலறைக்குள் வருவதை கண்டேன். அவன் தும்பிக்கை உள்ளே நுழைய ஆரம்பித்தது. நாங்கள் வீட்டிற்கு உள்ளே ஓடினோம். அவன் கதவிற்கு வெளியே வருவதை எங்களால் கேட்க முடிந்தது. பயம் கலந்த நடுக்கத்தோடு நான் சில பொருட்களை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு என் குடும்பத்தோடு வெளியே ஓடினேன். சற்று மலைக்கு அருகில் ஒரு மாளிகை இருந்தது. நாங்கள் அங்கு பாதுகாப்பாக இருக்க முடியும் என்று எனக்கு தோன்றியது. நாங்கள் எங்களால் இயன்றவரை வேகமாக ஓடினோம். நான் அந்த இருட்டில் விளக்கை ஒளிரச் செய்தேன். அவன் அங்கேயும் இருக்கிறான். நாங்கள் வந்த பாதைக்கு அருகே சற்று குறுகிய பாதை வழியாக அவன் வந்திருக்கிறான். அவன் எப்போதும் அந்த மாளிகையை நோக்கி விரைகிறான். எனக்கு வேறு ஏதாவது ஒரு பாதையில் செல்லலாம் என்ற எண்ணம் எழுந்தது. ஆனால் அந்த மாளிகை தான் பாதுகாப்பானது என்பதை உணர்ந்திருந்தேன். என் மனைவியும் மகளும் அழுது கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். நாங்கள் நழுவி விழுந்தோம். ஆனாலும் தொடர்ந்தோம். எங்கோ அந்த இருட்டில் அவன் இருக்கிறான் என்பதை உணர்ந்தோம். நாங்கள் அந்த மாளிகையை அடைந்தோம். நான் அப்பொழுதுதான் உணர்ந்தேன் எங்களிடம் சாவி இல்லை என்பதை. நான் விரக்தியில் பூட்டு மற்றும் சங்கிலியை கத்தியை கொண்டு வெட்டினேன். அவன் அருகில் வருவதை எங்களால் உணர முடிந்தது. அந்த சங்கிலி துண்டாகும் வரை நான் வெட்டினேன். அவன் வருவதற்கு சற்று முன்பு நாங்கள் அந்த வாயிலின் உள்ளே நுழைந்திருந்தோம். நாங்கள் இப்பொழுதுதான் பாதுகாப்பாக இருக்கிறோம். அவனும் மலை மேல் ஏறுவதை தொடர்ந்தான். இப்படி ஒரு நிகழ்விற்கு பிறகு நாங்கள் அந்த வீட்டை விட்டு வேறொரு பாதுகாப்பான இடத்திற்கு சென்றிருப்போம் என்று நீங்கள் எண்ணி இருப்பீர்கள். ஆனால் என் வீடு இங்கேதான் உள்ளது. அந்த மலைகள், மரங்கள், அடர்ந்த பாதைகள் மற்றும் நீரோடைகளுக்கு இடையில் நாங்கள் காடறின மக்கள். காலம் காலமாக எமது முன்னோர்கள் இந்த காடுகளில் நடந்தும் வசித்தும் இந்த காட்டுவாழ் விலங்குகளோடு வாழ பழகி கொண்டனர். யானைகள், சிறுத்தைகள், கரடிகள் மற்றும் புலிகளுக்கு இந்த காட்டில் பாதை உள்ளது. அதேபோல் எங்களுக்கும் பாதை உள்ளது. ஒரு சில சமயங்களில் எங்களது பாதைகள் மாறலாம். எப்போதாவது ஒரு கரடியோ யானையோ உங்களது பாதையில் பார்க்க நேர்ந்தால் சத்தமிடவோ அல்லது குச்சியை அவை மீது எரிந்து அவைகளை பயமுறுத்துவதையோ தவிர்க்க வேண்டும். ஒருவேளை நீங்கள் அவைகளின் பாதையில் இருக்கக்கூடும் என்பதை அறிய வேண்டும். நீ ஒரு காடரினத்தான். நீ உன்னை அறிந்தது போல இந்த பாதைகளையும் அறிவாய். வேறு பாதையை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து தொடர், அல்லது அந்த விலங்கு கடந்து செல்ல ஒரு பாதையை உருவாக்கு. முன்னோர்கள் காலத்தில் அவைகளுக்கு கொடுத்த மரியாதையை இந்த தலைமுறையும் பின்பற்ற வேண்டும் என என் அம்மா நான் சிறுவனாக இருந்தபோது கூறினார். இங்கே அனைவரும் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியது இதுதான் என நான் நினைக்கின்றேன். காடு மற்றும் விலங்குகளை மதிக்க வேண்டும். உங்களுடைய இருப்பிடம் அவைகளுக்கும் இருப்பிடம் என்பதை அறிய வேண்டும். முன்னேறி செல்வது என்பது வற்புறுத்தலின் வாயிலாக அல்ல, முதலில் பாதையை உருவாக்குவதில். என் பெயர் லோகநாதன். நான் ஒரு காடரின மனிதன். இந்த காட்டுப்பகுதியை என் இருப்பிடம் என்று கூறுபவன். இது ஆபத்துக்கள் நிறைந்த இடமாக தோன்றலாம். நீங்கள் உங்கள் பாதையை இழந்தால் உங்களை விழுங்கும் பிரம்மை போன்று தோன்றலாம். ஆனால் இந்த இடத்தைச் சேர்ந்தவன் நான். காடுகளில் இந்த பெயரற்ற பாதைகளில் உயிரினங்களுடன் அமைதியாக நடக்கின்றேன். நானும் அவைகளிடம் அஞ்சுகின்றேன். ஆனால் பேருந்தில் நடத்துனர் பயணச்சீட்டு வாங்கச் சொல்லும் போது இருக்கும் பயத்தை விட இது சற்று குறைவுதான்.
Okay, so this film was largely well received in the community, but I think there's something missing. I've always thought there's something missing in the film. Did any of you notice? Did any of you see like a blaring hole? No. Exactly. Where is the elephant? It's a story about elephant conservation and man-animal conflict, but there's no elephant here. There's one picture, but there's no elephant, and that. No, I'm just saying that we don't know why it was disturbed, but the film is missing an elephant because we couldn't get one, right? I mean, I don't think anybody can manage that, right? And we ended up there and we're like, okay, this is the story, but how do we tell the story of an elephant without an elephant? And this was the product that you see. And there's 3 of us at Faraway Originals. We make these films. And we're 3 BCom graduates. Okay, and one of us hasn't gone back to his college to collect the certificate. So on paper, I am second PUC. Okay, I don't urge you to do that, but just letting you know. Why I'm sharing this information is none of us have any formal education in filmmaking, not writing, not scripting, not editing, not cinematography or anything. And I want this to encourage you that yes, it will help to have a formal education in filmmaking, but anybody can make a film. Anybody with an idea and a mobile phone, not even a laptop, right? Like today you can edit on your phone. I don't own a laptop. I'm working on 3 book projects now, and I'm doing it on my phone because I think I can make it work, right? So whatever the tools you have, tools and technology, let it empower you, but let it not cripple you either. So I hope this serves as like something that doesn't, like films can come across as overwhelming or technical or something too heavy to wrap your head around, but you don't really need to do like a 6-year course, or I mean it's good, I know someone here who's doing a course, but you don't really need it. I'm saying it'll help, but you can just improvise and tell a story. Nishant showed that image of the whole spread, right? When Amche Molly came to us, they said, hey, we have this illustration, can we make a film out of it? Right now, as a filmmaker, how do you turn one image into a film, right? So, but we didn't say no because we know you'll figure it out, right? And that's the beauty of human imagination. That's what I want to leave you with, where you'll figure it out. It doesn't matter if there's no elephant in your film and you want to tell a story about an elephant, you'll figure it out. You have one image to tell a 5-minute film, you'll figure it out, which we did. It's online for you to see. I mean, you can sit in an empty room and tell the story of the universe, using darkness as a theme. So we are all capable of telling such stories, for as long as we trust in the process of, of just the creative process of submitting yourself to answering a challenge to tell a story. And it's in all of us, I would say. Now, this is an image from a cave in France. There's a French word for it, which, in kind consideration for the language, I will not try to pronounce. But this is, I think, 12,000 years ago or something. And it's a cave ceiling, right? And it's etchings of, it's markings of wildlife, and elsewhere along the cave there's like hunting scenes. Somebody stood there 12,000 years ago and is telling a story, right? It's essentially somebody telling a story, saying, hey, I was here. This was what life is like around me, right? Now, the context of time has made it very special to us right now, right? So anybody who goes and looks at these markings comes out with feeling a sense of awe, thinking about what it feels like to be there and to see those images from so long ago. And what I want to tell you is, if somebody with a fistful of powdered rock and some charcoal and maybe a stick can tell a story and make people feel awe, or make them feel wonder, or make them think of their own place in the universe, think about what you can do with the tools we have today. And think about the power of the tools that we have today. And I'd like to say, never doubt the power of storytelling, and never doubt the power of the stories that you can tell. And this presentation was supposed to end here, but Nishant's presentation gave me a thought on all the work they shared of protest, of rebellion, of revolution, or however you want to term it. Let's say, again, 50, 60 years from now, 70 years from now, when none of us are here, we will not be there, but our art will be there as a witness to what unfolded in these times, as a witness to our ideas, our deeds, our acts, and it will all be floating out there in the internet or wherever, or whatever it is, but it will be out there. So I'd like you to go out there and put out as much art or stories or a little bits of yourself as much as possible. And yeah, that's the end of this. Thank you.
There are so many stories, aren't there? The animals crossing because it happened to be the territory of the animals and not ours, just being one of them. So if we really sensitize our students and make them look deeper, even into it, they come up with stories, and then they could be expressing it in their own way. So you make them conscious, you make them aware that these are burning issues, but as you said, you need to have a problem-solving mindset and the will to do it. And there is hope, even I believe. And artists are always people with hope.
Questions? Pankaj will take any question now. Yes.
Yeah, I just have a really quick question. I have two questions actually. The first
Is
is
it a really good question?
I don't really know,
Okay,
but
sorry.
I'm really
Yes,
passionate
sorry.
about filmmaking.
Okay.
So, A is, how do you deal with creative burnout? Like, how do you once you've started building so many films and
Yeah, okay, that was one of the points that I was going to address, which is, again, I was going to say the easiest thing to do is not produce work when you're not inspired. So I would say it's important to make sure you find inspiration. And I mean, I get asked about the writer's block, but to me it doesn't exist, because I don't try if I'm not feeling like I've been moved enough to create something. So again, I come back to wonder, because there's no way, you can't experience it unless you want to identify as a refrigerator or something like that. But I would say just be patient and introduce yourself, expose yourself to ideas, thoughts that may not even necessarily have anything to do with your line of work, but it's just to expand your consciousness and to be in different places, be part of conversations, and something will click.
Yeah. Second question, like with the rise of short form content and every sort of media on YouTube and stuff, after the Casey Neistat era has all become pretty much the same, right? And our attention span is reducing, creative inspiration is reducing, everything looks the same. how do you maintain to stay different? How do you create things that truly are about you and what you think it is?
Yeah, if I went out to sort of deal with what's happening outside, then I think I'd spend a lot of time just doing that and like trying to alter my content. But how it's worked for me again is it's always been a deeply personal experience where I've just addressed honestly, or I've responded honestly to what I'm feeling, and I've just given all my effort in putting it out in the best way that I can, and that in return influences your work, and your own unique voice is born that way. So I don't. So I would say just don't worry about how, because there will be patterns, there will be shifts, but just stay true to your expression, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Yeah, this young lady has a question.
Hi. So you talked about how you're really compassionate about what you're doing, and your passion is what your calling was. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is growing more passionate about sustainability throughout this entire summit. My question to you is, how do you think we can incorporate this in our schools? As teachers, I'm sure are wondering this too, and students ourselves. We see films during assemblies, we see films during a few classes here and there. But how do you think we ourselves can make films in schools, or is there any way to incorporate this whole art form in our daily school life?
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to exposure, I would say, where if schools could include films, and not just films, but also discussions after the films, and use films as a premise for conversation, and not just an exercise where you're like, hey, here's a film, this is the topic, let's watch, but to rather invite an idea and then use the film as a tool to expand ideas, and then sort of have discussions or like exercises around that. So I would say like a deeper involvement, for sure, yeah.
More questions? Yes,
Thanks for that talk, Pankaj. And the films were so incredibly moving, and it was very exciting to like just sit and watch these short films because they're so potent, I think. And to me, when I watched it, both the films actually, it felt, while the visuals were just incredible, there seemed to be something about the words that was really pulling actually the story along, and like keeping you very hooked to the narrative. And I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on your process, like what came first, or how did you conceive of the film?
Yeah, so usually how documentaries work or films work is where people just land up in a place, and then they just like, there's terabytes and terabytes of just footage, and then they take it back, and then they're like, okay, let's make a film out of this, or try to find a narrative. But with us, it's because two of us are writers first before we are filmmakers. The film is written first, in the sense that we sit down with the protagonist, we understand the topic, and then we sit down together and work at the narrative, where we both agree on, because Malhar's story and Loganathan's story could be a 1-hour film, but we all want to keep it short. So we distill it down to like this very tight narrative where it's expressing what the protagonist wants to say. So we build that first, and then the visuals emerge from there. So you can say there's a lot of attention to the writing in the film. So that's how you see that lyrical bent in the scripts. Yeah.
This is actually essentially an extension of Nishant's question as well. As a filmmaker, as a creative person, you have too many decisions to make, right? Once your scripting is over, how do you decide upon a shot? How do you approach a particular place? How do you recce? And once you have identified a place and your script is ready to actually shoot, how do you actually go about selecting certain shots? So there's so much happening, and the basis of all is script, on your script, sure, but how do you go about making those creative decisions while you're making a film?
Okay, it's very organic, and since the beginning our process has been to stay away from short lists and spreadsheets. Again, it's how letting it be as fluid as possible, where it's a conversation basically between the three of us, where we sit down and be like, okay, this is the emotion that's being expressed, this is the sentiment, and we all share what shots we see in our minds. And one guy comes up with something, and the other guy comes up with something, and that's how it's put. So it's just come from being with each other and having these conversations that we've developed a technique or something that works for us. But this is not how it works, rather. It's just that we figured out this way where we sit down and just have a conversation, and we take what comes out of that, and then we improvise a lot. Like we get the shots we want, but then somebody sees something like the light turning or something that you don't expect happens in the frame, then you get that also. So it's very organic that way.
The two documentaries that you showed are of different languages. The first one, Marathi, I don't understand much, so I was spending more time in reading the subtitles. Whereas the second one is in a language that I speak, so I could relate it to much better. So do you think if it's in a language that the audience predominantly doesn't understand, just reading the subtitles and interpreting, would that remove or shift from the crux of what you're talking about?
Will you watch the film again so you could take in the visuals more?
I was looking more...
Will you, again, after you read it, will you watch it again?
Right now?
When you go home or whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I understood the essence, but...
No, I'm just asking because if you did, then it's great that I would want somebody to watch it twice, thrice. But...
I would still watch the second one more, although...
Because you know the language.
Yes,
okay.
because I relate to it.
Okay, so I'll tell you where it comes from for us. We've always believed in having the native tongue sort of narrate the film so that it reflects the region. And I don't know, I mean, we've always also never used, for any of our films, we've never used voiceovers. We've never used an artist who comes and does the narration it's always been real people. And even if it's with imperfections, with a heavy accent, all our films have the native language, and it's all real people telling a story, and I think that sort of adds to the film. Yeah, I get your point where it's you're spending more time on the subtitles, but I think it's a short bargain. I hope you go and watch it again. Yes, always. Because I think language also is shaped by the landscape it is from, and we would want it to be the leading element to a story.
Somebody else raised that hand, yes.
So, sir, both your, I have actually two short questions. Both your films were based on nature and wildlife. So, is that something that inspires you, or because the theme was sustainability, you chose it?
No, most of the films I've been a part of or I've led have to do with man's connection to nature. So I would like nature, but I like nature stories, but I wouldn't watch a natural history film, or I wouldn't engage in a national history project which involves just going and filming animals for hours, because I find it more fascinating how for the narrative to be through the eyes of humans, because I think in today's context it's very important to bring that in so that it becomes more relatable. So yeah, just another species being man himself.
And so you also spoke about how when you were a child, your parents or your grandparents used to tell you stories, and that's what inspired you to tell more stories, right? So how you grew up and listening to what you grew up, did that in any way affect what you are making right now?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I don't know, it's like a seed. It grows through time. I can't put in words exactly how it would have affected me, but it has. In the way I use words, or in the slight drama that you see in the narrative. And the other thing that it did was, although I write for a living, I don't really read. I can count the number of books on my fingertips. Yeah, that's because, yeah, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because when I was growing up, I was told these stories in such a fantastic manner that I wanted every story to be told to me, somebody to like stand before me, sit before me, and tell me a story, you know. And when I read it, it wasn't the same effect. So I know I'm losing out on a lot, but that's how it's influenced me over time.
Pankaj, do you make films for children? Because it's nice to get them to think of these issues when they're really young.
Our films are not, there's no audience, we don't target anybody. So I think these could be for children as well. I think they can definitely understand complex concepts like these. So we don't curate them to a certain taste or a kind of audience.
Have you seen The Elephant Whisperer?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, your films are all just short ones. Do you think it's more challenging to make a short film rather than to make, say, something for an hour? Or is it the other way around?
No, it depends on what your process is. Like Elephant Whisperer was made from over 4 years of footage, 4 years of shooting, and another year of maybe building. Malhar was shot and scripted in 36 hours. Yeah. Malhar's story. And Carter was again same, around a little more maybe, but within the course of 2 days and without an elephant. So, so it depends on your approach, decides the.
There's one more question, yeah. I think after that we'll stop. Is that fine? Or do we have time? If we have time, it's okay. We can take mentioned earlier.
I have two questions for you. Firstly, because you make a lot of your movies on sustainability, how do you do your fact checks? How do you use the data so that you can say for sure that we could use these movies for academic purpose, knowing the reason, knowing the fact that a lot of data that is available online is also, having a lot of gray area, not the right thing, because sometimes the government doesn't want to give away the right numbers.
That's your both questions in this?
Yeah, that's the first one. And secondly, a lot of people are drawn towards the masala of the movie. They, the commercial aspect. How do you still manage to, go with the sustainability theme and theme about nature, and still drive that passion?
Okay, yeah. The first question being data and how do we use data. I mean, if you see, there's no data really. We don't want to operate in that space of data, but rather the mood of the film is more like being the finger that points to a direction or a perspective, and letting people conduct their own inquiries. We don't want to hold a mirror and say, hey, this is what it is. We want to offer a perspective. We want to introduce people to an idea or an expression or a kind of people or a way of thinking. And then I think people can do whatever they want with it. So that's the space we operate in, where it's more like trying to shift people, the thinking of people. And I think that in change would shift more. Conscious living, or however you want to call it. Like Loganathan's story is about, empathy and being mindful of creatures. The film could easily have been about the number of houses destroyed or the number of conflicts. We try to stay clear of that because there's a lot of people already doing it. And secondly, sorry, what was your question? The masala. Okay, the masala is we can afford to have full masala because there's two things that we do is we make commissioned films, like brands come to us and say, can you make a film for us? We make money there. And then we use that money to tell stories like Malhar's and Loganathan's, which are like completely non-commercial. We just put them out for free the moment they're ready. We don't even send them to film festivals. I mean, there's only once we've sent it to, but we don't do that because that requires that you don't stream it anywhere until the film festival's done. And if you look at some conservation films, they're off air for a whole year because they want to win at film festivals but what's the purpose of making conservation films when you have to wait for a year to put it out there, when you have to address an issue urgently? So that way we've sort of figured out this balance where we make money so that we can make these original films that we're passionate about. There's no commercial involvement, nobody's getting paid, or there's no money from it.
Hi. This one question. Yeah. So, as you approach living life in a minimalist way, in a minimalistic manner, so how does your day look like? Like as a screenwriter, filmmaker, how do you live your day? Like a day in your life?
I mean, it's normal. It's just the decisions that I make are like more minimalistic. Like in terms of how much I own, and it comes down to possessions and how much space you take up, or I don't know. I mean, it's more not like my day is like a regular day, like anybody else is, but it's just in the life decisions with possessions. Yeah, like this is the only pair of formal pants I own, and this shirt is borrowed, so for this event. So that kind of decision making, yeah.
Just one last question.
She's been.
Okay, so does brainstorming help better than inspiration? Like, what do you consider before brainstorming or topic?
Yeah, of course. Okay, can I?
Hello. Yeah. So does brainstorming help more than inspiration? So, like, what do you consider first?
So I think both can feed each other. Like you can brainstorm to find inspiration, and then you can find inspiration and then brainstorm about it and develop the idea. So it's not either or. So there's various things. Sometimes like you'll see a sunrise or a sunset, and that might trigger something. So there's no one way to like. There's no formula for me, at least. It's a lot of things. It's just something I overhear in a conversation somewhere. It could be something like that, yeah.
So I don't have a question as such, but I wanted to share something. There was somebody who asked that, how can we implement it in the school? And just now you said that it could be anything that could trigger. So one example was that we had a collaboration between our school students, grade 5, and the Turkey school, and there was no way that we could actually find a common time. So our learners came up with the idea that, let's show them our school through a video. So we just shot the whole thing on my mobile, whereas I'm not that good at it. And then it turned out to be amazing. It was a 2-3 minutes video, but it turned out that, we made a short film. So it came out of nowhere, and I could just relate to what you said.
Yeah, that's amazing that, you do something fresh and suddenly everybody takes notice, or you break out of the regular formats, and it's already, you're telling a story accidentally. There's a school called a Turkey school. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
I love the idea of what you said. It didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me as a child, as a youngster. I've been watching David Attenborough and Jean Cousteau and feeling inspired, and I didn't really think of the difference between that and your films till you pointed out that the human interaction with nature. That is what makes these kind of films so different and a greater emotional impact as well. Thank you so much, Pankaj. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What a great session we've had this afternoon. From using pictures and paintings as a tool for sustainability learning, and to using films. And I particularly enjoyed the fact that he used local language and local people, because there was a sense of honesty about the whole process. And I'm sure this is going to be very inspiring. And it reminded me of what Chief Seattle had said long ago, that we haven't inherited this earth, merely borrowed it from our grandchildren. So I hope. It was heartening to see all the children asking so many questions. Didn't you think so? Thank you, Kumi, for calling me here, because sustainability is something that's so close to my heart. As I said, that is my thesis too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjani, for your time. We'd like to present Mr. Pankaj Singh with a small token of gratitude. We request Ms. Devika Chatterjee and Dr. Kumi Vivaina and Dr. Ranjani to please. Thank you to Dr. Ranjani as well. Thank you to all the students and teachers present here, without whom, of course, day 2 of GTPS would not have happened. We request Mr. Dadi Padamji to say a few words, couple of minutes more to conclude day 2.
First, I think we need all of us to give a big hand to everybody who's put this thing together. The school, Kumi, all the teachers who are here. I think even for me, it's been a learning process the last 2 days. I've sat through many questions, and this is to you students. Some of you are here today, not the teachers. All of you have kept asking for, I did too to him, workbooks, and how is this going to happen, and how can we do this, and how can we do that. I think if you follow your passion, as many people said yesterday, you will make it. But the way is not easy. Nothing is easy. And especially trying to make a living on art and all is not very easy. Maybe you have come from a family where you will be supported, maybe you will not. But believe me, it is possible. I'll give you an example. In Delhi, many years ago, when our UNESCO project came on HIV and substance abuse, all our modern young puppeteers today in Delhi, 7 or 8 of them, traveling all over the world, came originally from Salam Balak Trust, if you know what SBT is. They were, as we say, street kids. They don't like that stamp anymore. They're married, they've got their own apartments, they've got kids, they're traveling with our groups abroad, they're doing projects. So it came not from, oh my God, you know, bua bichare. It came not from that. It came, and this was in 2001. The 18-year-olds were first time with Mrs. Nair, Meera Nair's mother. They wanted them to get out of the center. They came as interns, and they made their life on art. So I think that there were no parents. Some of them don't even know now that, and as somebody said yesterday, once they start making money, then the parents and the Gao will connect. But some of them still don't know where they were, where they came from. And it's just that thought, because most of us come from a very privileged, background. And we look upon people or art as, something like that. This whole 2 days has been on art. And if you notice, each of us have taken that or tread that path which we broke away from. Maybe I would have been a paper maker according to my family. Maybe he would have been something else. He would have been something else. We all managed to do something and managed. And that's where I think, and it brings me back to the poem. I'm not going to read the whole poem, Ekla Chalo. Do you know Ekla Chalo? Yeah? And the last lines, and the many transliterations. Oh, unlucky one, if the dark night brings thunder and storm at the door, then let the lightning ignite the light in you alone to shine on the path. If no one heeds your call, then walk alone. Because you've all been asking how, who's going to help us, what are we going to do? If you believe it will happen, these teachers are there just to open the door. After that, it's your life. You go ahead. So thank you very much for getting us here.
Well said, Mr. Dadi. Yes, so I hope to see all of you tomorrow for day 3 of the conference. Until then, stay safe. Thank you.